bow is always the vehicle of missing disinformation. Y'all realize that, right? Every time
Mm-hmm.
y'all dress it up pretty and nice and all the rest of the shit that y'all like to do, right? What you're doing is supporting missing disinformation. Take the motherfucking clothes off, make it buck naked. You see what I'm saying? Make the shit butt naked. That way you covered all bases. And ain't nobody there's no ambiguity in what's being said. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we gotta cut the bullshit. If Inky is full of shit and he's a goddamn snake oil salesman, I don't give a fuck how personal y'all think it is. You know what I mean? I got a box of Kleenexes. I can mail it to you if you feel like, oh, now you're getting into a personal attack when you call Dr. Bean and Jabari full of shit niggas who grifting from the black community. Oh, well, he's got a degree, and I don't give a because you got a degree make you not able to be a goddamn full of shit grifter because you got a
Now,
degree.
Corey,
Cut the mostly. Listen. We got a motherfucker who's the Secretary of Health for the United States of America. You hear me? Do you hear me? Tuck my eye. The Secretary of Health for the United States of America, and that nigga's full of shit. And ain't none of you niggas gonna get on here and tell me, well, he is actually the Secretary of State, so we do kind of, or the Secretary of Health, so we do kind of have to hear. No, he's full of shit, and everybody on here know it. And the motherfucker who put him in the position knew he was full of shit. And every motherfucker who worked down there at the WHO and the wherever else they work at, goddamn it, everybody down there know he's full of shit.
See, Corey, you consistent. You don't give a damn if it's white, black, blue, or orange. See, I like a manner of consistency when they make these arguments. I don't want them to just be on the niggas' head and then they got so much understanding for other people. See, you don't do that. It don't matter who it is. If it's no, hold on.
Because I know it ain't nothing but bullshit.
If it's that, it's that.
And sometimes you got to think about, well, how many times do you go from just your information is pseudo versus you are in fact a pseudo? So do we give them like a 3 strikes and you're out or something like that? Because some people are just repeat offenders. And if you're just repeatedly doing it, you are it, period.
Well, I judge it by your stick. If that's your stick, right? You know, my stick is always coming from the point of view of the working class, right? That's my stick. Every time I'm talking, y'all know what he trying to ease into where he trying to figure out what to do about the working class. Y'all always know that it's behind. That's what's behind what I'm saying, right? So that's my stick, right? So when it's your stick every time to try to convince me that I need to eat sage for breakfast every morning, that's how I'm gonna get rid of my cancer. Like when that's your stick, yes, you are a pseudo. You are a snake oil salesman. I don't care if you did it once or twice. It don't matter how many times you do it. If that's your stick, that's what you is. If you a 3-card money dealer, dealing 3-card money on the corner, bro, you the fucking you're a scam artist, bro. You selling gold water every day. If you go outside in your house and you sell gold water, you're a goddamn scam artist, a goddamn snake oil salesman. It don't matter if you did it once or twice. What you were doing right there was scamming. You did it. I only sold it for a day. Well, you was scamming for a day. See, it's easy. It's easy to keep it 100 and quit playing with folk. That way we can get to the bottom line. You know what I'm saying? Quit worrying about the feelings. And well, I have to consider the flat earther because we don't want an echo chamber. So we have to hear the flat earther. No, we don't have to hear the fucking flat earther out. No, we don't. Don't ever convince yourself or your kids that they got to sit and listen to bullshit so they can be considered fair. No, I'm not fair to a bunch of bullshit motherfuckers.
But what do y'all consider?
Yeah, because all
y'all
they
put
gonna do
Jabari
is
in that
all
same-
they gonna end up doing is hold on. If you sit there and listen to a motherfucker that you know bullshit like flat earth or something, right? What's gonna happen is it's gonna do more damage than it is anything else because it's gonna be people in the audience that's gonna believe that shit. So you're giving them. They always can talk better than you. Think about that. Anytime somebody is grifting and scamming, you know what I mean? They always a little bit more polished than us. You dig what I'm saying? So it's dangerous. They can easily convince people. You know what I mean? Like so, yeah. I think you should just go at them straight up and get a little and get busy with them. You know what I mean? You can't be playing with them with kid gloves. You dig what I'm saying? Now, somebody like James who actually believe what they saying, then you dig what I'm saying? That's room to deal with him. You know what I mean? Because you can see that the information that he got, that people has just been misinforming James. You dig what I'm saying? But yeah, Inky and them, nah, you gotta go straight at them. Sometimes Reggie, you gotta
agree. If James was 25, yeah, I would agree with you, Shepard. But James is 50-some years old. You gotta quit bullshitting with James, right? It's either nigga, you Pan African James, bro. Listen, listen, nigga. You motherfuckers done sat with spent hours on him, Shepard. Spent hours. So listen, after I done spent hours and months trying to walk you through with kid gloves, and then you take with all them hours and months that I done put into you, and you throw the shit back in my face, bro. Listen, no, I'm done fucking. You's a dumb motherfucker, and you just gonna end up dumb. Some motherfucker you gotta say, ain't nothing I can do for you, James. I'm done having a conversation with you. You know, you can go over and have a conversation somewhere else, but I done came to my limits. Sometimes you got to come to your limits and say, look, this ain't even worth the time. It's gonna cause somebody else to be just as dumb as he is. You see what I'm saying? He's a 50-year-old grown ass man, right? I'm stuck in a lot of my ways. I'm stuck. Sometimes, Sheffrin, you can tell me till you blue in the face the right thing, Sheffrin. But just because I'm stuck and I don't want to listen, I'm gonna keep doing the wrong shit. You see what I'm saying? But that ain't your job to make sure you baby me the whole. Well, he really believe in this fucked up thing, so I'm gonna handle him. No. You done told his ass. I done told his ass a number of times. Everybody on in this community done told his motherfucking ass in all kinds of different ways, and he's still on the same bullshit at 50-something years old. Look, you got to call a dumb motherfucker sometimes. Just like you got to call a pseudo sometimes, a snake oil salesman sometimes. We got to start keeping it real.
I agree.
But okay, so
Brass, help me out, Brass.
I guess I'm about to start capping. So, and Corey, don't start yelling at me, bro. I can't deal with it today. But I don't like to say all in anything. So you just saying all? Are you saying that they're just every single person is just ain't shit? I don't know what y'all was talking about before.
Listen, Brad, if I take, and you 30-something, 40 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I take months telling your ass something, and you still spit in my face after I took months and hours trying to tell your ass the right fucking thing, no, you's a dumb motherfucker, Brad. I'm sorry. I apologize. That ain't the most prettiest thing to say. Grandmama told me. I listen. Grandmama told me, and I know better, right? She say if you ain't got nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all. But Grandmama don't live in my time. That might have worked out in her times, right? But in these days, right, when something needs to be said, you got to say that shit, because otherwise it'll fester and come back to fuck you over. You see what I'm saying?
So even your grandmother,
that's what I'm saying.
Even your grandmother would probably, if she saw you kept on talking to somebody and it wasn't getting through, she would probably pinch you and whisper in your ear and say, listen, you know that child is slow. Why you keep on talking? And
Oh,
that's what we
absolutely. Quit dealing with that fool. Granny was so contradictory. Granny was contradictory in the motherfucker. She'd tell me in a minute, don't quit dealing with that goddamn fool.
Now I know a lot of these conversations I can't have around sane people. So I know a lot of these conversations are a little crazy, but I just there has to, I don't, shit. I'm trying, Chef. There's got to be some redeemable quality of someone in this conscious community that you've come across, right? Someone being genuine, someone actually talking about some real shit.
Yeah. We get
Are you talking about the content creators or just the people in the audience? Because those are two different things to me. So a content creator, bro, listen, he already know better. Well, I'm gonna speak on the content creators. They already know better than the shit they doing. Ain't nobody on here gonna say a word that's gonna convince me that Sonetta don't know better than the shit he doing. Right? Brother Inky, Baba TV, you name them. Every last one of them niggas know better than the shit they doing. Now, okay, maybe somebody that comes on the panel from the audience and don't have a full understanding or may not have had some of the arguments that we had. Yeah, we can take the time and argue it out and bring out some points and some sources and have the discussion. Right? That's a totally different thing than trying to convince Brother Inky on some bullshit. You see what I'm saying? We're trying to take the time out to fuck with Brother James, who's been on YouTube in this community and heard every scenario that he can hear on the topic in every situation in every way from multiple different people, right? No, nigga, you just dumb because you want to be dumb. You see what I'm saying? And ain't nothing I can do for you.
Now, who is
And
Inky?
I agree with what Corey said about the age too. You got to take that into consideration. We have a lot of young people who are in the audience and stuff like that. And maybe if you 18, 20, 25, maybe even 30, but once you good and grown, that cake is baked. And I don't got time to be trying to unbake it.
Is baked. God damn. When y'all say these things,
absolutely.
Y'all know we just it's over with. Y'all, I mean, this is then we ain't got a chance. You just said if you over 30, your cake is baked. Those are the niggas we gotta try to get in order.
No, well, I mean specifically some of these people that are 40, 45, 50. Ain't nobody got time to be trying to do that. And you would look like a fool trying to argue or change someone's perspective once they're a certain age. I do not believe that once the cake is baked, once people are good and grown, they are the way they are. And so trying to change them at a certain age, you're just wasting your breath.
Right, but you can't make me believe that every single person. Listen, I gotta learn a little bit more about Inky, I guess. But for every person that y'all say is the worst, there's tiers even to fucking even. Oh, gotta stop cursing so much. There's tiers to even the worst. So there would have to be redeemable qualities of someone, because if you're doing that, then if you're saying all in the conscious community, I don't think y'all know exactly what y'all saying. I don't want to go down the list through names, but
yeah, you know it can't be all. You know it can't be all.
Right, but that's what y'all saying.
Maybe a better way to describe it is there are people who are like on a more radical end of the spectrum than others. Right? So I think one of the best that I feel like doesn't even really fit the description of redeemable. But when Psycho comes in here, right, I would say that that's a very open-minded person, considering he,
right.
probably
That's what I mean. Like Psycho,
right, so
you're talking about Psycho now.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't put Psycho in no corner like that. You know what I'm saying?
But they're saying all though.
Even where I disagree with him, right? He still is open to the other side of the argument and will even acquiesce to parts of it. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not unreasonable, even though we may disagree at times. So like some people are just a little bit more reasonable.
He's not the same as a Dr. Inky. I'm talking about the top tier dingbats. I'm talking about and manipulators. So I'm talking about, I'm using almost like a light as the, you know, he's the A plus, right? As far as the pseudo and the manipulator. So I'm talking about people like that. And that would be Dr. Inky
But let's get off
falls
of
in that
him. You got an
category.
issue with Psycho? Pause. Let's. I don't want to.
No,
I don't want to
I
make this
didn't say nothing
personal. You
bad
got an
about him.
issue with Psycho, right? But he's in the conscious community, and you saying all. Reggie,
I didn't
Reggie
say
just
all.
joined the. Reggie just came in here. Pause.
I didn't
He's the.
say all. I
Okay,
said
you didn't say all.
I
Okay.
said people of a certain age, I'm not going to be
Then
arguing
Corey, are
with.
you saying
Psycho, I've
all?
never had a conversation with him. I'm talking about the worst of the worst. I mentioned Dr. Inky. That's what I said.
Okay. Okay. Um,
All of
Reggie's in the
who is
conscious
the
community.
who would you be referring to when you say all, Brad? Because
Like
I really don't know.
psychopathies, he's in the conscious community. Reggie just joined the panel. He's in
No,
the
no,
conscious community.
Psycho's a fighter. He's a real pseudo killer. He's a snake oil salesman hater. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
Hmm.
Psycho's,
Now
yeah, he got his shit going on.
Reggie's in here.
Certainly be a more real, a more reasonable person, even in real life, right? I would expect him to be a reasonable
Well,
person. You know what
he's
I'm
from
saying?
Jersey. He's solid. He's solid. But
Maybe
Reggie's in
maybe
here.
Brother Reggie can give us three
But he's
people
a
that is
blackologist. But Psycho is a
totally
blackologist
horrible.
also.
Yeah, he's a blackologist, but I wouldn't even fall him like on the extreme. So like he
All right,
wouldn't
so
like
logic.
he ain't James. He ain't James. James is extreme.
Okay, so logic. Brother Reggie's in here. Peace to you, brother Reggie. So, so then, what do you consider Reggie then?
I guess Reggie would fall
Pseudo.
under that description that Sister Safa gave, as maybe a person that's a little more set in their ways and set in their identity or
Now
ideologies.
wait a minute now. You cannot compare
Well,
somebody
I
like
didn't say
Brother
that you
Reggie.
said it. I didn't say you said it. I'm saying the definition you gave, I would fit him in there. That's what I'm
What's
saying.
Yeah,
the
but we're
definition?
talking
I
about
wasn't here.
we're comparing people though. We're comparing the worst. So I think Brother Reggie would be able to give us three people that he would consider to be a total
No, I don't want to get
uh
him into that though. I don't want him to do that. No,
well,
I'm just
I'm
saying, like
saying
I don't want to have a just ain't
I would
moral.
never put Brother Reggie in the same category or even on the same street as Dr. Inky.
Okay,
I appreciate that.
yeah.
Difference is with me, I'm a 60 plus year old black man. I started my journey in understanding our people in 1983, 82, 83. At 82, I took my first Black Studies classes. 83, 84, started working with Dr. Leonard Jeffries. 86, I went to West Africa with Dr. John Henry Clark. In 87, I went to what we call Egypt and with Dr. Yosef Ben Jokanan and 1,000 people. And I took 100 people, 120 people for that particular tour. I managed. I worked at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture of the New York Public Library. I had completed my degree in computer science from the School of Engineering. I worked at the Schomburg for 5 years and 16 and a half years in a law office. And I have a son. My son has been named the America's top Black young scientist, right? He's in a PhD program. Um, and you can find him if you really want to look, right? But he's America's top, named one of America's top Black young scientists. He has more peer-reviewed papers than uh, most professionals. I, I'm a, yeah. So now, in the course of these years, I've met, before I came to the conscious community, I, I primarily worked around professors around in the Black Studies Conference and the African Heritage Studies Association, and then scholars around Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization. So I knew, of course, Shaka Amos because I knew his mother, right? And one of the and she was a supporter of Dr. Yosef Ben Jokanan, and Dr. And then Shaka Amos. I had met Sonetta. Uh, I had met Sonetta years before, Shaka Amos told Shaka maybe he needs to talk to me. That was my entry into the conscious community, and this is where I met. Uh, they weren't content creators yet because they weren't YouTube, but they were the street speakers or people trying to put out their books. What I found is that the problem is the economics in our community. Uh, there are people who are entrepreneurs, and what they do is in the entrepreneurial journey, their business is promoting people as they promote their events. And what I found is that uh, um, these promoters use people that are electrifying, not definitely necessarily correct. First, it started with the lecture series with using people like Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Asa Hilliard, um, and so on and so forth. And then it they started using younger people. I knew when Kamani, uh, Booker T. Coleman, I remember when he was first starting. Uh, when Dr. Umar Johnson was first starting, I met him. I lent him my laptop for his presentation. He didn't have a laptop. He didn't have a portable laptop, and so that's the first time I met him. So the problem is that the these people who are snake oil salesmen, they don't get there by themselves. They get there because they're selected and promoted. I also remember when well uh Dr. Cress Wilson. I remember when she was promoted, and then Dr. Richard King with the melanin. I remember the melanin consortium and all that. And what I found is that sometimes these speakers would be what you call kind of relief speakers, meaning we would be participating in something scholarly. We would have an event. We would need somebody to be the closer of the event, right? And it was much more to me. Some of these people that was chosen was just for entertainment, meaning, um, and I'm going to get a lot of heat for this, but some brevity, because a lot of times these speakers weren't speaking on the things that we were actually working on, right? So uh, the issue is the consumption or the need for brevity or entertainment that has caused this and the promoters needing to promote their events and needing entertainment, right, has caused this. And so some people have become scholars and teachers and experts when they're really not. They often come on these programs when we're not talking about what they're talking about, but these promoters use them, right? Um, People don't know at the Back to Africa movement in the recent year in the last 30 years. I was participating in getting people back to Africa, West Africa, uh, from my trip in 1986. And then I became a tour promoter for 4 or 5 years, right? And then it got popular, and then people began to. Well, uh, elder of mine passed away, and I filled the seat, and then. Um, when we started doing back to West Africa, I don't know, maybe I took about 400 people, right, for with reasonable rates. My trips were always under $2,000. Then other people came and seeing how lucrative it was, and then now it's 4,000 plus dollars. And then also the Africans on the continent, they they saw the worth or the consumption value, and so they hyped it up, right? Um, Ghana Airways, before it was Ghana Airways, if we used KLM and Air France, and they bought a whole airline for this new grouping of Black folks that wanted to go to the Africa with Dr. Leonard Jeffries and the rest, and then they created this festival. Harry Bird created a festival called Panafest with Stevie Wonder, and it went bananas. So now, when we're talking about what's happening today, is that on some of the big platforms, these people are allowed, and then after that, what happens is the kind of the after debates and the after conversations. The problem is that the people are injured because the people are generally trying to, besides the brevity, they're trying to think about these things because some of these people have, many of you have real jobs supporting your family, real jobs. Got to put food on the table and stuff. And sometimes you just you want, instead of watching television, you want to watch the internet. And then YouTube has a lot to do with the super exploitation because it's really YouTube that gave a payment plan. All you have to do is produce a lot of content, our audience, become an influencer, you get paid, and became some people's jobs. Uh, and that took off after, there were like the promoters that would have events. One popular is Sonetta's early in-house events, which was really popular, but that was just one of many. But for the young people, his platform was his in-person debates was really super popular, right? At the time that I was there. So the dilemma is really, we as a people, we don't have a plan. Hard work on a job, hard work in your community is hard work. And hard work and working with our communities, hard work without pay is hard work without pay, right? Um, and so the we you know platforms like this have to look for solutions. We often don't look for solutions. So I know media uh, and all people involved is looking for a better way in which to do things. And so that's where the problem solving comes from. So I commend that, a better way, instead of the ways that we have, and where maybe because most of the stuff that I do, there's no payment at all, really. I mean, you know, when people say, "Oh, Brother Reggie's Cash Apps," Brother Reggie's Cash Apps, or please, look, I just say, why do I work so hard and get nothing? So I complain, right? But it's not. But using it for a living is just ridiculous, right? But still, because I'm in a space in my life, a particular space in my life, I paid myself to try to communicate. So so criticism is good. So I don't. Some people that you criticize, I don't say anything about. I really don't say anything about at all. I don't. But then some people, sometimes it's over criticism. Like you might differ with me, but Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and others, they're first of all, they're deceased, um, and second of all, their work was in their time period. And I remember when people didn't even come and see them. They would have audiences like 100 people or so, then 200, right? Then maybe 300, right? But I remember, but it wasn't never really jam packed. It was a period, right? But they were bringing their life experiences. And I met Dr. Clark when he was 70, right? And so he taught largely through academics, Black studies Black studies professionals, and then he had some community. Dr. Ben had much more community and than Dr. Clark did, because it was connected with his trips to Africa,
Well,
where
Brother Reggie, can interrupt you for a moment, or go ahead and land your plane. I thought you were.
no, so generally, my landing my plane is looking for a better method where one, people can be criticized for their bad deeds, and two, to create a positive market that's based on real facts. And
Right.
I'll stop my plane.
Right. So for to me, one of the essential things in order to build a new method is that you would have to be thoroughly convinced as why the old method is inefficient or needs to be updated. Right. And every time I hear you tell that story about how you used to take people to Africa and then they started hiking up the prices, and
Mhm.
I could be reading into it too much, but I detect a hint of guilt, right? Because you're not exactly a whistleblower, right? You still protect some of these ideas and some of these people, but at the same time, you've been inside those organizations and you know it's not perfect.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying? So as the bridge between those groups, I mean, of course, I understand that you probably have some connections that you'd like to keep, and I get that. But at the same time, if the goal is really the audience, well, are you protecting the audience from the people or the people from like at some point in time I thought it was really about the people and not necessarily protecting those individuals who did whatever they did and continued after the prices got hiked up, and when we could see that this is becoming commercialized, and and of course on the back end of it you try to justify the money versus what you're getting out of it. At some point in time you had to kind of like come to the realization that this doesn't seem like a fair trade-off.
No, it's not. But you have to know that since I ran tours for 5 years, you have to know that I knew the prices. So for trips to Egypt right now, you can book, and people hate me for that. People hate me for this, but you can go to Expedia, you can go to Travel Velocity, and you could book a 5 day, a 7 day tour to Egypt for uh, $1,100 in a 5 star hotel. And all you have to do then after that is feed. And then if you want to travel to places, you do it like you do it in any major city. You pick your where you want to go, your time, and how much you want to pay. You may not see it
Mhm.
all, but you're not being bamboozled where you are paying now $4,500, right, per person, and take your eldest child or take your wife. It's damn near $9,000. And what are you getting? And most of these people come back from these trips no smarter than they went, except for the fact that they went. So, uh, but then again, I take people to museums at fair price, usually sometimes $20-$25 a person, right? A person, and if I do a tour and only one person shows up, well, I got to spend 3 hours for that one person, right? I don't do them too much anymore because the museums changed their policies as to how many people I can bring and how much I have to pay, right? So that they can make sure that they get their cut. But so there's no guilt in it. The fact of the matter is, I'm like some of these people. Uh, some of these people pay exorbitant, charge you exorbitant amount of money, and you don't come back any smarter. You don't come back any smarter, right? And what do you get out? What do you get out of the trip? The real learning comes before you go to the trip, right? What you were exposed to on the trip and what you come home, if you want to be smarter. But it's become tourism. That's the trips, and the trips are the most expensive because they are now. Trip to West Africa is 4,000. Trip to Egypt is about $4,500, and people are coming back, and now they can put on their clothes, they can wear uh, totems and this and that. They're what I call the Bentus. They've been to Africa, and you can't tell them shit, but they don't know anything, right? They're just exposed to surface things because I know what happens when you go into West Africa. You might go into West Africa, but at the same time you go into West Africa, you have to deal with the people, and the people are scared of you. um, and they want your money. It's not like when we watch when we think of roots and we go home and we find our great grandmother and they recorded when we were stolen and stuff. No, it's not like that. And when, for example, Africans come here, they're not looking for their great grand family that was trafficked to the Americas. We as because African Americans and I call everybody Black Americans, African Americans have an identity crisis. We get caught up with that because of we've lived in the hells of North America and we see know the brutality of racism. At least some of us do. Some of us live comfortable lives, and I could understand that. I can understand not needing that because you're very comfortable in America. You are, but you can't protect your children. You can't protect your children from what's happening in America. You can't. You could try, but um, but the probability of your young daughters getting pregnant, your young sons getting shot, right? Lack of jobs, right, which is happening to our youth. So you got college educated kids. Some of the best minds can't even get a job because there are no jobs in America for the young group. Some of us make it through, but then there's age discrimination, and I know that as a fact because I had a matter, a claim of age discrimination. Engineers, for example, in the technology field, they don't last to 44, 45. They're pushed out by younger people mm, who corporations can pay less, who can they can force travel on them, right? And force and they're force them out if you have a family, right? Because you can't spend the I don't know the average is 10 hours on a tech job, right?
What the
And
hell y'all talking about?
you said what?
I don't know. I'm letting Reggie kind of talk, and then I'm trying to
Yeah.
politely ask him questions as he's going.
And I'll stop.
I'll be
But
trying.
what
I'll be trying to give Reggie some space. I know sometimes he'll veer off the topic and come back to
no,
it. So
I'm on the topic. I'm talk. What it is the nuances and the complexities, and I talked about the
well,
brevity.
yeah, okay. Before we was having the conversation, I guess about like people in the conscious community and talking about like how we would have to see them. And I'm offering a bit of critique here, right? So like the moment you realize that going to Africa wasn't what you thought it was, like you didn't come home and change courses. You really kind of came home and just kept quiet, right? And as a matter of fact, you didn't really reverse courses with the African stuff, even though you knew it would lead to people um, uh, wanting to go to Africa and fall right back into the misdirection that you just experienced.
No, I did.
Like
I did.
you experienced going there and it not being what you thought
No,
it
I
was.
did explain. I did explain. There's cheaper ways if that's what you want to go. There's cheaper ways to do it, and I explained that you could book a basically a backpack tour, right,
Mhm.
for maybe $1,500, right, and also my cousin, my young one of my young cousins, she goes to Africa regularly, but she goes through missionary type things to actually live with the people. So but I talked about the consumer group of people that go there, spend a lot of money, want to spend a lot of money, come back and know nothing, right? Or they are. So I criticize all of that. I can criticize all of that because that's what I'm doing. You haven't heard
No,
anybody else.
yeah, I've heard you criticize it at times, but I'm saying that you're also in the same breath after criticizing it, you'll also bring up some of the same rhetoric that leads people down those same conclusions of thinking of Africa as this thing, and then not going there and having the revelation that you
I teach. I said there's education before
had.
you go. There's
Hmm.
education what you're exposed to while you're there, and there's education when you come home. So I did say those things. So my whole
No,
point of it.
So let's try to have the conversation. I am making a bit of an accusation, and I'm trying to do it politely. But just to be clear, what I'm saying you do more of protecting that particular paradigm than you do to dismantle it. Right? You've admitted that you see the problems with it, but I'm saying even in acknowledging those problems, you still adhere to some of the same rhetoric that leads to those.
You're talking about the education part before you go to Africa, where I do
Perhaps.
about African culture, the
Yes.
nuances.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
So I shouldn't talk about that. I think that I'm a reliable teacher. I think I'm source. Usually when I present, I source. I don't speculate. I stand on facts, whether they're facts from Western groups of people or facts from African people or facts from other people. But my career in this has been. Uh, Remember, I pay myself to educate my people. That's my journey, right? Because I was exposed to it, I think, the right way by Dr. John Henry Clark. But screaming on the roof against somebody, making enemies, how does that benefit me and my family? It doesn't, right? What the time that I take out isn't to talk to you all is an investment. But I will tell you, you want to go to Egypt? Okay, you can go to Egypt for $1,000, and anything else you want to pay, you can pay. If you want to go to West Africa, you could pretty much do it the same way, but it doesn't have necessarily the same effect because if you go to West Africa per se, you're not going to see temples and sites. It's not a tour type thing, right? So you have to actually spend more money and more time on the ground trying to find things. And then you need it, and then basically you need good education before you go there. You should have a kind of a scholarly type of so that you don't get caught up. And then for economics, I haven't seen a lot of successful Black entrepreneurs going to West Africa and benefiting. So I put that in the Black City Plan, right? Where cities where cities should communicate entrepreneurially and not necessarily entrepreneurs or individuals because it doesn't work out well. And I've said that. But I don't
Yeah,
protect.
you have said that. You have said that. So would you describe most of the people that you encounter as they are looking to take a vacation, or they're trying to have a particular experience?
Uh, it varies and it varies, and so that's why education before, like even going on your show and hearing the criticism is helpful. But even still with that, if you have money for a vacation and you want to identify with the continent of Africa and you have the money, okay, you should. That doesn't mean that you should be ripped off, right?
No, I agree. It doesn't mean that you should be ripped off, but I'm saying that those a lot of people are looking for that experience, and you yourself said that they go to Africa and don't come home no smarter.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No,
Right.
they.
So the potential of them having this experience was almost zero from the jump.
We have lots of experiences as humans, and sometimes it's
But
personal.
Can we
but
agree
what is
that
the but what
these
is the
trips
issue
that
though?
we take, I'm sorry,
What is
can we
the
agree that these trips that we take to Africa, that's not, I think, at the top of the list as far as things being problematic in
yeah?
this community? I think it's more so the scamming and the manipulation, the cult-like activities, those type of
Okay.
things that happen without people even knowing that they're being duped. And then also you got a lot of people around here who sell these fake books that they write in one weekend. You got all sorts of crazy things. There's nothing wrong with taking a trip. There's nothing wrong with having a business where you take people on trips. It's more pressing things I think that probably should
Yeah,
be discussed.
I agree, but I agree. So that's why I say there's nuances and complexities. So the issue is I talked earlier about the need for entrepreneurial promoters who have been suffering with bookstores and things like that to have events where they could sell more information rather than sell their books or sell books and information, create more of a bazaar type of thing. And that's where a lot of people who are out of the workplace find themselves. And so to survive, they put on these events. So I did say that, Mr. Sid. I did in fact say that.
But
It's a
Logic, I
Mhm.
apologize. So what is your, because the title of the show is about the conscious community. So
yes.
are you saying that the that the that the trips to um Africa, are you saying that they're a scam?
No.
And the people, are like, what are you saying, Logic?
Yeah.
I'm basically saying that, yeah. So this
No,
is
no,
what
no,
I'm
no, no,
trying to
no, no,
say.
no. Don't explain it.
Hold on.
Just
Let me explain.
but
Please
answer the
let me
question
try.
first. I know, but answer the question first.
So
Are you
I
saying
said
that
yes. Basically, that is what
so
I'm saying. Yes,
all the
and
tourists? So
to go even
hold on,
further.
hold on, hold on, hold on. I want to be clear. I just want to set a premise, and then you can have the floor, brother. Reggie takes trips to Africa. Jabari takes trips to Africa. What's the guy that you interviewed? Small, Smalls, I think that's his name.
James Morris.
Okay, he takes trips to Africa. You're saying they're a scam. Just set the premise of why you think that's a scam, and then take
Well,
the floor, do whatever. I just
well,
want to be
I actually
clear.
like Brother Reggie, and I
Okay, no,
actually
no.
respect him. Let me do this.
Okay,
So I actually respect him, and I'm trying to kind of dance around what I'm saying so I can say it as politely as possible. But I'm basically saying that I feel like Reggie is complicit, right? And then and not necessarily, like I said, he's not necessarily a whistleblower. So, I see a contradiction in, of course, you can see through experiences that taking people to Africa did not really give them the experience that they left the house looking for. And yet, even though, the prices were hiked up and all this kind of stuff, you still came home and doubled down on the same rhetoric that led people into that experience.
No.
Right. So of course you did have a cheaper alternative, but I'm saying like you didn't stop, even though when you realized what you were doing had been commercialized and it wasn't providing the customer
I
with the
wasn't
experience that they were
commercialized,
looking
but
for.
here's the dilemma. Here's the dilemma. There's a need for humans to expand their horizons. There's a need for that.
Mhm.
When I personally did trips, it was educational. We got experts to go with us on the trip, and we talked specifically about slave forts and dungeons, the different cultures, right? The different peoples we met chiefs, and we in big groups like the Shanti, the Fonte, the Airway, the Ga, right? We learned aspects and differences in their culture, but we did that. Um, uh, so it's changed. So do I participate in that? No, I haven't participated in that in years. So I don't promote people's trips. I don't do that. But what I do is I spend time education on the ground, and the education that you get me is largely for free. Largely for free. I'm thankful that Brass and Logic occasionally sends me donations, but for the most part, the conscious community is not interested in my candidness about these things, so they don't send me anything. They're interested in things like Dr. Inky. Well, Dr. Inky just came back, but they're interested in that type of stuff. And
yeah,
I
that was embarrassing, by the way.
it's hard.
That was
I mean,
embarrassing. Go ahead.
it's hard.
Yeah,
But
I saw the clip. I saw the clip. That was bad. Yeah, go
he
ahead.
had done that to me about 2 years ago on the WAS staff. If anybody remembers, he wants to say that the WAS staff is connected to the pulmonary system, and I'm saying no. It's just a staff and their cultic beliefs. It has nothing to do with the body and health. And so for 4 months, 4 or 5 months, I was back and forth with Dr. Inky on this on this, and so he came back and with a new. Now he's dealing with. If you look at the background of his screen when he's talking, he has this stuff called MCH and diabetes and melanin, and he's trying to propose that the darker your skin, the less you'll probably have less diabetes, but you can't change the skin color. But he's pushing some type of melanin type of concept.
Superiority type of shit. Yeah.
Some of
Yeah,
that Francis Crest.
yeah,
Some of that good Francis Crest. No, I'm just joking. This is
no, but he's pushing that again. But
It
now
is. It is.
he's
I
trying to
need you for a show today, brother Reggie, if you don't mind. If we could do it now. I mean, apparently, once I already know, once we go live, everybody that had issues with the content community, they tend not to say the stuff they'll say privately. But I needed you, pause earlier this morning for a conversation, and I hope Chef and Reggie, I hope Chef and Corey and Logic all keep this same energy, right? And I'm depending on your answer. So this morning we was discussing Africa, and and Logic had made a statement. I wasn't here. I came into the conversation later, and Logic made a statement that what there's nothing. Okay, there's not Logic. Maybe you want to clean it, say it again, because from what I got from it,
I
it
didn't
was
say it was nothing. What I
okay.
simply said
Go ahead.
was that the exercise would have to always be pruning through all the African stuff and keeping what's useful and discarding what's not.
Right,
That's
right. Logic was saying that, like, as a black businessman in America today, the indigenous practices like animal sacrifice and stuff, these aren't things that we need necessarily in America. We definitely don't need it all. We'd have to prune through, what else that we could take from Africa and move it to here. So then Corey jumped into the conversation, and Corey stated um, that there's a romanticism that comes with Africa. I think we would be hard pressed to find anything that would be necessarily useful here in America. So then hold on. So then I got into the conversation of saying that basically America must have done a really good job if because we just don't need the African. I guess if y'all are saying that, and I disagree, but if y'all are saying that, then we don't necessarily even need the Africa in front of the America. Like we're just Americans at this point. If we go by that stance that we don't need Africa, and then they were saying that we would be hard pressed. Name something, and I said I couldn't because I wasn't necessarily qualified. I started looking stuff up, but it didn't even make sense. So how do you feel about that? Are we so far removed from Africa, or would you agree or disagree that we're so far removed from Africa as African Americans on this continent, in this country, that Africa necessarily doesn't even hold a place of any kind of importance right now? Is it just romanticism? And then Corey, you could state your own case, or Chef, you could state your own case when you get a chance.
Well, real quick, just to be specific about it, right? The conversation stemmed from another question that somebody said, how could a businessman, how could he be affluent in society and still, I guess, maintain as much of his African principles as possible? And that's how I came up to the comment of where we would be pruning through the African stuff to find out what's useful. So that, like that, so in answering your question, how would a person that's attempting to be affluent in this community, how would they wrestle with retaining as much African stuff as they can? That's kind of where the conversation is.
well, it's not. It's not.
I laughed too, by the way.
Yeah, it's not. But it's not Africa. It's the problem. The problem is America. America has always separated peoples from being what they feel is the true Americans and the other Americans. So that's pervasive in birth certificates and employment and benefits, and you have to specify. And then the people who I can only talk about the people who are African American or as they call Black, because that's also one of the selections, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any equal protection, so we are just hoes to America. some of our greatest thinkers. We've been from skyscrapers to the real McCoy to locomotion to electricity to we've been there through all of America's major innovations, and then the music, which is the music industry. We have been there, and uh, we have not been uh, the, treated equally. The question of why, what is the value of Africa is the value of knowing that there are other cultures and civilizations outside of the European experience, and also understanding that Europeans uh, use the lack of knowledge about keeping us as holes in America, right, from thinking about something else, or even partnering with other countries. So we are domestic dependent uh, people without any type of sovereignty. The Native Americans have sovereignty, and they're domestic, and they're federally protected. We're not, right? And in the next 20 years, it's going to get worse because there's 65 million Latinos in America, and the population of Black Americans is declining uh, politically, economically, and culturally, right? And so we have lost ourselves. So the question of to me, there are benefits of understanding Africa, but it has to go beyond snake oil people, right? It has to. Most of like a lot of the medical stuff that a lot of the medical stuff, uh, achievements and stuff. These things come from natural things that African and indigenous people knew for years. They've just been commercialized, right? But the problem is that they don't have to be pills. America's issue is pills and medicines and things like that. A lot of these things, believe it or not, can or used in indigenous societies uh, naturally every day. Where you don't have to take a pill every day. But a pill, how much does it cost? $1. Almost every pill starts at $1 to $20, right? A lot of so health, things like health. The cultural stuff, you start talking about their belief systems and things like that. Well, I I have access to listen. You can challenge that. Do I believe in it? No. Even my friends know that I talk to. They look at me crazy because I'm like, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that, but you believe it, right? And it's part of your heritage and culture, and I respect you. And as long as you do it without super exploiting people, fine. But I don't believe in it, and I don't. But I respect the culture of African people, just like Europeans respect the culture of Europeans. All of this and night that, and sir this and sir that, right? That's just people's cultures, right? And so no one challenges when we watched we watched the president of the United States go to England the other day. We saw a cultural collide. That was, if anybody wants to study, that was incredible. He walked in front of the king. He held the princess's hand too long, right? And
Yeah,
he got
he was ignorant, bro. He was
yeah,
acting out. I don't know what he had going on. He didn't take his pill or something. He was acting out right there.
right. And but then there's cultures, European cultures, they respect their values highly because it makes them who they are. They will fight. Israelis, the culture that they have, they will fight to the death for it. We don't fight to the death for anything. We are the only group of people who you could have somebody different than Europeans, like the Charlie Kirk situation. That was white on white crime, had nothing to do with us. But that's as American as apple pie. That's as the American Revolution. American is apple pie. these people, who were brought here from Europe on the king's dime, got mad because they had to pay more taxes, and then they say freedom or death. They make that freedom where there's people who were actually chattel slaves freedom. So the on the superstition issue and stuff like, or the cultural beliefs and stuff like that, um, that's I we could talk more about it. It's just something that I don't teach. I teach science, I teach history, I teach culture, I teach language. I don't teach any spiritual benefit from. I don't. But uh, I've had problems with Brother Jabari and some of the comedics, right? And Baba Heru, who has passed away, right? I have been, you see me, I have been the villain. But you people, even though I was trying to be rational, I'm not saying you people directly on this channel, but
Mm-hmm.
our people called me a traitor, called me a whole bunch of names, right? And I'm like, yeah, on one side, okay, well, show me the benefit, because my skill set says that at least you should be able to read or get the work translated so that you know, uh, you so you're not fooling the people, right? But I was demonized, so I'm not, what do you call, I to use the word. Uh, I'm not that, but I'm different than a lot of people. I'm older than most of you people, right? Respectfully, I'm older than you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen the best and I've seen the worst, but it comes with a plan. So we do have to figure out what's useful and what's not useful. We do. We need a plan to do that. Sometimes just going on the internet and saying things is not is no better, even if you criticize them, because I said earlier, we need a plan, we need solutions, right? We need solutions. And not a lot of people are willing to look at a problem and solve it. But I'm not gonna, some things, okay, you being American as apple pie, that sounds good till you're unemployed, you're discriminated against, right? Till you have to go to court like me, right? And then no white lawyer is going to take my case, so I have to represent my case, my own case, right? And the time and all of that stuff, you can't. Justice in America is per pay. It's costs $450 an hour, and you get nothing for the most part. The average legal case costs you a minimum of $100,000, right? And you better have $100,000, and that's for civil, and that's for criminal. But we are in an illusion that we have protections, but you have to pay for it. You have to pay for protections in the United States. In other places, in other countries, you don't have to pay for protections. Indigenous people don't have to pay necessarily what we have to pay for protections. So our freedom is based on, look, hope it don't happen to you. Hope you don't get into a situation. Hope somebody don't steal your 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 idea, right? Uh, because once that happens, then you have to pay. Then you have to pay. So so the issue is, generally, we need to plan a solution for all things. But I come on your show to listen to your criticisms, and I think some of your criticisms are valid to start with, but then I ask you, well, what's the solution? Are you saying, logic, Corey, that the white America's model for us is going to make us successful? I don't understand that, because look at the statistics: 65 million Latinos, right? The majority is still white Americans. Black populations are at the lowest, but we are always subject to all of their experiments. Uh, but we bear the brunt, and we don't get any. We get no relief. right? And we're dying by attrition, right? It's like apples. I mean, a basket of apples. Okay, you can start with a big basket, but the apples diminish. We have great young people, our children, completing college, right? Having these very very expensive tuitions, right? And not getting jobs to carry their payments for their tuition, and going into debt, right? And at the same time, the American system is printing money for groups of people, and they have so many different opportunities that are for free. So we better have a plan, and it's easy for us to kind of like backbite, right? I do agree that most of these ventures that we're talking about, they go into people's personal pockets. So it doesn't go back to the community. It goes right back to the white community. They buy cars, they buy big houses, right? They just found another way to make money, right? So we better have a plan. So the big thing is to tweak out a plan, and plans are not sexy. Hard work is not sexy.
Okay. Because like I said, I thought I didn't have the knowledge or the information to really form much of an argument. It just didn't feel correct, right? I didn't want to
Mhm.
get into my feelings, but it just didn't feel correct because based off what I heard, all I could answer was that America and the transatlantic slave trade did a damn good job. That we got African Americans
Mhm.
in the United States now saying Africa just don't mean shit, and that it's just like it's a romanticized thing. We shouldn't talk about it. It has no bearing on our life here in the continent.
Mhm.
I felt bad because I couldn't form an argument because then the question was posed back to me. Well, then what? Then if y'all are defending it, then what it is? And the only thing I could say was like, damn. I mean, then we have. Do you know what you're saying? If you saying that, then remove Africa from African American, and we just Americans now. And I can't agree with that. I can't abide by that. I can't defend it, but it don't feel right. I know that's my culture. I know that's my legacy. I can't I can't I can't abide by that.
Well,
But
I think you're
I'm
right. Put it in a plan. So the problem is if you have a critique, then okay, let's say we take out the Africa, right? Are we really Americans? No. Right? Are we really Americans? No, we're not. Why? Because you don't have the protections that Americans have. You have to pay for your protections, and you don't have the money to pay for your protections. Freedom ain't free. If it's a court issue, lawyers are $450, right? So anything you have to do anything administratively or anything, start a business and stuff like that, there's fees. They don't come out of thin air, right? You need investment money, right? Okay, so our community has been redlined. Uh, zip code, we're really zip codes, right? You don't live in the right zip code, you get nothing. You live in a better zip code, you get quality of life. We need a plan for that. It's not, and then the zip codes change, or so your voting rights change, your representation changes, all of that changes. So yeah, some of the people feel that all they can do is be Americans, but you can't. You can protect yourself, but you can't protect your children. Even white folks can't protect their children. I live in a community where white folks was able to buy houses, a 30-year mortgage, right? And buy a house for $50,000, right? They got subsidized. Black folks couldn't get those 30-year mortgages, right? And so we were pushed into projects, and they were in their houses, but now the people who owned the houses originally, they're dying off, and their children are getting it. The children, their white children are on meth, they're on cocaine, right? They can't get jobs. But the beautiful thing is, guess what? They still got a house, right? All they got to
mhm.
do is pay electricity and cable. They were subsidized. Why? Because America will revolt if that's not there. But us, uh, um, you we're priced out largely of a house. right? We're priced out of everything. And then they control, okay, well, okay, you're priced out of that. So what if I want to get a trailer home? Nope, right? Residential laws say in city things you can't get a. I want to build a tiny house. Nope, residential. I want to build a tiny house for $100,000. It's just me and my wife, or I'm an elderly. Nope, can't do that. You got to pay rent till you die. So some policy people got to, some intelligent black people, right, have to look at these things, and so it's just bigger than uh, uh, deciding whether you want to be a connect with Africa or not. It's bigger than that, right? And I hope that y'all understand college tuition for 3 children. Who could pay for that? The child can't pay for it, and neither can you. And then in the university system, they force you out of some programs, engineering and stuff like that. I mean, listen, I'm an engineer. I know how many people were forced out because they was just politely saying is get the degree. Even when I got my degree, I used to interview for the jobs that would be, and they would be asking me, do I play tennis and golf? They're scared if I'm going to mess with their women, right? So I didn't get some of those jobs. I was relegated to the nonprofit sector with a degree in computer science when it was fresh.
Okay.
So be American. Be American is apple pie, but you're delusional. You
Hey,
are.
hey, Corey, can you speak to your point if you are not busy? Because there was logic was more saying that we don't need to bring all. This wasn't really Logic's argument. I shared a little bit of Corey's sentiment, but just not all of it. So I do believe Africa gets said so much in these conversations. I was always taught that if you say something too many damn times, it begins to not mean anything. So I agree with him on that piece. But Corey's argument was more along the lines of the romanticism and such. And I don't want to speak for him, but if you can speak, Corey, speak to your point.
Yeah. So I appreciate that. But yeah, so what I was saying, I say it kind of regularly in a lot of these conversations, like, because the original kind of question was brought to me is kind of where I came in at. They were asking Logic, like, what was it that he thought he could take from Africa that he could use today or whatever. And it's like, bro, I don't think it's anything he can take from Africa that he can use here in 2025 in the United States of America. Especially like, again, like saying the word Africa, it just bothers me anyway, because like, what are we saying when we say Africa? Africa, it's just like, to me, I think it's a birthday cake. Like, and like I said over and over again, what you do with a birthday cake is you put a candle on it and you make a wish. And that's what I see and hear a lot when I hear these conversations about Africa and African centrism and the rest of it, So I think we have a duty to concern ourselves with the society that we're a part of. Like, and kind of like I said earlier, kind of the way the conversation goes in this community is if that you take part in the society that you are a part of, right? In the American society, that you're neglecting your Africanness, or you're not honoring your African centeredness. And I just think it's a bunch of bullshit, bro. You know what I mean? Like, African centeredness, looking at things from an African centered standpoint, ain't never got me an advantage of anything. As a matter of fact, if you here in 2025 trying to look at things from some type of cultural African standpoint, you losing. You're losing. And it's no way you can convince me otherwise. You know what I mean? So if there is thing, they brought up the community economics, right? And I said, yeah, go down and join your local credit union. You know what I mean? Like that's how you do community economics here in the United States. You know, I don't know what they had going on in 14, 23 or 12, 15 or whatever the hell date people want to go back to, but that don't work today. And you fooling yourself by trying to put forth some type of moral argument that one needs to um, go back to an African centered standpoint. Because what does that even mean? Because let me tell you, even if you one of those people that got off the boat, let's say you one of them people and somehow miracles work, right? You jump your ass off the boat with some type of tradition that you brought with you, right? In 400 years, that tradition ain't gonna look like it. Even on the continent, we can even go to the continent. We can go to Ghana right now. What was going on 400 years ain't what's going on today. If you're in Ghana doing traditions that was 1,000 years old, bro, like if it ain't some type of ceremony, some type of symbolic ceremony, right? Then you fucking up. You fucking up real bad. And that's why Africa looked like it looked today. You see what I'm saying? Because of not changing fast enough with the times. You see what I'm saying? So when nobody has an African culture from practicing. Nobody's practicing some ancient African culture. If, like I said, if they do, it's a symbolic thing. And if it's not symbolic, you got to know that you're in some type of fucked up situation, especially if you're trying to do that here in America. It's more likely that you living in an abandoned car in somebody's alleyway. You know what I mean? Trying to practice that bullshit. So that's kind of where I'm at with it, because I was telling the sister and Shepard earlier, I think today Blackology is more productive than any Afrocentricity can ever be. You know what I mean? So I mean that's just my spiel on it. I don't know if that was coherent or not, but that's what I got. That's the best I can do.
No, I understand what you're saying. At least I think I understand what you're saying, but I'll pose it to this. People from India, uh, Arab communities, Japanese and Chinese community, all these other groups, they are still really connected with their culture. And
I don't know if Chinese do practicing ancient Chinese culture here in America. The Chinese people, I know what they doing. They building Samsungs and all the rest of the. They out here teaching the Chinese folks. I know they
last name Murray
how to build a battery plant. That's what the Chinese folks.
But they are.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So yes, because they have.
Now they might do some traditional ceremonial shit. Fine. Shepard said he do Kwanzaa every year. Fine. I'm not gonna argue with him about that. But he's not out here practicing some type of African spirituality or some type of African tradition, some wild ass shit that don't make him or his kids no different. He's not doing that.
Okay. Well, I just laid out that continents, states, countries, they value even and certainly Europe. The Swedes, the Dutch, the French, right? They value, and then the Americans they value. What America values is labor, right? Having a group of people on top, as long as they're on top, and other people on the bottom. People on the bottom in America.
You can find a country that don't feel like that. Which government doesn't feel like that?
Fine. So in all of these countries, there's a hierarchy. There's a hierarchy. So there's a hierarchy.
In Africa is a hierarchy.
That's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct. But the problem is that we here as domestic dependent hoes, right? We don't have anything of value, nothing to stand on, nothing to stand for, right? and that's a very important part of moving a people from one
I
place to
beg to
another.
differ. I beg to differ. We got a whole lot to stand on and stand for
But
as African Americans here in
now,
2025. We
now,
got a whole
now,
lot.
all right,
Go
stop
ahead.
cutting me off. I'll let you talk, right? Because you just cut me off. What the hell? Let's go. What do we have to stand on? Have to stand on, Corey.
So African Americans, again, I say it all the time. African Americans, what we have to stand on is we showed the whole fucking world how to be civilized. We stood up and we showed the world how to sit your ass down and behave. And we still do it today. We built this motherfucking country, one of the greatest fucking countries in the world in human history. We built this bitch for free. That's what we stand on. And we also stand on making sure that the ones that's coming behind us have it better than us. That's what we got to look forward for. That's what we stand on, and that's something to be proud of as African Americans, not African centered, not some African, not going back to some African tradition and all that. Because what the fuck do them niggas do for you?
Okay.
What African is saying? Well, we need to be in touch with our African American because some of those people are our ancestors that were sent over there to America. So we need to connect with our African American. They don't do that shit, bro. They're not concerned about they do what they do in Africa. It's for Africa. And so that's what the African Americans need to do over here in America. What we do over here in America needs to be for African Americans. That's it. That's what you stand on. That's what you be proud of. And that's your moral compass. That's what guides you to your morals.
Okay, so
that's what a tradition does. Hold on. I'm not done yet. That's what a tradition and a custom is about. It guides you morally. You see what I'm saying? It's moral guidance. So we can't use some 2,000, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 year old tradition to guide our morals today.
Okay, so what you have posed is the same thing that you're claiming people who study Africa or interested in Africa, you post the same thing. It's a nothing burger. Don't cut me off. What you feel that I'm proud that our people did this, right? Is a nothing burger. It's a feeling. It doesn't equate into power. It doesn't equate into economics. Unity. Not part of a. You can't put that shit necessarily in a plan. You feel good about it, so you were separating yourself from other group of people. But at the end of the day, you're no less powerful. As a matter of fact, we are even more vulnerable. So it sounds nice. We should stand on it. But if you really study Black Americans, let's just say Black Americans without the Africans, we're what we are urban city dwellers for the most part, right? That's where our most successful people are. And we are really city people, right? We're not even state people. We're neighborhood people and we're city people. And all of that doesn't necessarily equate. We've not been able to do anything with that since the time of the people that you criticize, like Booker T. Washington and then Garvey, right? And so we haven't been able to do anything with it. Doesn't give us a plan. So fine, I can accept that. I'm as Black American as anybody else without the African. Right? What I find is that doesn't deliver my people anything, right? Because there's no unity. So
where you been at? Where you been at this whole time that you ain't been delivered? Like nothing. I never. And then you say we might throw Booker T under the bus. I never threw Booker T. Washington under the bus. I wouldn't do that. But what I am saying here,
you cutting me off. It's not.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I apologize. I was cutting you off.
What I'm saying is, you have a feel good personality. You have a feel good analysis. It's nothing more. Right? You could talk about, for example, when I argue with the foundational Black Americans, they're not foundational Black Americans. The foundational Black Americans are dead. Every single one of them. The last foundational Black American that we could say probably died in 1941. Right? Uh, and if you want to say that, if you want to use slavery as a meter, the last enslaved person probably died in 1941. We're not those people. We're not those people.
Absolutely. So what make you think if we ain't even them people, why the fuck would we be somebody from Africa then?
Okay.
If we ain't even the people, that we descend directly from, how the fuck is we talking about Afrocentricity then?
But this is the point. The point is, what my bigger point of it is, we don't have a plan for any of this. So what you pose had no capabilities. So what? I'm Black American. I should focus on Black American. I should be American. That's not a plan. That's an emotional connection. But what I'm looking
No,
for
it's the plan. The plan has been working for years now. Like it's the same plan. When you go outside, it's not the plan on the internet.
What plan?
When you go out, when you go outside,
Direct me to a plan, Corey.
Huh?
You're telling me about filter. You're religious.
No,
You're nothing but a Baptist
I'm
teacher.
telling you how society works. I'm telling you how it actually works outside. Right?
Study society, right?
So you got to go outside to understand society. Like you can't read society in a book. You can't read society in a book. You probably do because you're more older than me.
Yeah, and I have a lot more experience. Not only am I older and have experience, I have
life experience rather than the books.
Corey,
so I don't give a damn about the books, but I give a damn about your experience, though. That's what I do give a damn about. I don't have a problem with that.
Corey, who's your mentor?
Yeah.
Corey, who's
I have my grandfather and a journeyman that taught me my trade.
Okay,
those are my mentors.
Okay.
And my father and my uncles and those people like that. Yeah. My uncle and my aunt, who's been married for 36 years, right? They mentor me in my marriage, right? My grandfather taught me my trade. Then once I learned basic skills, then I learned how to be an expert from the journeymen that were coming ahead of me. So those are my mentors.
Okay, great. You answered my question. So the other part. Now expand that to the rest of our people. Do the majority of our people have that experience?
They should, yes, absolutely. Every majority of our people got uncles, aunts, fathers, mothers, grandfathers, all of that. And those are the ones who teach you. Not some master teacher from the internet, right? Real life relationships, real life experiences. I'm mentored by real life relationships and real life experiences.
Corey, why isn't it working for the bulk of our people, Corey?
It does work for the bulk of our people. Actually, it works for 80% of our people.
Wait, stop.
Yes, I do. I do.
Stop. I'm asking other people. Has that experience worked for our people? Corey's talking about?
What experience you talking about? I'm listening, but I'm doing some work over here. What experience specifically? Ask the question.
Mentorship through family and elders.
That's all for me. No, okay. You talking about
you got where you at, Brass, because of the people that's in your family, like your dad, your grandfather,
my father, my brother,
uncles.
No question.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah.
No question.
And then
I wouldn't be here without them.
Outside of your family, there's black men and women that have a skill set that was able to mentor you to your skill set, right?
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying, Brass, is you had people outside of your family who had a skill set to mentor you to get to your skill set, right?
No question.
Absolutely. That's what you talk about. That works every day in real life.
But that's my case. I do recognize that that's my case.
That's how everybody does. That's how everybody does it, Brad.
Corey, you
gotta cut the bullshit out. That's how everybody does it, bro.
Why?
Go ahead, y'all. I'm on mute.
Okay, I'm hearing y'all.
The question is, okay, we have individual experiences of success. Some of us, and some of us don't, right? And so the question is why isn't it working for the bulk of our people? Corey says that everybody has this. We have a
Says
high rate
the
of
bulk of our people. It does work for the bulk of our people. Go ahead.
uh, we have a high rate of unemployment. We have a high rate uh, of terrible health care. We have a high rate of discrimination. We have a high rate of that. If I said say it again, unemployment. We have high debt prices with our people, right? We have the for the bulk of our people the inability to buy homes, even pay for tuition. You don't know how many black young people that are in colleges have to opt out because they can't get loans. Uh, we have a high rate of inability to start businesses, right, or restart businesses when they fail. Uh, we've been pushed to entertainment as out and rap as an out and now YouTube as an out, right? Uh, Anybody that says it's working for the bulk of our people is not actually being honest. The other groups of people have had a head start, right? Uh, and or they get supplemented. These bodega owners and stuff like that, particularly the Arab groups of people. These are families coming from their community for the sole purposes of a plan to benefit their own communities. They work. They work. Let me see. Three. They usually have a 9-member shift. They work three shifts of 3 people, and they work enormous amount of hours. Right. We and our situation is that when we had those businesses first, right? But we had external forces with us. We had to pay protection, and if you didn't pay protection fees, you get robbed. The protection fees became exorbitant and exploitative, right? We have lots of things in our society that we need to kind of study. Not everybody who is even bright is going to be successful in America, and we have a high divorce rate that takes away and high child support rate. We don't have a plan. You say it's working. I'm saying it's not working. I'm saying we need a plan. You're looking at yourself, and what you're doing with yourself is you're looking out, or you're looking through the eyes of yourself as if every Black American is in your same situation, and that is not true. Uh, so we don't have the Asians, the Indians. Um, they have a cultural. It comes from the culture. Being African American, our culture has been disrupted. Uh, uh, African American, and when I mean African American, I mean everybody that's that descended from the continent of Africa that was sort of segmented out by race, right? To have less can I say less uh what's the word that I'm looking for? We were never on a level playing field. Individuals can be, and we have lots of individuals that we have some entertainers
I was
who can
never on a level playing field,
what?
Reggie. I never said we were, I never, my claim was never that we were on a level playing field. I never had a level playing field. But you know what I did have? I had a grandmama and a granddaddy that told me, hey, you black ass nigga, you get your mother
Right, but not everybody has that.
harder than any motherfucker that you can see.
Not
You see what I'm
everybody
saying?
has that,
They
Corey.
told this,
No, I don't see
no,
what you're saying.
listen,
I
brother. You
told you
went on
you're
for
looking
five
at it
minutes,
through your
and
own
I heard,
eyes.
and
You're not looking
my
at it through
heart
the book
was
of our
started
people.
crying. My heart started crying while you were speaking. You went on for 10 minutes, and my heart literally started crying.
Hearts
Right,
don't cry.
and I feel you.
You have
Right, so let
feelings,
me wipe
Corey.
my heart tears because you done jerked them out. You jerked all my. You remember the candy, the
Corey,
tear
you don't.
jerkers? Yeah.
You're missing a. You're talking about an individual family and the
No,
production.
no, I'm
Do
not.
you have
No,
any
I'm
brothers
not.
and
I'm
sisters?
not. I'm not.
Corey,
Because
do you have any brothers and
everybody's
sisters?
been told the same
Corey,
exact thing
do
that
you
I'm gonna
have any
say.
brothers and sisters? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Are they as successful as you?
They more successful than me. They actually graduated from high school and went on to college. Shit, I
You
didn't.
don't need. No, no, no,
I
no,
went
no,
and got
no.
my GED. I went and got my
That's
GED
not
and went to
success.
trade school.
Going to college is not success. Or
Well,
they
they're successful in their life. They actually got career. They're out of college now. They're grown. They're 40 and they're 40 years old by now. I got my youngest little brother. He's 36 right now. He's an anesthesiologist.
Is your family plan the bulk is what the majority of
no, nobody planned for that. Like, no, my little brother was never supposed to be an anesthesiologist. Never in a million years did my dad imagine he would be. Go ahead.
That's not what I'm saying. That's absolutely what I'm saying. That's your reaction of something that you think I'm saying. Why isn't it working for the bulk of Black families? It
is working for the bulk of Black families. It does. And the one,
okay,
and listen, it would work.
It would I want to hear from the audience.
Okay, go ahead. You want to hear from the audience?
Is America as it is, with us not being on a level playing field, is it working for the bulk of Black America?
I didn't have a level playing field, Reggie, is what I'm trying to explain to you. I never had a fucking level playing field. You know, the grandfather that taught me my trade, you know, he never went.
I want to hear the rest of the audience. You made your point.
Let me say one more thing. Let me make one more point, and then I'm done. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Listen, my grandfather who taught me my trade and told me to get my Black ass up and work my ass off 10, 20 times harder than any motherfucker I can see. Guess what? He only had a third. That motherfucker couldn't even read and write. Couldn't even read and write. He had a third grade education, bro. And he wasn't even probably on a third grade reading level. You see what I'm saying? So there's no fucking equal playing field here. It's one thing we got to know is we got to listen to what our fucking grandparents said. I'm just one of the ones who listened to what the fuck they said. They told me to get my motherfucking Black ass up, and you get your motherfucking ass out there and you work your motherfucking ass off 10 times harder than any motherfucker you can see, and it ain't no goddamn excuse for you, nigga. That's what they told me, and every nigga on here been told that. Yep. So it's been fair. It's been fair in that respect. Everybody got the same fucking warning that I did. I just took heed to the shit.
Argument. That's just emotional. That's emotional.
Right.
I'm asking
what was emotional about that? The way I said it was emotional, but it was facts. Because your grandmama told you the same shit, Tuck. You better quit playing with me right now.
You can't go to saying,
you better quit playing with me right now.
Grandma's voice, Corey, and I'm doing well for myself, Corey. I'm doing well for myself, Corey. But to say that's the majority,
what Granny instilled in you.
That's crazy.
Tuck, that's because of what Granny instilled in your motherfucking ass, boy. Did you kidding me?
To say that's the majority is crazy, Corey. That's
I can't.
Parents didn't. What Black parents didn't?
Real quick,
Black parents didn't tell their boys they got to get their motherfucking ass out there and work their asses off. Which Black parents didn't? Let me hear y'all. Speak up. Speak up right now. Come off mute. Everybody who's Black, who got Black parents
at the club, Corey.
Told them they didn't have to go out and work 10 times harder.
Wasn't around, Corey.
Listen, it was somebody who told them. The uncle, the old man next door, the motherfucker, the teacher at the school told my teacher at my school.
But the packs was selling, Corey.
Listen, Tuck. The packs was selling around me too. You think I didn't sell packs and shit like that too? Tuck, is you a fool? Listen here, Tuck. Listen, I got something to tell you. Even the teachers, even the Black teachers that was at my school told my Black ass, look, these little white kids gonna get away with murder, but your little Black ass boy, you better not think for 1 second that you can get away with these little white boys is doing. You better have your shit together, boy, because the world ain't playing with you. See, that's the type of shit that needs to be said, and all y'all doing is talking about, well,
everybody can't win, though, Corey. Everybody don't win, Corey.
That's just listen. I didn't say everybody win. I said the majority of Black folk win when they do the shit that their grandmama told to do.
Corey, I hear you. We grandma boys. I feel you.
All you got to do is listen to what grandmama and them told your Black ass, and your ass would be all right. You'll be all right, Tuck.
Yeah,
You
but
gonna
you ain't
tell me I'm a
Christian. You ain't
goddamn
Christian.
lie?
You ain't
You gonna
Christian
tell me
like
that's a
Grandma
goddamn
told you.
lie?
You ain't listening to everything Grandma told you. You ain't Christian like Grandma told
Listen,
you.
I didn't. That's why I read concrete for it. And my little brother is an anesthesiologist.
This is
You see?
anecdotal though, Corey. I know it's anecdotal though. That ain't the
No, it's
question.
not anecdotal. That's all
It
around
is.
the book. It's grass. Ask Sheffrin. Sheffrin probably didn't do everything his mama said. That's why he a barber. Maybe his sister did a lot of shit his mama said. And she lived a lot more comfortable than him. See, some of us did what grandmama
Corey.
said and some of us didn't.
Corey.
Some of us did what
Explain
grandmama
Rosebud.
said. Some of us didn't do none of what grandmama said.
Explain Black Wall Street. What happened in Black Wall Street, Corey?
Well, we talking about today. We're not talking about Black Wall Street. And that's why, and Black Wall Street, I'm going to explain Black Wall Street to you. Black Wall Street is the reason why my grandmama told me that you got to work 10 times harder than every motherfucker that you can see.
What happened?
That's what Black Wall Street got me.
That's what they were doing, though, Corey. I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now, Corey. I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now. So
we're going to keep bringing that up.
Hey, one mic. Where the moderators at? One mic, bro. One mic. Moderate yourselves if we ain't got no moderators.
I'm not going to heartstring me to death on this argument. You're not going to heartstring me out of this argument.
Hold on, Tuck. We all getting good. Let's just do one at a time, please.
It's Corey's belligerent right now. He ain't trying to hear us. He don't want to hear nothing we got to say. Black people is doing
you
well.
You niggas is up here acting like you didn't have a fair shake, like Granny didn't tell you motherfucking niggas. And then you niggas are saying, well, everybody didn't listen. Well, then now that mean you didn't have a fair shake? Because you didn't listen to what the fuck you were supposed to listen to?
Wasn't even, Corey. You said that out your mouth.
What?
All of them work harder. That shit is you already said the playing field wasn't even. So now we saying we ain't get a fair shake. So uneven is a fair shake to you.
No, I didn't
nigga
either.
Work hard.
I didn't
run
either.
Faster. Run, nigga, run. Nah, Corey.
Absolutely. You better. You better run.
So
faster.
You up here saying it ain't a fair shake too. So don't just say we. That's what we saying.
It's not a fair shake.
We just talking about stop.
Nobody had a goddamn fair. Nobody had a fair shake. You gotta stop it.
Nobody.
Right.
Now that's when you go off the
rails. Ain't nobody had no goddamn fair shake. That fair shake go off the rails. Imaginary.
Hey, let's move this back around to Reggie too. Let's let him get in.
You think the white boys I work with had a fair shake? No, hold on, because we need to talk about this. You know what white boys been talking about?
Hold on, Tuck. Let him finish his sentence. Let him finish. Hey, Tuck, let him finish his sentence.
No,
go ahead, bro.
I'm asking Tuck, do you think the white boys that I work with had a fucking fair shake? Is that what you think?
These think white they boys fairer than you. That's what the question is. That's what Reggie asked. Better than me don't mean it was a fair shake. Fairer than you, it means it's better than yours. He was talking about black families. He was talking about black families, though, Corey. And we still talking about you. We ain't talking about you. No. We don't need to talk about me. We're talking about the black community as a whole. Every grandmama, I was raised by everybody's grandmama. I was raised by everybody's grandmama. Everybody's grandmama told them the same motherfucking shit my grandmama told me. That's not true, Corey. And you niggas gonna sit on this motherfucking panel and lie on your grandmama?
No, I think no. Hey, Corey,
I'm ashamed of you niggas. I'm ashamed of you niggas.
Corey, hold on, Corey. You're an asshole. But listen, what I'm saying, you gotta, in order to win the argument, motherfucker gotta shame his own grandmother. So let's listen, Corey. What I'm saying is, I think that's actually Reggie and them point. That everybody, you can't take your individual, and tell me if I'm wrong, brother Reggie, you can't take your individual experience and try to make it everybody else's, to be honest, and I hate to say this about somebody's grandmother, some people's grandmothers wasn't shit. That's just a fact. And I agree with you on that. Everybody's situation is the same. But go ahead, brother Reggie, is that what you trying to intimate or no?
Yes. So my problem is, my issue is,
so to win the argument, we throwing
Come on, Corey. Let him finish.
We throwing grandmamas under the bus.
Corey, let him finish.
Corey
You know
boy.
what? I'm just gonna hang up and I'll be back later when y'all figure out a different conversation, bro.
This is crazy, bro. Well, go ahead, brother.
I mean, listen, I did talk. I'm not gonna say that I did not talk, but the way I talk is I look in a systems approach, right? I look for a plan, and I look for head starts, right? So when we live in a society where all the judges, right, the majority of the police, right, the majority of the elected officials, the Congress, the Senate, right, the advisors, the lawyers, right, the people that do economics, real estate, and uh, that in this country they had a head start. They have free labor, right? And now we're listening to Corey, who kind of that stuff doesn't matter. What matters is he's doing the abo stuff, Big Mama, right? Big Mama told you, he told you to do these things, but she didn't know how to do it herself because she was in the same situation, right? Big Mama, Grandmama had aspirations. Granddaddy had aspirations, right? And that is valuable in a cultural sense, aspirations. But they didn't tell you how to do it because many of these trades that we take are not necessarily passed down from generation to generation, but sometimes people some jobs are, but then some jobs, some people could be porters, right? Things like that. And like when we had the black porters, and they could have a tradition of porters from grandfather to father, but then industries change. So now all industries that we find that our grandparents were in, a lot of those industries have changed. So then where do you have it at? So when you have a systems approach and you look for solutions, the first thing you don't do is apply yourself and how you live to every black person in the United States. You don't do that. What you do is you look at the current conditions, the current adversities, the current problems, and then you see that, okay, we need elected officials. We need black elected officials, right? We need better city administrations with people who care about our particular cities and not their personal problems, right? We need organizations of people who are successful, like Corey, right? Who have now the time in which they can put back into community and do things to strengthen our community, to volunteer, to mentor, right? To be that grandmother, right? And then we look at when we are successful, places like we talk about a lot about Black Wall Street. Overnight, 10,000 buildings that Black people lived and worked in were burned to the ground. 10,000, right? So you have generations of people who had worked hard, who listened to their mamas and their grandmamas, their big mamas, and all of that stuff. Right now, those things are not there, right? So then we have Black Wall Streets. We have many Black Wall Streets, right? We have what they call acres of diamonds. We have all of that, but things change because we have a structure who's saying, you know what, we're gonna put a highway through this community, right? This community is being a problem. We're gonna have a 20-year plan and we're gonna put a big ass highway, right? Oh, these farms are being successful, right? Or they need loans, right? Because the crops are not good. So we have a structure that's against us and usually benefits another group of people. Or he doesn't see it like that. He sees it under his own black nuclear family. And I am uh how can I say, for people that think like that, I you listen, I congratulate their nuclear family. But then we have organizations like Sigma Pi Phi fraternities and sororities, and we had a whole movement of Freemasons, right? They didn't see it like Corey. They weren't going to leave it by chance, right? They were going to work in their communities because they saw a bigger gain by duplicating structures, right? So when I don't have a problem, you see, I didn't get belligerent, I didn't get upset. I just asked for my time to say that other communities they benefited by unity. They accepted their individual success, but they created for them to be more successful. They created structures that other people can be successful, and then they can be successful because of the other success, right? Our problem is when we have done that in the past, right? We get adversarial situations from our own government. Our own government comes in and changes our voting power and our elected official power and things like that for their own political gains. So, I mean, I'm a stop and land my plane. Corey is no better than an Afrocentrist or blackologist or any of the things that he claims because he's using his personal understanding, right, to kind of like extrapolate on all of our people, right? So he's just successful. He's no different than somebody who's doing a $4,500 tour and got 100 people on the tour, right? uh, and then feeding his own family. I'm saying that's those are the things that we and listen, Corey, my dude, I don't disagree with him on all things. I don't agree with him on all things, but I'm just trying to say is I do have a college education. I've studied these things in college, uh, and I've worked my ass off in the community to show that and studied history to understand that we're lacking a plan. The grifters Many of the grifters are in our plans, their own benefits, right? And so we need to be able to analyze it. And hopefully we have this generation of young people who are the most educated of all of our generations. Hopefully we can inspire them to group together and to help solve the problem for the masses of our people because they're the best and the brightest. They're the aspirations. They did it. And they went to historical black colleges, and then they went to Stanford and Yale, and they went to Columbia and NYU, and they went to Cornell, and yet they're the bulk as individuals, they're just regular people with mediocre success. We haven't found a way to bridge that. Well, we have found a way. I mean, you do have Sigma Pi Phi, and you have these type of organizations that have systemized success. They have systemized success, but they also have felt that listen, we can only extend it to a certain group of people because of the grifters and the other, and they don't want to argue with those people. They just want to do like what Booker T. Washington did, just continue, and Du Bois, just continue on with the group of people that can survive. While our Corey just refuses to understand that our population is being devastated, right? We don't think about ourselves. We think about other people. Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. We're thinking about Charlie Kirk. We forgot about everything else, so we're driven by the news of the United States that doesn't benefit us, while other groups of people they have a plan, and so while these things happen, it doesn't affect their plans. I'll stop.
Anybody else want to participate in that?
Yeah. So I've been listening to y'all, and I somewhere in this it reminds me, and I feel like I'm wrong, but I want to hash it out with you so I can figure it out. Where I might- 'cause I feel like somewhere that the approach might just be a bit ideological in a way, or not necessarily like more idealistic, right? Because it basically, I don't think that you'll ever weed out uh, disparities in complex communities. Like I feel like there'll always be a minority group, and the minority group will always be exploited to some degree or another because they're the minority group. Right. So, and of course, I understand how problematic that is for the minority group to have escalation, but to some degree, like just by the nature of our relationship, I think that that'll kind of always be in there. Right? I don't think that we'll ever like just completely like bridge the gap to where we now have like this completely equal playing field. But of course, we can make strides to make it better, right? And in that same breath, when you mention that the new generation is the most educated it's ever been, I got to take the small victories where I can. You get what I'm saying? Like I would have to view that as some sort of a progress, right? Or how do you kind of view that? Because you're basically saying there is no progress to some. I'm gonna say that's what you're saying, but it could be interpreted that way.
I'm appalled by what Reggie said too. Like, as if I don't. I'm thinking about myself. Like, as if I don't advocate uh, for better conditions for Black people every day, every single day. What I'm saying is Africa ain't gonna do it for us, right? Care what you said, Reggie?
Yeah, I thought you left.
Day, the
You
unemployment
broke
rate,
up, Corey. Hey, Corey, you broke up. We
wage
didn't hear what
theft.
you said. We didn't
Corey,
hear
I
what you
thought you
said.
left.
You broke up, Corey. You broke up.
Yeah, I thought you left, Corey.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
you broke up. Yeah, I can hear you now.
I'm back now. I'm
Oh,
back.
come back in. There you
What I said was I'm appalled at the shit you talked about. Like I only care about myself. Every day, ask Brass, ask Logic. Every
Yeah,
fucking day, I
those are
talk
there.
about wage theft,
Yeah,
health care, right?
these
The
are facts.
unemployment rate, organizing in the workplace, which would all help Black folk, which would all overwhelmingly help Black folk out. You see what I'm saying? Africa, what I'm saying to you, Reggie, and all the rest of these motherfuckers who in a romantic relationship with Africa, I'm telling you niggas, Africa ain't gonna do it for you. Africa ain't gonna get you no health care in America. Africa ain't gonna keep Black women from suffering the mortality rate that they do in America, right? Africa ain't gonna keep you from being unemployed here in America. Africa ain't gonna organize your goddamn workplace. Like I talked to you niggas about.
Amen.
Now being nobody's talking about being selfish here. What I'm talking about is being concerned with those problems. Fuck Africa's problems. I'm talking about being concerned with those things. How Black women go into the hospital and don't get the same kind of care as their white cohorts, right? How Black men is being killed by people outside of their community. Everybody else get killed by somebody in their community. And Black folk is getting killed by people outside of their community. See, that's the shit I be talking about. I don't give a good goddamn about Africa. Ain't nothing Logic can take from Africa to help him over here. If y'all want, I keep telling you niggas keep asking Logic the question. He ain't gonna tell you like I tell you. Ain't a motherfucking thing he can take. I keep asking him. And he gonna keep telling you in a nice roundabout way what I'm saying. Like, we gotta stop with the boy. Well, somebody's grandmama ain't shit. What? Logic, did you hear these niggas? Did you hear these niggas?
I thought it was old mute
They
Corey,
willing to
but yeah, I
say
heard him.
somebody's grandmama. These niggas is willing to say somebody's grandmama ain't shit, so they can prove to me that Africa got some value in it for me. And you like,
Okay, can I
man, I'm tired of this shit. And they gonna say, well, you
why you so
emotional.
emotional,
What did I
Corey?
say that was emotional?
Corey, why
Everything
you
I
so
said was
emotional?
motherfucking facts.
Why you so
Everything I
emotional?
said was facts.
You might think it's facts, but you're hurting your facts with your bad language.
Listen, this is type of language that gets the message conveyed. When I talk, listen, because I'm not talking to you, Reggie. I'm not talking to you, Reggie. Because let me tell you something. When I talk, Reggie, I left off the panel. I left off the panel for 10 minutes. You had a whole 10 uninterrupted minutes. Can I have 3? Can I have 3? Can I have 3, Reggie?
You had more than 3.
And so what I'm saying, Reggie, is I'm not talking to you. That's why my message don't get conveyed to you when I use all my fucked up language. Because guess what? Guess what, Reggie? Guess what? Listen, Reggie. Listen. What pseudos do is interrupt a real nigga when he's talking. That's what I noticed pseudos doing. When a nigga putting out real good information, what pseudos do is interrupt that motherfucker. That's what I've noticed pseudos do. But let's listen to what I'm saying. That don't hurt my feelings. You're not gonna get me to go off the chain about that. I don't sound like Chief X. Good. Hopefully Chief X do talk this. If Chief X talking the shit I'm talking, he sound like a good motherfucker to me. He sound like the kind of motherfucker that I want to be around. If he talking the shit I'm talking. So that shit don't hurt me in no kind of way, Reggie. Now, let me continue back to what I was saying. Let me continue back on to my information, because you're willing to listen to the bullshit that I say about Chief X, but the real information you keep cutting me off on, right? So like I was saying, I wasn't talking to you, right? Because you are to a point where I can't talk to you. But let me tell you what happens. When I talk this shit that I'm talking to, when I talk this kind of language that I'm using right now to them 25, 30, 21, 22-year-old niggas, they understand what the fuck that nigga saying. That old motherfucker right there, OG got some game. OG know what the fuck he talking about. You don't even know OG. How do that young 22-year-old know OG know what the fuck he talking about? Because when he look at his motherfucking bank account, he see that when he listen to that OG motherfucker, now he can raise a goddamn family. You see what I'm saying? So don't worry about how I sound to you, Reggie, because I don't give a fuck. I don't give a good fuck how I sound to you. What matters to me is how I sound to them young niggas. And there might be a young nigga on here listening to me right now that say, you know what? That nigga has got some passion about the shit that actually count in life.
Yo, may I say something?
Can we let Reggie respond first?
Can I get to know this?
Yeah, of course. Can we let Reggie respond first, though?
I think we let somebody else respond because Corey's mad at me. We need a cooling off period.
I think it's bring a balance between the two perspectives. Is I think Corey's trying to talk about personal complicity in the situation that's happening. So he's using it to show your complicity in striving or not striving despite what's against Uno. As Reggie's just focusing on the forces that and Reggie doesn't account for your community or your lack of initiative. And I think Corey's trying to say, well, there's a complicity involved in that too, because despite all of that, you were told try endeavor. And if you don't, if you give in and you give in to despair and the language from the weight being so much, then nobody's going to plan, Reggie, because the plan seems defeated. Why plan when they're going to change and going to build and mash up the whole of my plan? And I think Corey's offering the opposite to that, where Corey's trying to know there's complicity, because you can be complicit in your own demise by just giving in and accepting the situation as it is, rather than mustering to fight and doing the situation while working to change the situation at set speed. You just can't wait for somebody to change the situation.
80% of niggas do what you saying. 80% of niggas do what you talking about. After the thing. 80% of niggas do it in spite. They know all this shit because they grandmama told them, like my grandmama told me, Athema, like your grandmama told you, like your uncle told you, like your daddy told you, like the teacher told you, right? Like the football coach told you. Everybody done told you niggas. And you niggas want to sit up here and tell me, well, some people's grandmamas wasn't shit. Man, get the fuck out of here. I don't believe a word you niggas say. I don't believe a word you niggas say. Talking about, well, my grandmama wasn't shit. Well, you had a coach in your life, and he told you the same shit my granddaddy told me. You had an uncle, you had a next door neighbor. Somebody told you to podcast something that was good. And whether you took heed to it or not, that's the complicit that Athema is talking about. Is you complicit in spite, or is you complicit in your demise? Huh?
I don't understand. I think you misusing the word complicity.
No. I can use the word the way I put it. I put it in the nigga way. I put the word in the nigga way.
I speak English.
Right? I don't give a fuck. You gotta speak nigga when you're talking to me. I speak nigga. That's why we arguing. That's why we arguing, Reggie, because you don't speak nigga.
No, I don't.
There's a language barrier. It's a language barrier. You don't speak nigga, and that's the only language I know.
Right. So we're trying to educate people, and the people are not niggas.
Listen. I've educated countless. I can't count the niggas that I've educated. I get niggas texting me. I don't know who the fuck they is no more.
What you're talking about is your personal success. And
no, because this is what happens in everybody on here. Every single person on here can attest to it. Whether they do it or not is a different thing.
Waiting for them to talk.
No, they don't want to talk because they feel sorry. They feel sorry every time. This is what happens. This is what happens when the real nigga is talking to some flim flam bim bam niggas, right?
Yeah, honestly, Reggie, the reason why I'm not talking, the reason why I'm not talking is because once I take all the clothes off for everything else that you're saying, I still have to do something, right? Like I can't just sit back and let shit happen. So like the something that I would have to be doing would have to be just working my ass off.
Can I add to the conversation?
Just working your ass off though, Logic. You got to work your motherfucking ass off 10 times harder. You better always put that in there. You better put that in there for the rest of your life.
Yeah, once you get taking all the window dressing off of it, that's gotta be a part of it.
Yeah. Logic, let me say something. I agree wholeheartedly with Corey. Because I've always said, in spite of, we are aware of the hazards that we face in our environment. But I will make excuse for those persons who live out in the boondock, who don't have access to. But the majority of black people live in cities. And they have access to all different kind of things. It might not be comparable to the white person who daddy drive them to work. But we know that going in. We know all the obstacles going in. We know all the obstacles. And we see other people pass them and the routes them take. So if you want to have 100 Jordans and still complaining about school book, that's on you. I understand what Corey's saying. And Sheffrin made this point a lot of time too. That's why I always talk about in spite of. Because Sheffrin don't give anybody any excuse either. Right? So we need to come off of that excuse thing that we run with continuously.
What excuse? Wait, 2 Piece. What excuse did I get?
You see, white man
got more education than most people. What excuse did I get?
Some people's grandmamas wasn't shit. That was the excuse.
and most people, right? So what excuse did I get? I ain't give no
I
excuse.
just told you, Reggie. I just told you. You told me some people's grandmamas wasn't shit. That was
I
the
didn't say
excuse
that.
you gave me.
I didn't say that.
What? Who said that? Somebody said it, but you co-signed it. Maybe you
Brass said
didn't
that.
say it. You
Brass said
co-signed it
that.
though. You ain't gonna
Because you
never
was
get me to say you didn't
overgeneralizing.
co-sign it.
Because you was overgeneralizing. And I just said those are aspirations. What your
Yeah,
grandmother
yeah.
gave you
I
aspirations.
use
That's not a
grandmama
plan.
as one example, but there's many other examples. Like I said, the football coach, your uncle, your aunt. Stupies, you didn't even grow up in the same country as I did. What did your grandmama or uncle or aunt
Everybody,
or
Grandma,
every black person
I
around
want
the
to know
world,
which one of them
every
things
black
they
person
my
around the
grandma
world
told
get the same talk.
Mike,
Every black person around the world, every black person in the Caribbean get that talk. You have
Mike.
to work harder than the Chinaman who have the
So
shop
we're
down
the
the road.
only
You have to
group
work
of
harder than the
the
Syrian.
only group
You have
of
to work harder
people.
than the white man. Every black man in the Caribbean get that talk. That talk is not unique to the Americans.
You're relegating this to grandma.
And the mountain.
You're relegating this to grandma, and I'm talking about a systems approach. I'm talking about how other groups of people have been
Fuck other groups of people.
That's how
Fuck
they
other
do it.
groups of
They
people.
learned it
What
from
do
their
you keep talking about
grandmama.
other groups of people, man?
One mic,
The Chinese
one
people
mic.
you're talking about, them Indian the people that bring over poor people and exploit.
I don't understand what you said. Say that again.
Say that again.
I'm listening.
I said, why you always talking about the poor people that they bring over here in them cultures and not stop for working? We don't have them type of people. Why you act like it's some type of benign system and plan they got going on? Them Chinese people exploit the fuck out of their own people, and so do them Indian people.
All right, we get
For
it.
the
But
head,
let him finish his point.
Oh,
Finish your point, bro. Sometimes you just got to mute people when they just y'all can't just yell out and scream, bro. One mic. Go ahead, Reggie. Finish your point.
Oh, okay. So I take a systems approach. I had asked Corey, those hardworking people with aspirations, with their grandmothers and their great grandmothers, and coming out of Jim Crow South, they built up Black Wall Street. They had all the ingredients. They were successful, but something happened. There were forces, external forces. So so aspirations and sometimes even mentorships uh, don't save us without a plan and without unity. Individual nuclear family, that's not really how America works. America is run by rich families and corporations who who hire the best people to measure how they're going to remain in control and profitable, even if it is your demise. Even if you build a great company, they find a way to sue you, right? Those are adversities. Those adversities are not just to Black people, but the problem is that we haven't understood the value of unity, right? We haven't understood
Black
those.
people in America? Like, listen, sometimes you got to
No,
interrupt shit. You talking about black people in America don't understand unity.
no,
And you're going to look at our history and tell us that? Man, stop
no,
this bullshit. I don't know
no.
what goes on the internet today. I don't know what goes on in New
I'm
York.
not
I
from
don't
the
know what
internet.
goes on in New York.
Hey,
But I know as far
listen,
as
I
American
am being
history,
very polite with
as
you.
far as
Come on,
American
one mic,
very
one mic,
polite.
one mic,
I
one
am
mic.
being
as
very
far
polite.
as
You cut me
American
off.
history
You are
goes,
cutting
that's
me
a
off
goddamn lie.
every
Okay,
time that I
okay, we
Goddamn
heard
lie.
you. Hey, Corey,
first word.
we heard you. Reggie, finish. We heard you, Corey.
Right?
We got your point. Finish, Corey. Finish, brother Reggie, and let the other people
I have asked for
get
the other
involved.
people to come in, but Corey comes in and for some reason he's really triggered and upset with me. Corey, no,
Because I
I
hear
have
a
read more
lot of
books.
because it
I have
started
said
out with
I
the
have much more
romanticism.
education.
I got the spray
Right?
paint
I have much more community engagement, right, over my
than me.
60 years of life.
Good.
Right? I talked to far more. I talked to Cornel West. I've talked to Henry Louis Gates, if you like those type of people, as well as the people that you know I've talked to, right? Those people,
Absolutely.
right? I talk to Egyptologists. I talk to intellectuals. I talk to them. And I talk to elected officials. I talk to
Mhm.
all groups of people. Corey, I do understand some aspects of what you're saying, but in this country that we live in, there is a design of hierarchy. And I asked you to explain what happened to Black Wall Street because they did everything that you said. And what
Okay.
happened?
And it was a tragedy. A tragedy happened. But the thing is, you get your ass up off the ground and you get back up on that motherfucking horse and you ride that bitch harder than you ever rode that motherfucker before. Because now you got catching up to do.
Well, Corey, all right. I don't think that the people from Rosewood and Black Wall Street and all the other groups of people, I think that that's in fact what we did because we survived. We fought in
Okay.
wars.
That's what
We
I'm talking
fought in
about, that
wars that
80%
weren't.
of black
We
folk.
fought in our wars. We do what we have to do.
That's
But
why I'm talking about
that's not
80% of black folk do it in spite of all that bullshit you talking about.
why
We
I'm
get
not.
our asses up. Listen, I just let you
I
tell
am
me the
not
sob
talking
story.
bullshit, Corey.
I just
I don't
let you tell me the
understand. I
sob
don't want to
story.
insult
I
you.
just heard the sob story. Let me tell you
I
the real
don't
story.
want to insult you, sir.
Don't
But
then.
I am not
Don't.
talking
Then
bullshit.
don't.
So don't listen. I have not said in this whole show, even
Leave
though
your feelings in the glove box, like I tell my apprentice. So if you don't be offended, you won't feel offended.
Hey,
Right?
everybody,
like
let's
the
figure out a
language.
way.
The
Let's figure out a way for
the
one
language
mic.
is not conducive to a conversation with me. You're cutting me off. You're trying to trigger me and call me names.
I never
just
called you
asked
any names.
I
I
say
never
about
called you
Black
any
Wall
names.
Street, and you say you called me through and everybody else a nigga about 1,000 times on
I
this
never
show.
called you a nigga. I never called you a nigga. I said I speak nigga. I said
You
I
never
speak
said you
nigga,
nigga?
and you
Wait,
don't.
nigga's a
That's why
language?
we having a. That's why we having it's a language barrier because I speak nigga and you don't speak nigga.
I don't know what that means.
That's because there's a language barrier. We already established the problem already. You don't understand me because I speak nigga and you don't. That's
That
what
might
we
be
established the
one
problem.
of the craziest things I've ever heard on any of these shows. That the nigga is a language. I know exactly what you mean. No, listen to me, Corey. I know exactly what you mean and what you're trying to say. It's just how you put it. I've never heard it put in the way of I speak nigga. But go ahead.
Right. I want to participate
You will
in
never
this, but
get a
my
25-year-old to say he don't understand what the fuck I'm saying. 25-year-olds don't stand there and look at me like, well, I'm offended by what you saying, Corey. 25-year-olds
upper middle class of
motherfucking
black
ears up
folks.
when I'm talking.
He
You
got
hear me,
some
Brad?
nerve to be calling himself. He speaks nigga because he's in the upper middle class of black folks. Right?
I don't listen. I don't know where I'm at. I know I'm a hard-working nigga because my grandmama told me I had to be.
Well, Corey, I'm talking about not individuals. I'm talking about a group. There's no sob story.
Reggie, hold on, Reggie, because I just muted Corey for half a second. Give me a second, Corey. Y'all having a good conversation, but it's incoherent because I can't hear Reggie's point over Corey, and I can't hear Corey's point over Reggie. Y'all just take time and talk to each other, and then allow people like Anathema and or Stu Peas to get, or Logic or Sister Sopper to get in the conversation. So y'all having a back and forth, that's cool, but have a back and forth. Just don't talk over each other because I can't even hear either one of y'all point. I'm gonna let Corey go first, Reggie. Right? Let him say what he got to say, and then you come in and y'all try to have a discourse, not necessarily talk over each other. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah. So Reggie don't realize like we're not that far off from each other. It's just that I speak the language of that kids can hear, right? Reggie, I'm sorry. I apologize, and this ain't no insult. When you start talking, I can guarantee you a 25-year-old don't hear what the fuck you saying, bro. I'm just saying. So when I start talking, though, them motherfucking ears, they all ears. Them motherfuckers literally turn into a whole ear in front of my face because I'm not putting no motherfucking sugar on it. I'm not trying to be more intellectual than them.
I comes right down to where the fuck they at, and I tell them just how the fuck it is. No, little nigga, you can't act like that motherfucker over there. You need to have your shit together 10 times more than that motherfucker. If you think I'm playing, look over here at this motherfucker who thought I was playing. See what I'm saying? That's how you talk to the youth today. I'm not trying to get you niggas. I don't want any of you niggas to understand anything I'm saying. Because you niggas don't matter to me. What matters is the motherfuckers that's coming behind me. See, that's what mattered to me. And all the intellectual and tuck your shirt in and tie and use the and go to Chat GPT and find the right term. That shit ain't getting heard by the youth today. And furthermore, the conversation, I need to bring the spray paint to the conversation because we way off of from where what the original question was, right? The original question was, what could logic use from Africa today? See, now we all off mad because I told motherfuckers what their grandmama been told them.
Absolutely nothing.
Now we saying people's grandmamas wasn't shit now. See, we don't went from whether Africa is beneficial to African Americans today or not to people's grandmamas ain't shit. See, we rather throw African American grandmama under the bus than tell the truth about Africa. We gotta stop this shit, y'all. I'm done. Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Oh, you're talking about individual endeavors, and I'm talking about group endeavors, looking at sweeps of history, right? Once we got free during the time, and what Booker T. Washington did, and his model, right? And then also having to, and in that is planning for groups of people, not individual. Individual wealth in America is just what it is, individual, but it offers no protections. All you have to do is just take a trip and find yourself in a sundown town, and with all your great individual endeavor, might not make it out, right? That's the state of America, right? There are places where we can't go, and that still exists. So but with that, right? We have to have a plan for our whole people, for our best interest, right? Now, on even though Brass did change the conversation a little bit, he did, but Chinese and other groups of people, Europeans, all types of groups of people, they're finding themselves in Africa. Even the South Africans that we know, those Boers, they made themselves Africans. They decided they could be much more lucrative in Africa, right? And they have been, right? They controlled gold and they control the diamonds, right? They did it in an adversarial way. Uh, the resources in Africa are enormous, uh, and uh, and we in America we get whatever we get remanufactured at a higher price, right? So we need to find we have an advantage because we are African to work with that continent which we were pushed out of because of the slave trade. So some uh, we have some connections that we need to forge while other people are getting ahead of us. All right. There are people that are going to Africa and landing on a shitload of gold, right? We're gonna buy gold and put it on our neck, right? Uh, we other groups of people went to Africa, right, for bodies, for humans, right, and they got a head start. It's anti-African talk. Uh, I think we all have to put it in perspective. If you think that you America's an import country, not an export country. The only thing it does export is warfare, is technology, military stuff, right? But for the most part, it's an import country. It relies on the super exploitation of people around the world. It does. Um, but we do have a advantage of reconnecting to Africa. We do. We should always think about using it so it's not so adversarial when we decide that we need those resources. But looking at Black America at large, uh, we have a shrinking population, and we have an external population that in 20 years will outnumber us in threefold, and there are already 65 million Latino groups of people, and they work uh, in unity. They hire their own for the most part, and they're entrepreneurs. Um, we in this society, we are not needed anymore in this society for the most part. That's a fact. Well, if you're looking at your own personal life, that's fine. But if you look 20, 30 years down the road, which we should factor into all these things and try to have a group plan. We should. The dollars, America is in 32 $1 trillion in debt. They're only printing money to keep a certain group of people's lifestyle, but the valuation of the American dollar is at an all-time low. That's a fact. You may not see it, but you do see it with the cost of groceries and gas and things like that.
The American empire is
But what
falling.
that has to do with the question? What that has to do with the question?
Corey,
Because
let's
can I say something, Corey? Corey.
Yeah, no. Go ahead, Stu.
No, you can't
Let me
cut
say-
me off.
Let me say something. No, you
I
can't
thought you
continue.
were
You're
done. I thought you were done.
done, man. You're
Stu,
done.
he's not done. Stu, he's not done. Let him finish, and then you
Okay,
can
let
say what you want.
finish.
You're not done. Let him
Finish.
finish, and then come into the conversation. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So now all of a sudden, Stu Peace wants to say that I'm not answering the question, and that is far from the truth. The truth of the matter is, I keep continuously saying in every other sentence that we need a plan for all of our people, not for individual, because that we individuals find adversity that individuals suffer, right? We need a plan that is going to push us through the adversity, and that is only unity. So you know my work about the Black City Plan, right? You know my work about my politics and economics and culture. I don't think about individuals. I think about the group, right? And I plan accordingly. Our connection to my connection to Africa is a connection of seeing the continent as a resource for our people that 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 we should take advantage of. But to be so anti-African, uh, anti-African is really a nothing burger. People sound like FBAs, right? You're looking to as a victim or to push people out instead of trying to make it work for you and solve some of the problems. And I just think that what we're doing is we're short-sighted because we're in survival mode, right? We're not in production mode, right? And so to be production mode is when you do things like build connected businesses, global businesses, right? It could benefit. We have to be honest. I mean, listen, not everybody is going to be successful in construction like Corey, right? So we have to. So my whole concept is to work toward solutions and a plan. It's going to benefit all of our people. Aspirations is just what it is. You're inspired. You're inspired. Inspiration doesn't always cut it. There are lots of groups of people who want to do things, but they can't get loans, they can't get jobs, they can't feed their families, their cars being repossessed. They have all these. We need uh, and so what we can do is study other groups of people who made a way and been successful and use those practical things. And it's just not about individual, how can I say, it's not about the individual, it's about a group plan. We need to understand politics. We need to understand the power of our elected officials and what they can do for our group of people. And we need to work toward more power. No, I'm not.
All right, you can done now. You're repeating the same thing.
Hold on, Stu. Land your plane so I can get Stu in there. Land your plane. Because I know you're itching to go. Just land your plane so we can move.
Yeah, but I don't, come on. I mean, come on. Hey, Brass, am I triggered?
No,
I mean,
but you can't. But I've learned. No, I know, but I've learned we can't control other people's trigger. Just be you, be calm, and just try to hear the words in the middle of the volume. That's all I do. I've learned the same thing, bro. Just if you upset I can't control what upsets another person. So I just got to pick the words out of the volume.
I think you moderated it because otherwise he's going to cut in. So look.
2 seconds, Stu, let him finish. Yeah. Go ahead, brother.
So what shows like this do is to try to eke out solutions. It's going to benefit the majority of our people and use models that we have in history to show that things work, and that's what we should be directed into. So I'm not here to argue. I've given up as much time as anybody else, but I do have other things to do. So I'm going to listen for a while. But if these people don't come on with plans for our people, they scamming and wasting your goddamn time.
Right? Okay.
All right. Let me answer the question now. The original question is what Africa has to offer the Americans. And the answer is absolutely nothing. If we look at every country in Africa, coming down from sub-Sahara or going up from sub-Sahara, the ones above the sub-Saharan have been Arabized for thousands of years, and the ones that come down has been colonialized for 500 years. There's no African country in Africa. The African countries are European countries now. Over 20 generations, 500 years, 5 generations per 100 years, 5, 4, 20, or 25, between 20 and 25 generations. The African nation has been colonized and indoctrinated by Western powers. The political system, the governments, all of that is westernized. Most Africans don't even know what them is. The music that they listen now, the most popular music in Africa is a bastardization of reggaeton, of reggae, which reggae has its roots in rhythm and blues. So even the music that they're listening to now and sending out worldwide has its roots in American rhythm and blues, because reggae has its roots in American rhythm and blues. They're learning just as much as us. As a matter of fact, they're not good at it, because most of them just started getting off in the last 20 years. When most of the civil war stopped. So what we're learning from them? Certain little cultural thing in medicine, when people talk about African medicine, they don't even research what was the life expectancy of the average Africans before the introduction of antibiotics. It was about 55 years. Go back and check it out. They weren't living any longer than people in the West, because most of the tribal medicine is garbage. Right? They didn't know about HACCP, hazard analysis, critical control point for food safety. What is food safety like? What is food safety like in the average market in Africa? 90%, most of us in this room, not going to buy from a street seller in Africa. There's no hand washing tradition.
Facts are still fees. Facts. Very real.
Right. So when somebody come up here with this romanticized belief, Africa, most countries in Africa, we can call them Afro-European countries, because they've been colonized so long that most of the leading classes in those countries think like the Europeans. They wear the European wigs in court. The parliament is tradition of the European parliament. So I'm not romanticizing them. The infrastructure, the roadways are European, they follow European tradition. So when somebody come up here and say, oh, the African is the ideal black man. No, the black man in the West is the ideal black man. Is the black man in the West is now superimposing himself on the African, teaching the African how to be a black man. Because the African lost his identity when he was colonized by the European.
Well, that's the truth. Boy,
Hey,
when you
say that
niggas
one
hear
more
the
time.
truth, you niggas start speaking up. I want to
Say
hear
that
some
one more
testimony
time.
here.
Say that last sentence. Say that last sentence one more time, Stu.
Go ahead.
Say that last sentence one more time, Stu. They teaching what? Who's teaching what?
The black man in the West is teaching the Africans how to be a black man.
Church.
The Africans in the West are teaching.
If you go on YouTube now and type in "is Jamaica in Africa?" because they love Jamaicans. Most Africans didn't know that Jamaica is not in Africa because the impact we had on the music. A lot of Africans didn't know it, and even when they know it, they don't reconcile with it because it's the black man in the West is teaching the Africans how to be a black man.
Boy, you niggas, boy, I swear
give me
God.
one. Hey, give me 1 second, bro. Give me 1
they
second.
uncomfortable. See, what I've learned, what I've learned in this community is niggas get uncomfortable when they hear shit like that. They get uncomfortable.
Well, listen, I'm confused because Corey, not for nothing. I ain't trying to cut Stu. Stu, you could continue. I think that'd be a good title for a show. Somebody remind me. Somebody could text me that in the back chat. But this kind of goes contradictory because for the last that's very positive about us because for the last few days we've been listening about white people sprinkling freedom. So it throws me off when we finally get a little credit around here. But that's cool.
Right.
That's
well, I
cool.
give credit all the time, right?
I know.
I know. I just y'all didn't give a good argument.
We've been on freedom sprinkling for the past week.
What I always say is black folk, African Americans, taught the world how to sit their motherfucking ass down and behave. We taught the whole world that through the Civil Rights Act and and we continue to keep on teaching the world how to act civilized. The black man do that. See, niggas get uncomfortable when we say where we really at, what status we really at in society. You know what I mean?
No, Corey, let me tell you the truth, Corey. If you go to the African countries now, they're all European in their nature. Why you think all of those Nigerians love the Rolls Royce and the Lamborghini and the Louis Vuitton? Because they're accepting of the European ideals of what it is acceptance. Most Africans don't know what it means.
Most of us, they like it because we like it, stupids.
Yeah, they are learning to be black from us. The black American, the black Jamaican, the black Caribbean, the black Brazilian, and they will tell you too that them don't even know what Africans mean. The African in Africa don't know what the term African mean.
They think it mean what I think it mean. They probably think the shit mean birthday cake to them. It probably ain't no different than birthday cake to them.
So when somebody come up here and tell you all of these romanticized bullshit, they have never spoken to a real Africans. Why do you think when they come to New York, they're so isolated? Because they don't know what it means to be black. They know what it means to be Nigerian. They know what it means to be Ghanaian, but they don't know what it is to be black.
A black man.
And that's the conversation many persons don't want to hear.
Right. So for us,
being a black man, they don't
right.
know
So for us, to insert in our psyche that we got to be more African, and we don't even properly define African. That is problematic for me.
The problematic thing is that we know Africans. The black man in the West is no African. He's black, but he's no African. He learns his culture and his tradition. He pulls from multiple culture and he develops himself into what he is today. And we celebrate our roots that come from Africa, yes? And there's nothing wrong with that. But we're not African. Nope. There's nothing wrong with it. But when a black person comes to you and says, such and such, when you listen to a Ghanaian, when you listen to, when the Jamaicans first went to England after World War II,
This
And you
hurt.
can ask any African this. And the Nigerian went there also. They learned their blackness from Jamaicans.
This is
The
hurting. This
Jamaicans
is
were the
hurting my
ones that
feelings right
defended
now.
them. The rude boys.
Why is it
Go
hurting
and
your
research
feelings, bro?
that.
This is hurt.
Go
This
and
is
research
hurting me
that.
what y'all saying, bro. This is
Huh?
hurting me what y'all saying. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I'm listening to Corey, bro. Do you? No, I ain't gonna fuck up the conversation. Y'all go ahead. We'll have a
Nah, come on. What
No,
is it?
no,
What is
because
it?
he thinks
He thinks
it's
black.
contradictory. He thinks it's contradictory.
I don't want to change the conversation. I want to stay on this conversation.
Okay.
I'm moderating. We can have that
I get
conversation
you.
tomorrow.
But
That's another show.
all in
That's
all,
a
I think
different
you
show.
just misunderstood me, Brass, the whole time. Which
Yeah,
I
you
knew.
definitely hurt my feelings. Me
I
and
was
you,
aware of a lot
Let
of
me say
things.
this.
you might have to run a fade later.
All right. Let me say
definitely
this.
hurt my
Corey, let me finish with this, Corey. Corey, let
Go
me
ahead.
finish with this.
Yeah,
If you look at most African countries' flag, it is the flag of the UNIA missing one color. Because the UNIA and Marcus Garvey had so much impact on them and their blackness that they recognize it in most of these countries' flag. They did not know what it means to be black. Black come from the West. Black don't come from the East. Tribes come from the East. And when the tribes came from the East and came to the West, they became black. And they exported the blackness all across the world.
Right.
When you sit and think on that, and then you come back to me and try to rebut me,
you're
Rich.
right. No, you're right. You're right. So I'm
Tribes came
trying
from the
to.
we
East,
sound like
and blackness came from the West.
we sound like a FBA channel right now.
It is not
No,
limited.
man, no. Hold up
I
a
am
second,
not
because I
limiting
gotta
blackness
say
to
this.
America.
Well,
Because
these are all
everybody moved out the way and let Reggie explain himself for a nice amount of time. He definitely had a lot of time. Now, if I were to ask any one of y'all, how did he answer the question? I don't think that y'all could really repeat it, because I didn't hear an answer. I heard a lot of talking around it, like saying that we could use Africa. It's a valuable resource. Maybe what we could, that it could be valuable. He kind of emphasized that, but he didn't necessarily say why or for what. He just emphasized that it could be valuable. So like for me, on all of this time that he spends talking about Africa and creating these talking points about how beautiful it is, that should be very easy for him to answer at this point. He's been doing that for so long. And the fact that it takes him 30 minutes to give me like a direct answer to that question, to me, that's puzzling. That's very puzzling. That's like the whole time you don't really have a strong idea on why we should incorporate Africa or how to incorporate Africa. Right? Like after 50 years of doing that, if we ain't mapped out how we can use Africa and you still pushing it, that don't make sense to me.
I think
doesn't.
that's your point of. I think that is your limited point of view. I answer the difference between me is that I at least give solutions. Only solutions y'all gave is your goddamn grandmother, right? So, and your grandmother's inspiration and aspirations. You're not talking about the geopolitics. You're not talking about.
That's all you heard.
Geopolitics.
I talk
you don't
about
know
the
the word.
solutions every day. That just wasn't the question today, right? I talk about solutions.
So I'm supposed to get global politics from my grandma?
No, that's the point. You listen to
So
your
I got it from
grandma,
mine.
and we're looking at.
I got the global. I got how to go through the globe from my grandmama. I did.
No, but see, you're not looking at.
Some people didn't have a grandmama. Some people's grandmamas wasn't shit though, Logic.
Why you gotta say that out loud again? Some people's grandma wasn't shit. God damn.
That we don't use all of the capabilities, the systems, and structures, but we're going to avoid all of that, all of the sacrifice, all of the savings, all of the grimacing with the and put it to grandma just said pick yourself up, like, and then all this other stuff, all the lies Stupi says about Islam was in Africa for thousands of years. That's a goddamn lie, right? That's just, I don't know why he would say things like that. That black people in America is teaching Africans how to be black.
Absolutely.
They emulate us at a pretty high level, Reggie. They definitely do.
That made everybody when Stu P said that, because I done said shit like that before. When he said that, that made motherfuckers scared. See, that's scary.
No, that you're not talking about. You're not talking about if what black folks did is to help give black folks in America and give Africans a place to restart Africa and to shake off colonialism, right? So that
that's why black came from the West, to give them that opportunity.
No, don't say shit that you didn't say.
I said tribes came from the East and black came from the West. That's what I said.
One mic, Stu. We let you speak.
I'm talking about geopolitics. Don't add in what I'm talking about with what you wasn't talking about. You're talking about goddamn music and cars and dumb shit like that. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about. That's right. That's what you're talking about.
That's why. Because I think Stu P's was speaking nigga. I apologize. Stu P's, if you speak what Reggie speak, you might need to say it in that way, but I speak only one language. You a little more worldly than me, Stu P, so you might speak more than just nigga. But the way you said it, that was in nigga, right? So you might need to explain that in a different way, because he didn't hear you.
Stop talking.
When the Africans came over here, they came over here as tribes. They had no consolidation. They were tribes. They came over here and learned to be black. Are you disputing that?
That sounds so goddamn stupid. What does it mean to learn to be black?
Because black is not defined by the tribe you origin. Black is defined by a culture, by a common struggle. That's how black is defined as a common struggle. That's why I can't limit any nation state.
Motherfucker need to be somewhere talking. You need a bigger microphone than Discord, stupid. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You're doing the world a disservice.
You know what it is?
By hanging out with fools like
nothing. We went from grandma success, right, to fucking reggae music, right, to fucking cars. Is that the only thing that you motherfuckers can offer?
You're doing the world a disservice by hanging around with niggas like me on the Discord.
Corey now
there's limited people who got to Africa and carry other people to Africa and say to the Americans that, oh, these are your fellow black people. The fucking Africans didn't see themselves as black until 1962, 63. They didn't consider themselves black. They didn't consider themselves black. So you're telling people that when did the average African start to consider themselves as black and not as a tribe? Let's be honest, Reggie. It's an honest conversation here. When did Africans?
What did you say, nigga?
When?
What does black mean to you?
What it means to you? What it means to you?
He already said
what it means to you. What it means to you? What it means to you?
Hey,
I yellow people don't understand what it means to be black. You know. I don't consider you black, Reggie.
One mic, Stu.
Let me put on your blackness now, Reggie. You Egyptian black man. Come Egyptian. Come Egyptian. Because you're everything before you say you're black. You're Egyptian, right? Come now. Question your blackness. You don't understand what it is to be black. You don't understand what it is to be black.
I don't identify myself as an Egyptian or ancient Egyptian.
Yes, you do. You hold it close to your chest. You hold it close to your chest. You know everything about it. You even study the language.
You stupid ass.
You even study the language. You want to get it. You even study the language.
Let him reply. Let him reply.
Okay, the people, you stupid ass.
Somebody killing the sound.
Oh my God!
You can't tell me about what I do. What the fuck are you?
I know that you're not black.
No, I'm not
this
black.
Guy yellow, bro. Come in here. No, I'm talking about blackness. I'm talking.
Now hold up, now, Stu P. Let me try to say it in a different way, right? Because you tell a story, brother Reggie, about how one time y'all went to Africa, and Dr. Ben wouldn't let Ashwa Kwesi into a particular room in the temple, right? So like y'all at some point in time you were in a community where y'all looked at the African culture as so sacred that the people who y'all deemed it actually belonged to couldn't even go in there. Right. So like it was so sacred that the real people couldn't even experience the shit once they got all the way to Africa. So some kind of way you'd have made a huge transformation, but you're also defending it at the same time.
Oh no, you stupid. Now logic. Now logic.
Nah, I'm stupid. I just repeated what you said. How that make me stupid?
Did I say that was right? I told you the story. I told you the story. Did I tell
you? I said the story to emphasize how much y'all actually valued the community.
Opinion for the very fact of the matter that you brought it up. I didn't say that I condoned it. I just simply told you the story about the dynamics. Where did I say that I said that was right?
Now, I mean, but I'm saying, like you're saying,
what the hell?
You didn't push back. You didn't push back.
You came home and taught the same stuff. Like there's no, your actions didn't change based on how you felt about it.
Hey, I study history. I tell you dynamics. Right?
You don't study history. You don't know anything about history. You know about Egyptian history.
Two peas. I know it's Brother Reggie. I know you just don't give a good goddamn. But let the man. You got your shit off. Just let them get their shit off.
No.
And then I bring you back in, Stu.
Yeah, and I'm catching strays from you, Stu P. I ain't saying nothing crazy to Brother Reggie.
But go ahead. Brother Reggie just said you ain't shit. You need to.
Yeah, he just said I ain't shit and I ain't stupid. But I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that on the chin.
He's talking the realest shit I done heard in weeks on this motherfucker.
Mischaracterizing what I said because I tell you a story about something that actually happened. And then I didn't give you my opinion on whether it was right or not. You're going to use that against me by giving you.
I'm not using it against you. I'm literally showing that at one point you were coming from a standpoint of having a large amount of value for this culture, for this thing, right? So now we're getting into another conversation, whereas you're trying to like justify that thing and not giving us. You're not giving us like, huh?
Put it up. That's irrelevant. What I said.
How is it irrelevant?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to this conversation. That was a story talking about dynamics of Africans and going to Egypt. And if you really know, that was in my conversations about really disagreeing with the Comedics, right? So you're bringing it all out of context. So
I'll accept that. Go ahead. I'll accept that.
Share my experiences with you because if you're going to take it out of context,
I simply said it to emphasize how much Africa civilization meant to you. That's all the reason I brought it up. That's it.
Listen, African history and African American history has been important to me for 39 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Honors award in Black Studies. Motherfucker Stoopies, what fucking honors you got, motherfucker? So you can't tell me when the motherfucker you ever talk to a historian online, right? Like you don't think you have to, motherfucker? So then stop living through other people, motherfucker. Show us what you've done in your fucking life. Right? You wrote, what organizations that you were a part of that was
talk to me. Stupid ain't even saying nothing right now. Talk to me. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Because if Stupid started back up, this is gonna go left, bro. You talking to Stupid. I'm trying to talk to you.
But it's already left. So I said that
it ain't left with me and you though. That's why I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
Now I'm talking to you. Don't mischaracterize me. If there's something that you don't know that you want me to explain,
I explain it. If you think I'm long-winded, yeah, because I have complexities and nuances, right, when I talk, right? So that some people could see different circumstances, different reasons, different understandings, right? But at the end of the day, Logic, now I'm talking to you. What have you written? What organizations you in, Logic?
I ain't in none, Reggie.
Okay, then shut the fuck up.
Ooh, shut the fuck up. Yeah, man, you getting beside yourself, most. You getting beside yourself,
Boy,
goddamn.
y'all done got Reggie on
You
one this
getting
morning,
beside your
goddamn.
goddamn self, man. You owe me a motherfucking
And the crazy
you owe
part
me
is
lunch now, motherfucker.
as much cussing as I
You
do, I don't
motherfucker, you know you owe me lunch now,
Wow.
motherfucker. You getting beside your
Hey,
goddamn self.
where the hell is Chef at?
You tripping.
I just pulled back up and I heard that.
What organizations you're in? What you wrote?
What in the nigga
I mean,
is
what, did
going on?
that make me subhuman or some shit? What the fuck are you talking about, Reggie?
We got
Damn.
Reggie cussing. God.
You ain't got no goddamn
Does that mean my grandma ain't shit because I ain't in no thing or
You
something?
ain't did nothing with your time and energy, and you just criticize.
What did you say, nigga?
It's a nothing burger.
That is
Oh, that's
powerful
what
nigga
yeah,
at work.
I have to be able to criticize it, right? Because when I run into contradictions, I gotta be able to express that shit.
DQ, I need that Reggie shut the fuck up clipped up.
Yeah,
I need to put that on the soundboard.
We are clipping that.
I want
Shut
to
the fuck
apologize
up.
to you.
God
No,
damn, man.
I don't really talk like this.
He can't hear your apology, bro. Like,
Yes,
you just
yes, you do.
fuck up. Your apology is over.
Yes, you do, bro. Because you probably can't name 10 motherfuckers that be more kind to you on the internet than me, and I gotta
No,
shut the fuck up. Man, fuck all that bullshit.
No, you
You
mentioned,
tripping
bro.
like
Hey,
a
brother
motherfucker,
Reggie,
bro.
brother Reggie,
But you
you
can't
meant it. Let's stand on it.
this logic.
No, hell, man, fuck all that, man. You done said, you done sat up there and wrote that whack ass shit, and I'm sitting up here trying to be nice to you. You talking about some shit I wrote. You wrote some shit nobody even motherfucking read, nigga.
Hey, brother,
The shit
Reggie,
you
give me
wrote,
1
motherfuckers
second.
don't even read that shit.
See, I told y'all
Hold on. Everybody hold up. Brother Reggie, listen, we clearly got your point. I apologize that this cesspool that devolved to get you to even talk like this, but I gotta allow
Powerful
Logic.
niggardry
Hold
at
on.
work.
I gotta allow
What did
Logic
we do after,
to
nigga?
respond
What
to
does
you, bro.
Africa do for us? Is that
Go
what
ahead,
I
Logic.
did to
Go ahead,
justify
Logic.
getting cussed the fuck out?
The floor is yours, Logic.
Yeah, I'm saying, is that what I did to justify getting cussed out? I asked the nigga about Africa. The nigga who talk about Africa.
Hold on, brother Reggie. Let him talk. Go ahead,
You always
Logic.
talk. You always. This is your always your thing, though. This is.
Come on, y'all can't pile on, Tuck. I'll let you. You can come in and pause right after Logic. Go ahead, Logic.
I'm simply saying.
You in the middle of the code.
I'm not gonna shut the fuck up, especially not in my own Discord. But I feel like all I asked you for was a satisfactory answer to what does Africa do for African Americans, right? And I could appreciate an answer minus the cuss out, if you don't mind. Can we just get the train back on the tracks, Rich?
Man, he just told you to shut the fuck up, and you still being nice. God damn.
I mean, bro.
Ahead,
what am I
Reggie.
gonna do? Tell Reggie get the fuck out and cuss him out, boot him? I mean,
I get you. Go ahead, brother Reggie.
But the whole thing is, I know even when I go in, I'm never disrespectful, right? I might use a lot of cuss words, and it may make certain people uncomfortable. But I'm not saying shut the fuck up or I'm gonna fuck you up or none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't understand the pearl clutching. You see what I'm saying? When I get to talking, because I'm not talking disrespectful. I'm just keeping it as real as I can keep it. You know what I mean? So like it just be wild to me, like, you know,
but we gave Logic the opportunity to get his get back.
No, he don't need to do that.
It's not that serious, gang. Because
Logic don't do that.
No, it's not that serious for me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not on here trying to test my manhood versus Reggie. That ain't gonna do nothing for me.
Hey, no problem, brother.
For me, that ain't gonna do nothing. That might do something for him or y'all. I ain't gonna lie.
No problem.
And
Yeah,
through it
I ain't
all, I
gonna get
still
nothing out
ain't
of that
heard
shit.
what logic can use. Through all of it, I still ain't heard
Exactly,
what
which is what
logic
I'm
can
trying to get the
use.
conversation back on the rails for. I done already got cussed out for it. Can I at least get a satisfactory answer?
Hey, Reggie,
We done
cuss him out
went to
again,
saying
nigga. If that's
we
cool,
done
then cuss him
agreed
out again.
we
Shit.
done actually agreed that some niggas got piece of shit grandmamas.
I agree
before
with
we
that.
establish whether logic can use some shit from Africa
I
or
fully
not.
agree with that.
I
know
that's
some niggas-
wild
I
to
know-
me.
I
That's
know
wild
some
to me.
niggas' grandmothers and their grandmother ain't shit.
We
Now,
willing
y'all,
to say it
that's
though.
wild to you.
We willing to say that
No, I am
before
willing
we
to
say,
say that.
before we willing to say we can't use a motherfucking thing from Africa.
Y'all said that
That's
too.
where the Overton
Yeah,
window
y'all
is
said
at.
that shit too. I didn't tell you was wrong. I'm just telling you. I know some niggas' grandmothers. I'm gonna say. Let me just get
I'm saying,
right.
but you was
No,
willing
hold
to
on,
say
Corey.
this
Hold on,
first, though.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead,
Corey.
though. Go ahead.
Because I'm not gonna talk about shit I don't know. When we had the conversation earlier, y'all asked a question. Y'all said, "What is it that we can use?" I said, "I am not well versed enough in the conversation to form an argument." I even said, "Then could Reggie come? Maybe Reggie could come here and explain some correlations or whatever." I even went and looked up some, but some things ChatGPT can't answer. But on what I do know, hold on. But what I do know, listen. What I do know though. And y'all can sit up in this motherfucking cap all you want. I know some niggas' grandmothers that had them motherfuckers out there selling drugs. I know some, bro. I know some.
Absolutely.
I know some. So you might not know some, but I do. So when we sit, I'm not gonna sit up here and act like everybody grandmother, they meemaw was like yo meemaw and my meemaw that had us on the right path. Some of them motherfuckers were saying, go get me a lottery ticket and a goddamn old English and get your black ass back in that room when you're done. That was the extent of
Or they was 33 in the club. What the fuck?
So let's not, I'm not you. I just don't do the all. I have one, but I know other people's didn't. The crack era was a motherfucker. Some of these niggas' grandmothers is 17.
Yeah, but I'm talking to 50. I'm talking to 50 and 40-year-old niggas though.
Yeah, 50 and 40
I ain't
year old.
I talk to the kids different. I told you.
But they don't. But the adults don't. I'm with Sister Safa on that. Hold on, listen. I'm with Sister Safa on that piece of the conversation. Once your frontal lobe is fully developed, I ain't really into trying to change your black ass. I'm talking about the kids and the ones that can pay attention. Some of these kids, their grandmothers
already baked. She said once that cake is already baked.
Hey, chef, some of these niggas' fates is sealed. It ain't a goddamn thing. Dr. Doom would have to come back to solve. Thanos would have to snap his finger to get some of these life in order. Ain't shit I could do.
Hey, but chef, listen, you got to hear what I'm saying, chef, because I don't think you was here. I don't know if you was here for the whole thing.
Oh man, you can do this again.
I clearly told them because they was pondering. It was a 6-hour endeavor where they was pondering what could possibly logic can use out of Africa, right? So I comes on 6 hours later and say, well, ain't a motherfucking thing he can use, right? I says that quick, right? But they hemming and hawing, right? But then somebody says, well, some people, grandmama ain't shit. Everybody on the panel said, yeah, well, it is some niggas who, so y'all willing to say folks' grandmamas ain't shit first before you niggas ain't willing to say whether logic can use nothing or shit out of Africa or not. This shit is wild to me, Sheffrey. I don't know. I don't understand it. To me,
and I'm gonna still say
what y'all don't understand. Listen, this is what you don't understand, Corey.
I don't know what
they can use out of Africa is logic. Logic is the shit they took out of Africa that we using. You are Corey. What about that part of it? You the shit out of Africa.
We saying what can logic use?
You mother. Now we talking to the 25-year-olds again. You nigga. They took you out of Africa. That's the shit we can use. Your grandmama. You talking about your grandmama? That's where she from too.
I'm saying what can they use though?
That's that poetry bullshit though.
Yeah,
You trying to
That's
be all
exactly what it
motherfucking
is.
poetic and
That's what I
shit.
need. Like that's what I need.
That's exactly what it is.
That's that
it's
poetry
poetic.
bullshit where you trying to use this beautiful language and we gotta get all fuck all that.
See,
You know what
logic,
the
see, logic,
question
I
is.
love it. See, logic, see,
That's
logic,
not even the question
But for
this
real though, Tuck, you know what the
One
question
mic,
is.
one mic. Like, let Chuck finish.
You
Let
know
Chuck
what the
finish.
question
Go
is.
ahead,
Don't try
Roger.
to talk around it.
Yeah, because the question is,
how
what
you
can
are.
they
This
use?
is how you
What
are
can,
about this
what
stuff.
can the
But
grandmama
if
use? What can logic use?
Hold
Yeah,
on, let Chuck
logic
finish his
logic
thought. Let
came
him
out of
finish his
Africa, but
thought.
what can
Let
he
him
use?
finish his
That's the
that's
thought.
right.
Let him finish
That's
his
right.
thought.
That's
Let
what
him
he
finish
can
his
use.
thought.
He can use logic. That's what he can do. Use himself out of Africa. That's just a stop in a conversation though. Logic could go to logic. That's logic's fastball. That's what he go to when we having a conversation and don't bring up nothing about Africa because that's what he gonna say. He want to say that shit ain't shit. Leave it alone. I wish he would just say that instead of
But I
acting
actually
like
I
he care
don't want to
about
say
hearing
that.
some
I
shit.
actually
Yeah, I don't
want the
think I
Because
answer
don't
you
to
think
the
he
do.
want to
question.
say that.
This is
But
your
yeah,
first
one
time saying
I
that,
said
logic.
it
I
already.
don't want
This is your
somebody
first
to
time
Said
say
it
saying
that.
that.
before.
I would I would like for somebody to actually give me an answer. That's
No,
what I
you
would
don't.
actually like.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
No, you
bro,
don't.
because that gives me more to talk about, motherfucker. I know what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to do
Reggie
too.
done brought logic out.
Afghan shit, yeah, it's the rhetoric in which you talk about it with. It's that the wild Corey do it too. That wild shit over there is what y'all call it. Y'all, you ain't looking for nothing from Africa.
I can't help
You
if
ain't
I
looking
say
for nothing
animal
from Africa.
sacrifices if you think that shit is wild. I can't help that. But I think it's wild too,
But
by
you
the
eat
way.
chicken though.
So yeah,
Nigga eat
I'm
chicken and
saying
beef
it, but
the
right,
wild shit.
it's you that's making it wild, right? Like it's not me.
No,
All I
it's
said was
wild
animal
to me.
sacrifices.
I'm in Oklahoma. It's not wild to me. Do it all the time.
Oh,
Go
okay.
fishing
Well,
and shit
you
all the
shouldn't be
time.
offended.
Sacrifice animals all the time.
You shouldn't be offended then if it ain't wild to you.
No, I'm not offended. It's just the rhetoric in which you talk about it with. I know you don't care. I know a motherfucker can't give you shit from Africa because you American. You are happy with being American. You go as far as is capping for niggas that it's they times when it's white people doing shit, but when it's niggas, you don't got no compare. I told you this yesterday. This is the person I was having a conversation with yesterday. I knew when we get back on black shit though, you'll be logic again. No, you back
We
now.
actually ain't
So
on
now,
black
What
shit.
was you
We
saying
on
yesterday?
African shit.
Hold on. What was you saying yesterday?
oh, I was talking to him when Brennan was having a conversation with him, and he wanted to, he soft shoot for the white perspective, for the white side of it. But now niggas don't get no pass. Niggas don't get nothing in for logic.
What
He
did I
full
have for
gas, no
yesterday?
brakes for niggas. But the white man
I
get all of the passes. And, well, this is what
trust
had
your
to
memory
happen.
for 48
Every
hours.
civilization was like this is innate
I
with
don't
people
trust
when
your
it's
memory from 24 hours ago. What did I say today that was something
well,
against black
that's what I'm
people?
saying
What
it
did I
right
say?
now. If you didn't cut me off, I'm saying it right now. If you didn't cut me off, it's just you can't show me no civilization that didn't do this. When it's white folk, but when it's black people, it's the wildest shit you ever heard in the world. That's what you do.
Such
Now,
as?
what can Africa do for us? This is you, Logic. I know you. I know your fighting style. This is what you do. It's gonna eventually come back here. I didn't heard Brass tell you that too. It's gonna eventually come
So
back here.
me asking what can I bring from Africa to America is disparaging to African Americans?
It's the same thing as you kowtowing and saying, oh well, I don't see nothing. The whole planet did this, so why is we acting like it's exclusive to white folk? That's what you're doing. You would do that for them. It ain't exclusive. It ain't exclusive when they do it, but when some
You don't
Africans do it, it's the
understand that
wildest shit you ever
conversation.
heard.
I would like to talk around that particular point because you don't understand what I'm
How?
saying, even though I've said it
How
in
can we
front of you
talk
several
around that if
times.
that's your premise? How can we talk around that
Because
if that's your
Brendan
premise
actually
every
explained
time?
it to you
And if
last night, and you're
anybody,
not repeating what Brendan said.
if anybody offer you anything other than what you want to hear about some
No,
American shit, African shit
do
ain't
you
shit.
think that? Do you have the same opinion about Brendan? Does he
Same
do
opinion
that
about
too?
what?
About Brendan, do you have the same opinion about him? Because he explained to you what I
Brendan
was
was trying to
talking
help
about
you out.
yesterday. No,
Brendan
he
was trying to
actually
help you out. Brendan,
explained to you what I was talking about yesterday.
I already
Like
know
how
what
you
you're
didn't
talking
remember
about.
that part?
I don't need.
Right.
I don't
So
need to be explained
I
to.
didn't need it for it to be cleaned up, but he actually explained to you, no, it's not that, it's this. He's trying to put it into a global context. Like, where does it fit into world history? You're
But
the
that's not.
one
But yeah,
making it all
that's what
about black
you
and
was
white.
trying to do. He had already said what he
No,
said.
no shit, nigga. That's what he told you I was trying to do. You trying to tell me I'm doing
I
something else.
know what you trying. You know
I
that.
told you I was trying to do that. He told you I was trying to do that, and you're still trying to say I'm doing something else. That's your comprehension, not
You
mine.
soft shoe. You soft shoe for them, but niggas
See?
can't do no right to you.
I feel like you're trolling right now.
How I missed that point? How I missed that?
Nigga, I feel like you trolling right now, nigga.
You gotta be trolling, bro.
No, I'm not trolling.
Okay, so
That do be trolling. What he say?
Go ahead, Bob.
He
Go
trying
ahead,
to take my argument out of context. But go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead.
I have to leave. So again, I want to
Shut the
apologize.
fuck up. Get the fuck out of here, then.
Yeah, because I normally don't talk to.
Damn.
How you like that? That shit felt good, huh?
No. I want to move past that. Okay, so all right. So let me.
Go ahead, brother Reggie. I know you gotta go. Go ahead, brother.
Spin.
Yeah, you gotta laugh at that.
You brought it on yourself, bro.
Yeah.
You brought it on yourself. That shit was completely uncalled for. Completely uncalled for.
Myself, I apologize for my language.
He apologized, bro. He apologized, so it never happened.
If you don't know, the Black American industry has to be restarted. We can't rely no longer on what America was in the last 50 years. Every group of people,
Bro, you just gonna sit right there.
I don't think
You talking to us?
He talking to somebody else. Bro. He ain't talking to.
Oh my bad.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead, Reggie.
Black America's has to be restarted. Our industries, right? The way we do things have to be restarted. The whole world is looking at Africa to restart itself. When asking what can we take from Africa is now needing to build trade corridors for Black American industry, right? Investing in entrepreneurship, right? Supporting business development, right? And also making partnerships to access capital that we can't get into the United States for our own businesses. We have to go outside, and what we have to do is look for state or country support, right? So we also have the opportunity to sell our media, right? And the things that we actually manufacture and co-manufacture with African people, because at the African continent, because we can't do it within the current system in America. It has changed. If you don't know, with digital currency and all, it's changed in the last 10 years. So everything that we thought we knew, right, is now actually global because the money has gotten global. So why should we wait? Why should we wait while other groups of people, other states, other countries, other ethnicities get access to Africa because we have found to hate Africa so much because we don't like particular things about Africa, right? So if we're going to revive Black American industry, we're going to have to foster partnerships with the world. But the closest groups that we can foster relationship is people that look like us, and that is from the African continent, right? We will have less partnership with the Indians, the Chinese. I'm talking about Black Americans, but what we need to do is we need to understand the need to re-enter Africa for Black America and for the benefit of Africa, because as they grow strong, we can in fact actually we can actually become stronger. But other groups of people have a head start in this, and we have no start because we are solely dependent on white America. White America is never going to give us a fair shake. I know that there's tremendous problems with Africa. there's xenophobia and a whole host of issues. But the fact of the matter is, just on the basis of needing to restart our industry, we don't have an industry. We are a import country, and we are not smart enough to understand that we could, if we're going to import, we can get better deals than in the deals that we are currently getting for raw materials. So it is an economic corridor. You don't have to go after it and deal with the cultural, spiritual. You don't have to do that, but you're anti-African. I don't know if there's an echo. Your anti-Africanness is making you misunderstand the emerging African market that everybody is tapping into. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying that you should, if you're not culturally connected, that's fine. But culture helps as a conduit. At least you're talking to people that look like you, who don't hate you like the rest of the world has learned to hate you. So so we have access to sell our media, right? Entertainment, right? We look at black rappers. They have found out, like Drake and Drake and the rest of them. Africa is an enormous market for their music, where the American market is closed. They sell out their stadiums there, right? So our rappers, our entertainers, right? So they have a place to go to transmit their entertainment, their comedy, all of the things that we can't no longer do in America, because if you looked at those markets, those media markets in America, they've been shut down. There's few black concerts. Rap can't even do a concert in America successfully. The only ones that can do is Beyonce and
who can do a concert in America successfully?
It's because you just utter your words. I'm telling you the facts. Look up all the amount of
No, I didn't hear you. You said somebody couldn't do a concert in America.
Right, because because you're not looking at the market. You don't understand that black entertainment.
You ain't here.
I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong in a lot of things. Like a lot of concerts by black rap artists don't really fill concert halls as it used to. It's one of the most popular ones who still garner that support. Right? But we also know that a rap artist is not like the Grateful Dead. Like the Grateful Dead album was 40 years ago, but they still tour to sold out markets every day, every year. Black artist is not like that. Because if you have a concert now, if you don't have several different black artists on it, it's not selling out. Only few can do it, like the Beyonce and probably the Drake and probably the Kendrick Lamar. Like those that we can readily name, those can still full concert halls or stadiums. But the majority of black artists can't full.
Don't nobody even know who the hell they is anymore. I don't know who the hell he was damn.
So we've been shut out. But the fact of the matter is, we realize they
shut themselves out. They shut themselves out.
Yeah.
No. See, I like talking to you, Sheffrin. Insurance is too fucking high, right? The promoter costs are too fucking high. The marketing is too high, right? Just to maintain a presence of black folks is dangerous. The security is too goddamn high. But in African countries, entertainers are flooding African countries because the seat and the production money is far fucking cheaper, right? So then with music and entertainment, right? The movie entertainment, right? You can't do shit in America with the movie entertainment for a lot of the creators, right? But those type of things you could go do in other markets. So there is a market. So all I want to do is say your hate for Africa, right? For your particular personal reasons, right? Doesn't make sense when other states, groups, countries are flooding Africa for its resources, or even cheaper living in the living that we pay. So
Who has hate for Africa?
Huh?
Who has hate for Africa? You said it about 5 times now. So I want to know who has hate for Africa? You have been
Who has what for
regurgitating a lot
Africa? I
of
don't understand the words, please. What are you saying?
who
Who has
has you said your hate for Africa.
Oh
Some
yeah,
African
because this is what the show
who
was
has
found. This was the show on.
no, that wasn't the show. The show wasn't the hate for Africa. The show was what can Africa offer the black Americans?
Yeah, that's a hate for
Thank you,
Africa
Steve.
because if you can't come up with a conclusion, that means something is blocking your frontal fucking lobes because you're
I
not
don't even know
thinking
if that was the question
autonomy.
because
What?
it's,
I'm not sure
I
that
don't
was
have
the
a
question.
problem. I don't have a
But
problem with if they want to cut us in on some of that cobalt or if they want to buy a rap ticket. I never said don't sell them a rap concert ticket or don't go over there and get none of that goddamn cobalt. I never said
do
that.
their own
They
cobalt.
the
No, but
question.
Reggie, you really think you explaining this so well to where if I don't agree with you, something wrong with my frontal lobe? For
I didn't say
real?
you
No,
perfectly.
I wouldn't even
Not,
go
I mean,
there.
not specifically, but I'm just giving you like that's kind of what you
So why are
said,
you
right? Like
making
if I don't,
it personal, Logic?
I'm asking you that, like,
Already
do
apologized.
you really mean that? No, I don't got no malice towards you, bro. I already said I don't come on the
Well, then,
internet for no
let's talk it
pissing
back.
contest. That
Well, then, no,
yeah, I'm literally asking for context on the conversation. I don't have no feelings about you cussing me out.
Okay, well,
I don't. I'm not even on that right now.
good. I'll see it if you send me a cash app.
Nah,
I see
you
how
owe
much.
me lunch, motherfucker. I ain't paying you shit till you give me some lunch money. At this point, you tripping.
No. The question I'm asking.
Yeah, but see, that's what you gotta. See,
Yeah, that's what Africa could. That's what Africa could do for us right now. That's what the fuck
They
they
can
could
buy
do.
us lunch.
no,
They
no.
That's what
can't.
the
So
fuck they could do.
no,
Africa
but
can
that's
send me a
fact. I'm
cash app.
talking about.
Fucking send us some motherfucking lunch money. That's what the fuck they could do.
I'm talking about. I'm talking
This is
about economies. Black economies in the United States are being shut down in the global market. We have to reinvent ourselves. We have to be able to sell. Black Americans have to be able to sell and buy from other markets, buy at cheaper prices, and sell our goods and services because white America has figured this out. They have attacked our music industry. Yes.
you know what I don't understand.
I don't know that if you don't think black people participate in global trade, or you don't think black people participating in global trade?
No, do we?
Absolutely.
How do we do it?
We participate in global trade every day. Black people
How do
own
we do
businesses
it?
because there's black business owners that get shit shipped from all over, goods and whatever, raw material,
That's fine.
whatever
Name
they
one.
need,
Name one.
threads. I don't know all the businesses.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying
then,
there are black businesses, and that's what they do. How you think
okay,
they get their material?
right. Now, do you think it's conducive to have while we're doing this, because Africa does watch our show, there's Africans on the continent that watch our shows, our diatribe and I hate, do you think that's conducive to building partnerships?
What's conducive?
We don't need them.
What'd you say, Chef?
What was
we need them for?
Hold on, what'd you say, Chef?
I said
I
we
mean, they
don't
got some
need
cobalt.
them.
Hold
Like
on, hey, as
You
soon as
need
you
them for
start
that.
talking, let Chef talk for a second. You said what?
I said, we don't need them. Like,
We don't need Africa?
well, what are they gonna give us? Like, is it gonna be anything worth? Like, are they even in a position to give us anything? I think we be tripping a lot. You feel me? Like,
I think that you be making sense. I
no,
already
you
said.
think you be making
I already said. I gave you points.
Most of the
I said
time,
our
the
music
conversation ain't
industry.
even about them giving
I
us
said.
nothing. It's
I
about us
said no,
building
no.
up.
Let's put it back, Chef. So look, these obviously these are my last days on your Discord because I'm making everybody mad. So
No,
Chef,
it
Oh
ain't.
no, we need you to like tomorrow.
I'm not mad
No,
at
yes,
you.
you're welcome
I'm
here.
mad.
Yeah,
I'm mad.
I welcome you personally. After you done cuss me out, I want to
I
hear
know, but hold
what you
on.
gonna say.
But let's pull out pause that statement because that's kind of what we was talking about earlier. But Chef had to leave out and do his Jewish tapers or whatever the hell he do. The when he was saying about He just said we don't need Africa. We don't need them. So just speak
We
to
don't.
that. Yeah, speak to that. That's what he's
When
saying.
the last time we needed Africa? Wait. When the last time we needed Africa and they came through in the clutch for us? Or did we figure all our shit out without them?
Brother Ray.
Wait.
I would not agree with
answering a
Hold
stupid
on. Let Reggie go.
question. Asking a stupid open-ended question is just stupid. The world, right? The world is connecting with Africa for its resources. It's totally dependent on that. When we are us, we are part of America. That is
now we are part of America. Get the fuck.
No.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Real quick. Please follow us on TikTok. The link is in the general chat. We're going to be streaming live over there and on Twitch and every other place I can get us stream live. But we need
God bless
followers.
you, brother.
So share it. Y'all go over there, subscribe and share it. Thank you.
So you see us only as Americans.
No,
that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was trying to say earlier. We might as well, the way that everybody was talking, we might as well remove the African and just call us Americans if that's how y'all feel.
No, we keep the African to let everybody know that we're descendants of Africans, but we're fully 100% American.
Okay, so but America doesn't think that we fully
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
America does not feel we're hoes in America. We're free labor. We're free labor, exploited labor, manipulated.
I get paid for my labor. I get paid for my labor.
Why you always personalize it to you? Why you personalize it to yourself?
And everybody else I know get paid for their labor.
Do you get you're in an industry where your customers are black people. So most of your customers, not all your customers, but most of your customers are black people. I'm talking about people at large. We need to reignite our industries. We need to partner. We need good partners outside of America. America takes a big share of everything that we do. We need to fix that. Otherwise, we're going to be domestic dependent hoes to America, getting the last part of the smallest part of the share, when we can figure out ways to get a larger part of the share to reignite our industries. So we consume cosmetics, we consume hair. That's a large part of our industry, right? But in the corridors in which we sell the music and entertainment and things like and those and media and things like that, in education, we have markets outside of America, right, that we can actually sell to, right? And so if we do not reinvigorate our own industries, right, connecting to Africa and other places, we're going to be left behind, because other people are in fact doing it and then reselling it to us as a higher price. So I think it's just smart and logical, right? And we understand global trade and the need for Black Americans to see themselves separate, or to see themselves separate than America, who has enormous history of super exploiting us, right? And ending our deals, right? Collapsing our businesses, taking over our businesses, buying our businesses cheap, right? For their benefit. And then we're getting further in despair. So what do we need Africa? Why do we need Africa? The world needs Africa. So, but we should
What we need right now is to focus on what's going on here in America. Before we can even do some trade or anything with another country, we need to worry about our children, making sure they can read, make sure we have strong families, making sure our neighborhoods are safe, all that sort of stuff like that. I don't have any time to be worried about what the hell is going on somewhere across the waters. I'm worried about myself, my husband, my children, my mama, my cousins, my street, my city, those type of things. That's what we need to focus on. We can't even do any trade with any countries until we get our shit together here and get some money and some things to be able to trade with. So it feels like you're talking to the wrong people. You sound like you should be talking to. Oh, can I
To
finish?
the
I've been sitting here
Africans,
listening to this
exactly. To the
whole
Africans.
rigmarole for some time. Now,
Let her finish.
first of all,
Let the sister
it
finish.
sounds like
Let that sister have that church. Let that sister
we're
get
having two different conversations. It seems like to me. I've been listening to this for hours now. What you are talking about and what you are proposing sounds like you need to be writing a letter to Oprah, LeBron James, and these type of people. When you're dealing with the regular people that we need to start fixing first, that's what we need to start doing. We need to be working on our families and ourselves, making sure our children can read and comprehend things and do math and stuff before we start worrying about whatever's going on someplace else. And I just want to say that there is too much romanticizing and daydreaming about what Africa or somebody on the continent can do for us. People around the country are looking to see what we can do for them. We need to be worrying about ourselves and accepting our role here in this country and on the globe. We need to worry about ourselves. And if we're going to worry about somebody outside of this country, maybe we can worry about our brothers and sisters that's at least on this side of the hemisphere before we start hopping our asses way over on the other side of the goddamn world. We have Jamaicans, Cubans, all these kind of people like this.
Obviously, you haven't heard what I said, sister.
I heard what you said.
No, you did not. Because everything that you said, first of all, I wrote a paper, Black City Plan. I wrote it. Yes. So I do care about Black Americans. You're right. No, not Blueprint for Black Power. I wrote a plan, right? So I do more than just talking. I actually write. And when I talk about things that I have thought about and wrote about. So how's it working for us, Miss Sincere, of getting ourselves together in Black America? How's it working for us? I think that you're romanticizing. Because it's not
no,
working.
I'm not. How can you say
so give me a plan.
That
talk, sister. Show us how to do it. Show us how to do it, sister.
Well, what I can tell you is the first thing that we need to do is worry about ourselves. That's what I'm telling you.
Worry about ourselves, sister.
What do you mean how? Yeah. What do you mean how?
What do you mean how, Reg?
Yeah, what are you talking about? How? I just have to be telling you. First of all, we need to make sure our children are educated. That's the first thing. We need to be working with our local politicians and all that sort of stuff like that. There's tons of things that we need to do here with ourselves.
You unhinged right now, Reggie. Calm down. You unhinged. You leading to a girl.
I've been on.
Now, don't say that, Jeff. Don't say that. Don't say that, Chef. But what I'm saying is, I just got you laying out different things we need to be doing. So you're talking about some trade. What do you mean? How?
Something about working. How come we haven't been able to do it if it's so damn simple?
The reason why we haven't been able to successfully and to a high degree is because of the condition that we are in here. But nobody nowhere else is going to
about
help
the
us
condition. What are you doing about it? Tell us how to do it, Miss Sincere. Tell us one
thing you can start doing. One thing you can start doing, teaching our children about safe sex, family planning, getting a job, a trade, or going to college. We need to keep on doing it. That's what I'm talking about. Instead of you guys worrying about some damn Kemet and all this shit, this is what you need to be doing, is worrying about what's going on here. That's what I'm talking about.
Teach, sister. Teach, sister.
But sis, you know what the trick is?
Going on here.
Right, bro.
Don't you think that we need to know about history? Don't you think
we do need to know history?
Yo, hold on. Reggie, everybody, hold on, chill. Y'all gotta let people talk, man. Reggie. Hold on. Y'all gotta chill. Listen.
crazy.
Listen, yo, I in the whole shit. Y'all better chill the hell out. Yeah, you gotta let people talk, man. Yo, let me talk. Let me talk.
Yo, ain't
Let
nobody
me
talk.
talk.
I'm gone. This
Let
ain't true.
me talk.
Ain't nobody talking, bro. What are you?
Well, I
Hits
just
nobody, and you were saying
decreased.
that he got a bad. He got a delay. He got a delay. He think he's here, but nobody's talking.
Let
Go ahead, Hits.
He listening
Go
on
ahead.
YouTube.
Go
all
ahead,
right.
Hits.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Reggie, if somebody gave you time to speak, and I'm only speaking to you because Brass gave you time to speak last, pretty much. Please let the young lady speak. Now, if somebody else was getting shouting down, that's different. But we did set aside time for you, even though you was outnumbered. Let her speak. Let each other speak, please. And you're right, Corey. I'm listening on like 8 devices.
Yeah, you got a delay.
I'm setting up like 8 things.
We was listening to you patiently.
You
Oh, my bad.
you was fussing at us for about an extra 5-7 seconds.
So hold on. You
Right
said
there.
hold on. You said I wasn't listening. Well, good. Well, good.
Hey,
It's
go
funny
ahead.
because I'm the only one that heard it 8 times. That's so funny. I want a daughter to hear it 8 times.
I got you,
That
bro.
motherfucker demand
Go
order.
ahead.
Yeah,
In this
listen, we
motherfucker
were
right now.
streaming live and people can't follow if everybody's yelling and barking over each other. You can carry on a little bit, but let people get their point out a little bit for the audience, please.
Okay.
Thank
No problem, bro. I
See,
got
those
you.
of
Go
us
ahead.
listening on 8 devices. All right, so later.
Go ahead.
Turn one of them off. Turn one, just one.
You got turned. Go down to 7.
I'm streaming, I'm commenting, I'm doing all type of stuff, bro. I'm trying to set them all up. So, I got to listen to them. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sister Sophie. Finish your shit. Go ahead. Tell us we ain't shit. Go ahead.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, and the point that I'm trying to make is that we need to be concerned with what's going on here. That's our focus. Our families and our communities and all that stuff like that. Our literacy rates, health literacy, all those sort of things like that. We don't need to be worrying about what's going on over there in Kemet or Ghana or wherever the hell else you want to talk about. That's what we need to be worrying about. Now, when you're talking about building trade and all that stuff like that, like I said, you need to be sending emails since you like to write. You need to send something to LeBron James, Oprah, these sort of folks that got the money and the means to be able to do that sort of thing. But we, the common folks, need to get ourselves together before we can even look to something like that. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, first
Can
rule
I
of
say
nature is
something now?
always start.
Can I say something now? What do you
Go
think?
ahead, Susan. I'm gonna let
I've
her.
been waiting.
I want to
No,
go
Go
out.
ahead. Go ahead.
no.
Go ahead.
This is what I'm saying. Do we need to trade with Africa? No, we don't. Do we want to? The majority of people would say yes, they don't want to trade with Africa. But even in Africa, most of the resources that we would like is not even owned by those African countries, right? Since lately they're trying to privatize some in Burkina Faso. Mozambique has recently bought De Beers. Mozambique is one of the largest gem producers in the world. Diamonds. They bought De Beers, one of the largest diamond company, decided to sell their shares in the mines in Mozambique back to Mozambique. But that's partially due to artificial grown diamonds taking over the market. Natural diamonds don't command the price they did 20 years ago because lab grown diamonds are now almost indistinguishable and they're minimize the value of real diamonds. But Mozambique decided they want their diamond mine back. But the truth and in fact is that although Reggie's talking about ties with Africa, he knows that most of the resources is not owned by the Africans. They may have gotten independence, but the resources are oftentimes still owned by the colonizers. It is nice to think ideally that yes, we can trade with these people, but Africa don't even have the money to get their own resources off the ground. They have to depend on the European or the Chinese to get access to their own resources. So I understand what you're saying. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. So while we can talk micro, because the sister was talking micro and Reggie was talking macro. But probably that's what we want, but this part of it is wishful thinking. Part of it is wishful thinking. Everybody have to fight their own fight. And I don't think that we're at the level yet to even think about international trade negotiation because most of the time you still have to negotiate with Western powers, those sprinklers of freedom, because they own the resources. They own the majority of oil in Nigeria. They own access to the cobalt in the Congo. They own the oil in Ethiopia. Most of the resources are primarily owned by outside nations. Go ahead, Rich, if you can disprove that.
Okay, so Stupies, I understand what you're saying, but there's things that we can sell Africa that they need. We are the most industrious, most well trained in technology and medicine. We are. We could sell those services to the continent of Africa. We could sell our entertainment and our media, right, to Africa, right? We need to restart the African American economy. All of this, we need to do this, we need to do that. You could say it 20 times. You could say things like that 20 times. The issue is, how do we do it? So the how is the most important thing, because whatever we're doing right now is not working. It hasn't been working in a while. So then we're in a bubble and we're in a cloud. So we have to be industrious, right? We have to change our paradigm. It's not about, oh, Kemet this and Kemet that. I do teach that, but I teach that for a particular reason, right? To teach people history and to show people structures and systems and forces in history, right? I teach it for that, and to cement the fact that it was Egypt, which is the African society, that gave the whole world writing. We use writing and mathematics. That is something African people gave the whole world that they benefited from. But if you think that you living in America, that by osmosis, the Black Americans are going to go to a higher level when we're overcharged for everything and super exploited, then something is wrong, right? I have to say something is just wrong about how you're thinking. So the African American does have to search for lower prices. They have to look for new corridors to sell for the Black Americans, right? So in that will answer all this, we need to. If you are benefiting financially because of trade and be able to sell services, then that will help Black families on a micro level. Right? Ultimately, we need a bigger plan for not just individual entrepreneurs, but for whole groups of people, right? And so I don't have to drum hard, but if you don't have the answers, and you will only have the we needs. How's that we needs? We've been needing for a long time since we got here. So, and it hasn't gotten any better. And now it's even more crucial with new technologies that are replacing things as simple as driving car services and stuff like that, right? Factory services like that, right? Delivery services like that. All the industries, the tolls, even the simplest things that we use to get money, right? Those things are out, if you haven't noticed. So our needs are even more. So now we need to worry about Black Americans. Well, that's not the answer. The answer is, how do we worry about Black Americans? So, and if you don't have a plan, I'm close with this, and I gotta go. If you don't have a plan, and if you don't have a plan, you can't contribute to a plan. All I'm asking is,
we gotta vote. We gotta go out and vote, Reggie.
It's through legislation that's going to help African Americans.
Yes. Right. So we need
without legislation, I don't even know how to consider Africa.
Right. So those are the things. So the thing is, I'm in agreement, but sometimes we attack people who are what do you call it, pseudo, and we attack people who are snake oil salesmen. When you start saying that, Umar made his whole career on, we need to educate Black boys, not showing us how. We don't need the we need bullshit. We need the how. and I'm gonna have to leave. And I apologize. Listen, I sincerely apologize personally to anybody that I may have offended personally. That was not my that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to engage because I'm just really by myself. Maybe Vices with me and maybe one or two people. But at the end of the day, I'm a minority in this shit, right? And so I don't need to offend, but
No, we ain't lockstep, Reggie.
Yeah, but that's why we working so hard to give you the floor and let you speak because we know you outnumbered. But I mean, stop apologizing, bro. You good? Just come back and don't come back unhinged. I mean, you good, big dog.
You make me unhinged. I came on quiet.
I like to
No,
apologize.
you 60 years old. I can't make you do nothing.
Oh,
I can't.
Let me apologize too. I was a little aggressive earlier.
Oh God! Hey,
I don't
I can't make you do nothing, bro.
Hey, Corey, I'm clutching. That was so heartwarming. I'm clutching my pearls over here. Y'all just. If there's sometimes in Discord shit happens, y'all wake up. The benefit is if y'all wake up tomorrow and y'all still on that bullshit, then apologize. We moved on. But don't start clutching your pearls, Corey. I'll lose all faith in humanity if you start doing it.
Because Reggie's an elder. He's my elder, and
No, he ain't. But your father and your mother is your elder. I don't abide by that bullshit.
Well,
Nah, but you good, bro. Just come back, man.
That's it.
You good? Just come back.
I'm
saying I want to have conversations with you.
Man.
I'm saying.
Well, today I gave you some of my answers. I'm looking for the how. I'm not looking for the dreamy, mythological. You're sounding like medics or superstitions. We want all of this shit.
Reggie.
I mean, but that's how you sound to me, to be real.
Yeah, but I tell you how. But I tell you how.
No, I don't think
Hey, brother Reggie, you got to be careful because these niggas will cut you out in your apology, bro. Don't be too nice. Just say your shit if you got to go somewhere.
Listen, you're in the dream world. You're talking about the how, right? But if I sit down and ask, well, how are you actually? I don't want the how, but what are you actually doing? What is your life history in working for our people and doing this stuff, right? Study your personal family. Yeah.
Do you want to know what I'm doing?
You ain't doing nothing.
I think that all of us are doing something, and I think that more of us need to be doing things. So I'm an educator. I'm a nurse.
I can't understand that. What are you doing?
Well, I can tell you what I'm doing right now, actually. I'm at my office trying to make sure that some people that are underserved become nurses to try to better their financial status in this society that we live in.
Nothing but push it.
That's your job,
So
right?
that's what I'm doing.
Is that your job?
Yes, it's one of my jobs, yes.
Yeah, outside of your job, because we need to do things outside of our job.
Outside of my job, I'm very involved with my nieces and nephews, trying to help guide them and make sure their behinds can read and write appropriately. I'm trying to guide them to make sure when they get out of high school, they don't go to college for some nonsense career that's not gonna have them able to find a job. There's lots that I'm doing. Like I said, you start with yourself. Many of us need to do that. Then you start with your children, and then you keep on going. That's one of the problems that we have. We have fundamental problems that I think you're overlooking while you're daydreaming and having wet dreams about doing some damn trading someplace.
Birthday cake.
Can I get in a word?
They putting candles on birthday.
Hey, Aston B. Hey, let's get Aston B.
Be careful with that. So let me say this. Fine. What you're really doing is your job, and then outside of it, you're taking care of your nuclear and then your extended family. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a people's movement to reinvent ourselves to get us on a better competitive edge, right? So I'm not talking about that. So I'm not having no wet dreams, as you say, right?
Well, like I said earlier, it seems like we're having two different conversations. Like I said, the conversation that you're having it seems like you need to be having it with people of some means that can put these things that you're dreaming about,
People here
bring them into fruition.
smartest people I know. I don't agree with them, but
Hold
they
on,
are.
Ashton. Let me get to you, Ashton. Go ahead, Ashton. No, go ahead, Reggie. Finish. But I'm gonna get to you right after them.
I actually gotta go because this thing is gonna. But I
Hey,
appreciate
I sent you something. I
Yo,
appreciate
West
your time.
Coast,
Make sure you come back, brother.
Yeah, peace.
Yeah, and by the way, you don't really construct something new by trying to retain as much of the old stuff as possible. That's a contradiction.
That's correct. Bye.
All right. How's everybody doing this evening?
Hey, it was crazy in here. It was
I'm gonna
crazy
keep
in
it
here.
brief. I'm gonna keep it brief. I agree with the sis. We have to start here. And a lot of what Reggie is talking about this and international trade and working with Africa, those type of things are post-reparations discussions. And to really understand why they are post-reparations discussions, you have to look at the actual data in regards to wealth inequality, in America, particularly Black America. So right now, in 2025, the median household net worth of Black America is $1,500. So half of us are under that and half of us are over that. When the median is 1,500 as a group, you're not doing nothing internationally. You know, a high percent, something like over 95%, is close to 97, and this is a pre-pandemic number. 97% or more of Black business is sole proprietor grossing under $25,000 a year. So it's a whole bunch of people with little side hustles. When you look at the numbers of our actual business assets, corporate assets, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, pensions, housing, and you count it in the trillions, it's small, it's minuscule. And if you compare that with what other people have, white people have more in durable goods like radios and cell phones and couches than everything that we own altogether combined. And so when you look at this data of where we are financially, and you look at the business data of what we do have and how small our businesses are, you sort of understand how all that other stuff is like, it's a dream, it's a joke. And if you don't make decisions based on actual data, you're just out here willy-nilly thinking you can, we got $4 trillion of spending power, not looking at the data on what we spend that on. And most of it is necessities like housing and food and transportation and insurance. And so a lot of what people are saying is old information and they are not up to date, is not a data-centric approach to fixing problems. It's just old tropes, most of it surrounding like Pan-Africanism and we can work with Africa. Africa is not trying to work with itself. We have problems over here we need to fix. We have legislation we need to get passed. We have issues in our homes and our communities that we need to fix before we can even attempt working with anybody anywhere else. It's like you on a plane and the oxygen drop, you got to put yours on yourself before you give it to the baby. So I'll leave it at that. And everybody should work with their family, contribute to a local charity, and preferably join a dues-paying political organization. Thank you.
And let the church say amen to that.
I find the irony of like when we ask ourselves like what do we need to do as Americans to improve our situation in America, the answer would be straightforward and real simple. Right? When I ask the African, you start getting concepts, ideological frameworks, and possibilities, but not necessarily like this decisive answer when we get
when we're talking about, you know, our situation in America. It's like, to me, that's actually telling. To me, and you know, I try to read into things, and I could be wrong, but it actually says that there isn't like some unified front as far as why we need it, and there's just like a collective attitude that we need it, and we buy into like the collective attitude without investigating, you know, or asking some more further questions. We just kind of go along with it, from what I can tell, because every time we ask somebody, they kind of take them a while. They got to put it together, rationalize it.
And you know, when we're talking about some basic fundamental things that we need to learn how to do before you even go into business with other people, you need to first make sure you know how to read and understand contracts and all that different stuff like that. You have some of our people that get finessed every day right here in this country from different fraudsters and all this type of stuff. Just thinking about this community that we're talking about, people writing fake books, you got people doing all sorts of crazy stuff. So how are you going to go somewhere else and be able to not get finessed or become a victim in some sort of a thing you're trying to do? It just doesn't make any sense. We need to worry about, like I said, ourselves, and we just need to get that through our heads.
Go ahead, Corey.
And I want to go back to this grandmother thing too. I'm sorry to cut you guys off. This is going to be the last thing that I'm going to say. When we're talking about the grandmas, I just want to put my 2 cents in and say that the grandmas in the African American community is the most influential person that we have. And, you know, that's just that.
I really appreciate you bringing us back down to earth. So, because we was floating away. It was a lot of floating away earlier. And, you know, Granny didn't stand a chance earlier. But yeah, I definitely appreciate you saying grandmamas is some of the most influential people in our community still to this day. Still to this day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, if you're around, please join. But you're absolutely right, because we talked earlier about losing yourself, right? So think about the, you know, the self that you're losing by not listening to your grandma, right? So I'm gonna hold, right, whatever this African stuff is above my grandma, and she is the one over here immediately experiencing all of this and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a large portion of kind of, you know, of what's actually being said, is that, you know, over here is a better way, right? My grandma really don't know enough. She ain't been educated enough, so on and so forth. So I gotta get this highfalutin language that I end up calling poetic on how we actually go about this. And you end up, you know, co-opting ideas like we need to build Africa just to build African Americans, right? That, to me, that's almost losing. That's a bit of losing yourself, because ain't nobody in your immediate. So I ain't gonna say nobody, but for the most part, most people's experiences, their immediate circle ain't telling them to do that. They just like how you said, grandma telling you just what you said. That's what your immediate circle most times is telling people. Most people ain't having no Pan-African experience.
I think it's childish logic, because it's what kids do. They rebel against Granny and them. Right? You don't want to listen to what Granny and them say. You want to do it your way. You know what I'm saying? That's what kids do. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just a childish thing to me. You know what I mean? Shepard said the other day, he said he want to get people back to, you know, basic school. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I think about when he say that, right? You know, your first grade teacher wasn't lying to you. She was trying to teach you arithmetic, bro. Like, she was really trying to teach you that. She wanted you to learn a sentence, how to write different sentences,
right?
And different
She saw the value, right?
You know what I mean? She wanted your handwriting to. That's why she gave you. She threw the paper back at you, because your handwriting was atrocious. and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, like that's that's foundational. Granny in the 2nd and 3rd grade teacher that taught you geography. Now you niggas thinking the earth is flat and all this whole wild shit. You see what I'm saying? That your 1st grade teacher told you. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't have no idea. It seemed, listen, when you was in kindergarten, this is the funny part, right? With nobody saying, right? When you was in kindergarten, the earth seemed flat. It by all means, wouldn't it? To a kindergartner. You see what I'm saying?
Right. I can see a kindergartner making.
Now you
like
a grown
grown
ass man, and you ain't ascertained yet when niggas that's going to 1st grade, 6-year-olds have established that the earth is round already. See what I'm saying? You are losing yourself, is what you say, but I call it just being childish. Just being childish. You know what I'm saying? That's all that shit is. It ain't nothing no more than that. You know, like I don't give credit where credit ain't due. You know what I'm saying? Because losing yourself is something that I've set aside for people who's having psychological issues. You see what I'm saying? If you ain't having those psychological issues, I can't place you. I can't give you that leeway to say that you're losing yourself. No, what you're doing is you playing. You playing, and you need to stop. That's what's happening, and niggas need to say that. That period, point blank. See, and then they'll be all up in arms about it, right? But when you get down, when you boil it all down and cut the bullshit off of it, that's all they doing is playing.
Yeah, they're playing. They're 100% playing. I'm actually starting to kind of come around to like there might be like a level of elitism in that rhetoric too, right? Like to where you feel like since you got some big words and you articulating this particular thing and you feel intellectual when you're saying it, right? But you kind of view yourself as having something that I don't have, right? You feel good about that. And you got this affinity to Africa, and you telling me I need it and all that kind of stuff. I think that there's a level of elitism in it. You know what I'm saying? It is an intellectual endeavor that started in the 60s. You know what I'm saying? African Americans, their reading levels in the 60s wasn't the best. I think that there's a level of elitism in it, to be honest with
you. And even I told you, my granddaddy couldn't read past. He didn't have schooling past 3rd grade. I don't even think he read at a 3rd grade level. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, I see a lot of excuses, right, on the internet. I do, but in real life, Logic, I don't see a lot of excuses in real life.
You see motherfuckers getting up out of bed in the morning, huh?
See, absolutely. And going to get it how they know how to get it.
Right. And ain't nobody I met in real life will sit there and rattle all of the adversity back to back, right? As if now I ain't supposed to get out of bed, based I'm listening at you. I might as well stay home.
Right. And stop with this victimhood mentality. So we all know that we are deserved and owed reparations, right? We know that. We know that we've been wrong here in this country. We understand all of that. However, some of these black folks, they always come off to me like they have some sort of victimhood thing. Okay, we can't do this, we can't do this. It's just kind of crazy to me. We are here in 2025. There's a lot of things that we can do if we first get down an understanding of some of these fundamental things we need to do. Like I said, learn how to read, learn how to have some work ethic, get your ass up and go get a job. Just learning about yourself. Have some family planning. Stop having 10 baby mamas or 10 baby daddies. There's some of these type of rudimentary things that we need to understand. Sometimes we you know, we, like I said, don't get me wrong, we are owed things in this country. We have been done wrong, but sometimes we put ourselves in that victimhood box um, when we may not necessarily have to be there 24 hours a day.
Right. Right. We do have a justification for some reparations. Right. But that doesn't mean that, you know, before I get my reparations, I don't got nothing to be proud of in myself. And that it can't mean that. You get what I'm saying? It just means we got more work to do. And in which case we'll always have more work to do, right? So once you get done with all the language of however you want to say it, we will still, like us individually, like we will still have to, you know, get our shit together, like to participate in anything. You know what I'm saying? Me and you can't come together if both of us ain't doing nothing. I'm dragging you along. You know what I'm saying? That ain't us doing nothing together. So, you know, at the
It ain't never
end of
not
the
gonna
day,
be
you're
a
gonna
struggle. It ain't never not gonna be a struggle.
never. It's never not
Especially
gonna
if
be.
you look, especially if you look like me.
Yep.
So forget about it.
Yeah,
Forget
you could
about
just,
it.
yeah, you could just,
You
yeah,
can
I
make
agree.
the
You could
struggle
just
a
end, you
little
could
less.
chill. It
That's
ain't never
your
gonna
job.
be. Yeah,
That's our job, is to make the struggle slightly less for the folks that's coming behind us. That's what you do.
It's still gonna be difficult, but yeah, they're gonna have a struggle. Absolutely.
And
Maybe
all
we
that's
could
all
knock
you
down
gotta
some
do.
barriers for them on our way out,
Going
but there's
generation after
definitely gonna be a
generation.
struggle.
You go generation after generation, Logic. You know what I'm saying? Is all you focus on is making the struggle just a little less. That's it. And someday, we ain't gonna see it, but someday, right, things will be in a more on a more equal playing field, right? But right now, right, we got to worry about, like you said, organizing in a workplace, making sure we get some type of healthcare legislation passed, right? and like I said, educating. And I'm sorry, I got distracted a little bit.
And get involved in your local politics.
Hey, Corey.
Get
Yeah,
involved in your
also,
local politics.
but controlling industries, right?
Corey,
Go ahead.
can we sing? Can we hold hands and sing? Someday, people are ever going to be undone. Where is the other Corey at? You being too heartwarming, bro. You being
No, I'm not.
way too heartwarming now.
I'm keeping it real though. The sister speak a different language. I know how I can hear the sister. So you know what I mean?
I hear y'all, bro.
Sometimes you got to slow it down a little bit, right? You know what I mean?
All right. Yo, this is the midnight storm then at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Let's have a midnight storm now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, but she kicking some real science though, like, you know what I mean? I mean, I'll say, like I said, through legislation is how you gonna change things. You know how you gonna get more of that immediate thing that we looking for. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way to do it. And so we have to become more involved in our local politics, more involved in national politics, right? Understanding who these candidates is, and not that, oh, the candidate's gonna vote exactly the way I want them to vote or have the exact plan that I want them to have plan, but the candidate that's most closely aligned to the things that the way that I want America to look. You know what I'm saying? So you know, those, and again, the organization in the workplace and the controlling industry, right? Dominating industry is more the language that I like to speak. Dominating industry is what we need. But I got a phone call, y'all.
Right, and we got so many. Like, I actually think that Africa rhetoric be a distraction from at least all the stuff that Sister Sansa's talking about, right? Because if I'm focused on how I'm a control a gold or a diamond mine all the way across the world, like how in the hell am I going to do that without some kind of force?
You know what I'm saying? How do I maintain a diamond across the world without some kind of like police or something? You know what I'm saying? I don't see how you can actually do that. So, I always see the connection as not being realistic without some sort of a military presence from Africa, right? And then, then I would have to ask you, okay, so what do what else is in your plans, right? You're not doing this to secure resources, and I don't believe that. I feel like now that I honestly at this point feel like the conversation I'm never gonna hear somebody actually just say. I mean, Psycho was brave enough to actually say it, but I ain't gonna. I don't think I'm gonna hear enough of them actually just say what's really on there. And I think that could be the only thing happening when it takes you 30 minutes to explain to me why we need Africa. You know what I'm saying? Because if it was something direct, like when we asked you, what we can do in America, you gave us very clear points. It didn't require some kind of nuance or explanation. You could just get right to it, right? So I'm really starting to kind of think that, unfortunately, like I'm not hearing you actually just express your real thoughts, and you're trying to dress this up in a way that you think I'm gonna find it out, right? Because the whole time you're just not, with either me or yourself. So.
He's hitting at exploitation. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's hitting at exploitation. I've been to Africa, and when I come back and I tell people of the business opportunities and things there, even Black people, the first thing they tell me, if I was over there, I'd be 80. See, it is always exploitation. It's always exploitation. If you're talking about doing trade with Africa and you're using Europeans as an example, the profit is there because of exploitation and the slave labor and what they do to the artisanal miners and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're not going over there getting the coltan. Number one, we ain't even got the money to do that. But even then, exploitation is why the profit is there. And so if you're not going to do that, then it's not a conversation. If you're not going to stick up the Africans for their diamonds or stick up the Ethiopians for their coffee and give them $1 for 50 kilos or whatever, then that question is not a real, it's not a real question. It's like fantasy. Everybody living in a fantasy world. And again,
Right.
this is why I like, you have to use data. You have to use real information to make decisions. You have to know how much stuff it sells. You talk about industry. Industry is not Snoop Dogg selling cereal. Industry is Black people owning millions of acres to sell the wheat to General Mills, right? Or to sell the chickens. We have millions of acres of chicken farms to sell the chicken to Purdue and Hormel. Like, those ships have already sailed because those connections and those deals were made decades and decades and decades ago at a time when we were already locked out. So what you're dealing with right now, you got seeds that were planted during, Reconstruction and Jim Crow. And now they got these big ass trees making all this money. And then here we show up trying, we can just plant. Nah, it's a forest now. You can't just plant no seed. You ain't got the money to plant no seed. Even if you got the idea of Zuckerberg, you don't have his friends and his family's friends. Even if you got the idea and you got the knowledge of Jeff Bezos, your parents can't give you, not loan you, but give you $300,000. Just like, maybe it'll work out, maybe it won't. We don't have it like that. And if you know our wealth levers, we don't have it like that. I can't give nobody $50,000 right now. I mean, I could physically do it, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't do that without that, impacting me financially. Other people, come on. They're getting ready to pass $140 trillion during this next wealth transfer. That's why everything is so high. That's why, rent is $2,500 for 500 square feet. And food is high as hell. And they want you to pay $150,000 for a 4x4 pickup. Y'all ain't noticed? The stuff is not coming down. Excuse me, I'm in Manhattan and it's loud. But you know, this is what we're working with, and we need some real solutions. And recolonize and exploit Africans is not the way. That's not what I want to hear.
Now, getting back to the pseudos, because that's where we was talking about earlier. And, you know, the pseudos love to give you this pie in the sky type of scenario, this quick fix or this sort of outrageous sort of solution, instead of staying grounded in reality. And like you said, the data and the facts. But that's one thing I noticed about these pseudos. They try to sell you a dream.
What'd you say, sis? You say they're trying to sell us a dream?
Yes. Did you guys hear anything I said?
It was just the last part. I wanted to make sure I heard that part.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty much what I said. Is that one thing you have to watch out with these pseudos is, and the one indication that you're dealing with a pseudo is they always trying to sell you a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of keeping us grounded in reality. And another thing I'm going to say, you know, I went to Ghana, was it last year or the year before that? And, you know, it was a beautiful experience, right? But, you know, the main thing that I got from that trip was that we are here and this is where we need to, you know, continue to establish ourselves and work on ourselves here. That is one of the main things I got from that trip. And seeing the condition and stuff of the people there and everything, they have their own things to worry about. They don't have anything to offer us. I'm sorry to say that. They don't. So we got to stop with this this fantasy that we have. It's almost like a child who you know, their daddy maybe have been out of their life forever and they just have this dream, one of these days I'm going to see my daddy and he's going to be so good, he's going to have all this stuff for me and all this stuff. And maybe your lost daddy is the man under the bridge. He's not coming nowhere no time soon. That's how I feel like sometimes we're talking about our family on the continent. They are in worse shape than us. We need to stop looking over there, thinking that something's going to be going on, and worry about our own selves. And also, you know, it's good to know about it is in terms of your history, right? We do need to know where we came from, how we got over here, what our people was doing before, you know, colonization and slavery and all that stuff like that. That is wonderful, but that's the extent of it, period. History, that's it, in my opinion.
If I can add on, you know, one thing you have to like notice is the anchoring of identity, right? And so people are putting African issues before their own issues because they think they're African and they anchor themselves on an African identity instead of an American one when they haven't ever been to Africa. They don't have family in Africa. They don't own land in Africa. They don't have mineral rights in Africa. And, you know, I've watched online where one guy was talking, this is Wise the Dome, right? He had some clown on there talking about, all we got to do is see. And he was talking about, we don't even need reparations. All the reparations we have is in Africa with the trillions of dollars of mineral wealth. He is thinking like that's his. That's not yours. That's theirs.
That's crazy. That's crazy talk.
But the anchoring, when you anchor yourself as somebody you're not, it makes you think like weird, and your politics is not even anchored where you are. I was having another conversation, a guy about Pan-African. I was like, well, what has it done for us? And he brought up Burkina Faso and how they like came together as Voltron to fight up the French or whatever. I'm like, how does that affect me? So when I asked you a win for me, you brought up some different people halfway across the world because the anchoring is off. And if you don't view yourself as American, then your political solutions will not have an American lens and they won't affect America and you'll just be all off. And sometimes talking to these people, especially the older Pan-Africanists that have invested decades into it, they won't give it up and they won't see it. And they'll be talking about, I'm an African in America. or all we got to do is go back to Africa. You know, black people couldn't get out of New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina. You think we got money to go to Africa? Don't speak the language, don't know the culture. You ain't got no land, you ain't got nothing, you ain't know nobody. Like, quit playing. And the fantasy is there because that type of fantasy doesn't require action. It's just feel good. And you best believe there are certain people with alphabetical acronyms that are pushing stuff like that. Because if you're doing that and you're dreaming about that, guess what? You're not doing any political work here.
No, I think you touched on an important point that I bring up too, right? It's something that where you can feel like you're participating in something and not really do a goddamn thing.
With logic, I wasn't able to speak because I was working. I think the entire fucking conversation is some post-traumatic ass bullshit, to be honest. You know, normal people don't talk like this. I don't know if we understand. Like, people don't organize around no fucking race unless you the goddamn clan. I heard a group of white people talk about this. I don't know what the fuck I would do. Like, I know I get the fuck out of that area immediately.
You calling a motherfucking airstrike on that bitch?
Like, I swear to God, yo. Like Europe did not come up off of being Europe. Like, I don't know what the fuck we be talking about. So, like, people organize like off of fucking money and, you know, competition and shit like that. Like the slave trade wasn't about let's just exploit some niggas. If it was they could have exploited. Yeah. And like-minded people. Like if it wasn't us, it would have been someone else. Like I'm not saying the racism don't exist, but I mean, I'm telling you right now what white folks preach. They preach rugged individualism. That's their shit. Rugged, they don't give a fuck what the we is doing. Me and my family, as long as we know we good, then the collective will be good. We you know, there's even competition within that. Like I'm not like looking a whole bunch of white people talking about let's go up there and make sure Timmy and Rebecca are okay. You know what I'm saying? Like they collectively come up off of competition. You know, they don't goddamn. I don't know. That's just what I see. It could be. It's just my anecdotal experience. I just know if I heard some white folks talking about we need to unite with Europe here in America.
No, but they actually do what we said we do earlier, right? They actually favor their own, but within America though. Right?
Yeah.
Like, why people don't give a fuck about
Europe? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So why is black people not favoring just the black people in America? Why we got to favor and worry about somebody in Africa? No, we just gonna worry about us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you know people
we practice
like
our
a shortcut.
blackology. Why we gotta practice Afrocentrism when the blackology is more beneficial to it?
People like a shortcut, Corey. People like a shortcut. I think they done preached Africa as a shortcut. Because us over here playing this political game, that would definitely have to be the wrong game.
It's not really a shortcut, or maybe it's a shortcut, but when you get to the thing, it's really a maze, and you just run around in the maze.
It's couched
for a way out.
It's couched as if it's less difficult to unite with Africa than it is to politically make change in America. That's how it's couched.
That's part of the birthday crazy.
That's how it's couched.
Birthday cake.
That's one of the candles that they blow a wish on. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the wishes that they wish it was more easier. That's why they say it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's just a bunch of birthday cake, bro.
Y'all know what the fastest growing political organization is right now? Turning Point America.
Turning Point. There we go.
Turning Point. They opening up shit. You laughing? They opening up chapters in every single city.
Yeah. I'm not laughing. No, I'm laughing to the truth. Yes, that's
I think the governor of Oklahoma said it's going to be a Turning Point chapter on every single high school campus.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
They
that's
talking about
dangerous.
legislation. They talking about politics.
And we worried about that.
People worried about Africa. I said, sponsor a child from Africa.
There you go.
Send them $40 a month. Get your letters. You can see the progress.
Damn.
Feel good inside. I'm
Now,
serious.
wait a
I'm
minute.
with it.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That's a
Before
good
you
point. That's a great
sponsor,
A lot of those
before,
charities are great. I've been in
yeah,
Africa
but
and I've
before
visited some of those
you,
charities in person.
before you do that, I'm quite sure there is a Shaniqua or a Tyrone or somebody on your street or in your community that you can be trying to make sure they are eating.
Absolutely. I agree.
Does anybody want to see what Vallejo Elementary and Vallejo High School look like right now? They look like they're fucking abandoned. You know, like there's plenty of shit that we can do, like right here. Like I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. You know, I don't be getting it.
Brother Mujasi, are you around by any chance? I guess I probably would have came off his mic if he was. Go ahead, man.
No, I was pretty much done. I just that was just my 2 cents. I mean, like I don't have nothing against Africa. It seems like if you just not falling, if you don't want a piece of that birthday cake, then you're against Africa. I don't really agree with that either. I listen, just again, anecdotal. I'm with Corey. Africa ain't done much for me other than knowing my ancestry. They ain't done much else for me in my life. Especially putting any money in my pocket. If someone can, yeah. So I don't know. You know, I'm just repeating everybody's points at this point. So yeah, somebody else.
And Logic, yeah, I heard you, brother. I'm listening.
Yeah, man. Okay, if you caught most of what Reggie said, right? So remember we had the conversation earlier about remember the question that we actually had in the chat, right? About what does that African connection look like for African Americans? I don't remember exactly that's how it worded, but based on what he said, how would you answer that question if you heard what most of he said?
Nah, I didn't really. I was listening to Reggie, but I didn't really catch the direction he was going in. But that's a different conversation than what we was having this morning. That's not the same conversation.
I thought it was a similar enough question to at least incorporate it, but I got you. He might have been touching on some different topics, but yeah. So I guess the reason why I asked you is to maybe see if you found any clarity out of what he said, because I certainly did not. Now, like, okay, it's a different conversation. I'm not trying to like force that particular issue, but if after 39 years of working this particular plan, if you can't articulate it no better than that, like that should be problematic for even you, like not you specifically, but for him trying to describe it, right? Like it should be almost a realization of, well, you know, I'm trying. I understand the pitfalls here, but I'm still trying to hang on to. You know what I'm saying? It sounds more like that than it does. Well, we tried this didn't work, but and then so we started incorporating that, and that worked better. That's not what he's saying.
Yeah,
He's definitely not saying it. He's definitely got more of that attitude that he's trying to retain as much Africanness as he can, rather than filter through the stuff that we can find useful in our environment today.
Yeah, I can't really speak to Reggie and his perspectives. I've heard him here on the Discord, and I've seen him on a couple of different people's panels on YouTube, but I don't really know. I don't know Brother Reggie, and I respect him, definitely respect him. I don't know his history, and
That's cool. I respect that.
Yeah, it's like I can't speak to his politics, his answers.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You just said you didn't really hear him. So like, did maybe what I said in our closing arguments maybe resonate with you as far as where you would need I lost some train of thought. Dang. So we were talking about, so when we ended that conversation, we had started talking about the young people connecting with the old people and having, you know, and keeping that vigor for social movement, you know, going and you know, having the ability to kind of guide them per se, right? So using Africa as a guide, okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Did it resonate with you about the part where I was saying we still need to we still need to be able to have the proper instructions with that particular message, right? It would still need to have a streamless segue into exactly what we do here in our communities, right? And every time you use the word Africa, it almost kind of separates you from this experience here in America and, you know, mentally kind of transports you to a completely different environment, completely different circumstances, completely different adversities, right? So in the spirit of leaning into African Americans having the ability to come up with solutions in our environment, right, versus retaining some things from our old environment, have you kind of kicked that around anymore?
Say that last piece again. You said retaining, like say that last
right.
part of the
Remember, I was saying that I'm leaning into the brilliance of African Americans, right? I think that we can give ourselves the tools, still come away with a culture of our own, but not necessarily need to incorporate so much of old world thinking or African thinking into the new solutions. Right, like actually giving ourselves the autonomy to actually say we can look at our environment and be creative enough to come up with solutions. You know, even the necessary morality to have those solutions around. Am I confusing you?
Yeah, just a little bit. I'm truly trying to
Okay.
process.
Okay.
Yeah.
So right. So earlier we were talking about retaining as much African as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
While you're retaining something, you kind of really can't come up with something new while attempting to retain as much of this old thing as possible. You know, because you can't really do both at the same time. You get what I'm saying? So in giving us the autonomy, right, giving us the creative power to look at our scenario and give ourselves the best morality for it, the best culture for it, right, the best ideas for it, when we're attempting to retain as much of this other thinking, you know what I'm saying, other than us in current times, we get away from what we can bring to the table because we're so focused on trying to preserve some of these older ideas.
Yeah. I think I'm better understanding what you're putting up, the question that you're asking. The best way to approach this. I think the challenge is being able to have the language to be able to speak to the retention of those Africanisms. Joseph Holloway, in his book Africanisms in America, will challenge us. And what he'll challenge us on is that he'll say that what you call reformation and what you call adjustment, what you call reinvention, what we call adaptation, and the ability to try to reconstitute ourselves under a different language, a different worldview, different customs, and even to some degree, different beliefs. He will couch that in the similarities of how this same group of people in various forms have done very similar, if not identical things in other parts of the Americas of this so-called New World. And those similarities is what connects us to our ancestral memory and our ancestral practices. That's what he will argue. And I think part of this process is not being fixated on the geography of the identity or the land, or even trying to unearth a conversation with people across the pond, but trying to understand the expressions of who we are here and how that who we are here is a combination of retention and reinvention. Does that make sense? It's like,
Absolutely not. It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Okay, Logic, I think part of what you're saying is that you're saying that there's a piece of us that if we were fighting to retain, it separates us from trying to reinvent and if we use the term this morning, adapt and assimilate.
Right.
And
That's the gist of what I'm saying, yes.
And I think Joseph Holloway would challenge us to say that we had no choice but to do that. And that was part of the process of our survival. That we've found ways to litigate and make both of those worlds coexist, even though it was difficult and challenging. And some of our earliest sociologists began to identify that and recognize that those was two conflicting awareness existing inside of us. And I think that's kind of how it shows up. That's the complexity around it. And it has to be, if it doesn't make any sense, then I'm going to blame that on my ability to try to articulate myself in that, because sometimes wrestling with these concepts, I can't always find the words and the definitions to make sense of it.
Let me try to put it in my own words. What you're saying
I haven't read the book.
What you're saying is some of the behaviors that we call adjusting in our daily lives, right, could be looked at under a microscope and maybe be identified with other behaviors that we've seen in Africa, right? Is that more so what you're saying, right?
But not necessarily. Africa is like, it becomes like looking at the amalgamation of the various different groups of peoples that was forced into this prison industrial labor camp that Howard French tends to coin it as, and how that forced us to have to discard and even to some degree forget about some of those customary pieces that existed there and hold on. And like you said earlier, maintain the things that allowed us to survive here. And so I think that's the piece that sometimes if we don't have the language or if we don't even have the memory no more of how those things shows up, it looks like it's something brand new. And that's what he would challenge us on. It looks like it's something we, invented here, but oftentimes it's reinvented under a new cloak and a new formation because it's still spliced with some of that retention.
Right.
You know
okay.
What? If I can say one thing, I haven't read the book that you're quoting from, and I think we need new books and new authors that have more concrete data-based approaches to solutions and not abstract ideas about genetic memory and things like that. Because you're going to have to prove to me, that cultural practices are coming from genetic memory. And even if they are, how does that help improve the material conditions right now in 2025? I don't think it does. And so a lot of what I read, did you remember how the Trump administration banned a whole bunch of buzzwords, leftist buzzwords?
Earlier,
when you read what was banned, that's exactly what they are. It's just a whole bunch of buzzwords that leftists have been, it's like they just roll the dice and take 3D's buzzwords and make a sentence. So again, while I haven't read the book, what you was reading, it sounds like gobbledygook that really didn't mean anything. Like really, ancestral memory. I mean, is this where we going? Like, I think we need to step away from magic, and I think we need to step away from, oh, just let go and let God. Like that's that kind of talk. And I don't think that's going to work. I think we need real database approach that deals with health and literacy and wealth and morals and ethics and things like that. All that other stuff is for the birds.
Well, I would say that first off, he's right. You can see some behavior, some retention in our behaviors and the ways that we talk. Some of that is actually there. That and so you were saying that you would need proof of it. I mean that I guess I'm just doubling down on that, and that actually not sounding so far-fetched as maybe you're alluding to. But my thing is going back even into what you're saying, Mujasi, wouldn't that almost be assuming that whatever culture that came from was fixed and always like that? Or did it too, amalgamate to the circumstances around it, right? Was it too a part of adjusting to a new environment at some point? You get what I'm saying? Like at some point, human beings were there long enough to maybe make some of their own adjustments, right? So like even that thing where it came from wouldn't have been fixed and never changing. So organically over time, you might end up with cultures. Yeah, you might have cultures that don't look identical to how they looked 200-300 years ago. So when you look at it from that way, for me, if African Americans come up with their own culture that's more beneficial to them in their new environment, how would it be any different than the organic people coming up with their culture based on their environment?
Ask that question one more time. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Right, I framed it first, right? So I was saying that there seemed there might be an assumption in there that the culture that it originally came from was a fixed thing, like as if it never had some malleability and people never changed it according to their circumstances or their environment. So I'm saying, what would the difference be if African Americans had a malleable culture that adapted to their environment, right? That might have been better suited for what their needs were at the time, not necessarily attempting to adhere to things that weren't necessarily completely relevant to their environment and more just suited to a retention. You get me? So like what would the difference be between this organic new culture and this forced new culture? You're still coming up with a culture suited for your environment.
Right. And
Mm-hmm.
I think when we mentioned earlier this morning that most of those things that adapted and stayed over in the process of assimilation, it was the things that we needed to grapple and hold on to that was similar in the ways of being that we was able to keep that grounded us in our survival here. And so part of that became like developing a culture that allowed us to exist, coexist, and survive what we was experiencing in the different epochs of United States. And so the eras of United States. And so I think it became kind of like the foundation of how we retained certain experiences. And to what my brother Astabin was saying, I don't know if I use genetic. I think I use just kind of like cultural retention, but how those cultural retentions and how we conducted and did things here is what Joseph Holloway was put in terms practically. And it's a good book. It's a good read. I read it probably like 1.5 years, 2 years ago. But the key pieces that I remember him talking about was how many of some of these Bantu words and the languages of different Bantu groups maintained itself in various forms within our language and our vernacular in the United States. Some names that retained and manifested itself and still showed up on plantations and afterwards. Some of the stories that we told, narratives and folklores, and how we sometimes transfer a lot of those stories into some of our narratives that we told our children and passed down to our children, stories that taught us values and principles on how to conduct ourselves or how to look at the world, and how we end up using a lot of Christian symbols to also maintain some of those stories. He also talked about so he also talked about manifesting, like how it showed up in our religious practice. I think it was him who I remember him saying, I think in chapter 3 of his book, where he talked about many of the customs and practices like the ring shout and certain praise and Holy Ghost was African traditional, expressions cloaked and manifested in Christianity, and how those are retentive practices. Yeah. So his book is grounded.
Let me clarify something.
Okay, and then I'll come back after you.
He used the word genetic. And since I study genetics, I have an issue with language. So we can talk about how, breakdancing is a cultural retention from Africa, and that's fine. But when you use the word genetic, people take that to mean like there's a genetic variant in us for breakdancing. Right?
Let me interject. Did you say he used the word genetic or I use the word genetic?
When you was quoting from the book, the word genetic came out.
So I said genetic?
Like genetic memory. When you were quoting from the book, it sounds like me you was reading from ChatGPT, but I don't know.
No. I don't have no device in front of me other than my phone, brother. So I'm sorry. But no, I remember saying like cultural retention, but I don't remember saying the word genetic because I don't think he uses the term genetic.
Genetic memory.
I heard him say cultural. I heard him say cultural.
No.
Yeah, I think I said cultural.
I heard genetic memory. I heard genetic memory. I explicitly heard that.
Go ahead.
And that's why I chimed in. Because people will think there's something in our DNA that did it when you talk about genetics. So maybe I have an issue with that language. In regards to the language and stuff, yeah, that's linguistics. Like we know those things to be true. But again, how does that stuff help us improve the material conditions in America? So knowing that we have Africanisms in our language.
So I want to make sure I'm staying grounded in logic's conversation and question, because I think what you're proposing is a different piece, and I'm not making that argument. And part of this is a conversation that me and Brother Logic was extending on from this morning. So I apologize that you don't have the the context of why Logic is bringing this back up and kind of drawing that thread. So it's not a conversation necessarily of trying to make the argument to how does this work to change our material conditions. So it's not.
It was a previous conversation.
I'm not making that argument. Yeah, it's not.
It was a different conversation from what we were having with Reggie.
Yeah,
understood. I'm always late to the party.
That's okay, brother. I'm glad you're here, though. I'm real glad you're here. Because I'm learning from you. The last piece that I remember him talking about was just how those cultural practices showed up in like our agriculture and the ways that we tilled land, cultivated land, and stuff like that. And so I don't remember, and I could be misquoting his book. I don't have it with me. I don't have no way of getting access to it while I'm at my office. But there was some concrete things that he pulled up in terms of his, I want to say historical and anthropological data that he used, that he drew some similarities in comparison to some of his other colleagues who was doing research study of Africanisms in the Caribbean and South America. So he was drawing some parallel connection in his research to how these same things showed up here in the United States. And so that's it. I mean, and I'm using him as just kind of like a tipping point to answer your question, Logic, that it's how we understand some of those expressions, the things that we probably call Black, that are actually reformatted and kind of like amalgamation between these retentive things and reformulated things. And that's why I was saying from the beginning, it does ask the question of what language are we using and how do we understand what these cultural things look like and how do we make some connections? Because I don't think human beings, even if we go into the theory of the idea of ethnogenesis, I don't know how much a people completely reinvent themselves from the top and bottom. I think we're always building on cultural practices and retentions that come from, our previous generations and ancestors, mixed with other cultures that we have connections with at that moment, mixed with our adaptation to that environment. And I'll end there.
You say that, but somebody would have had to invent a culture from scratch, right?
Possibly, yeah. I don't know how far back we have to go.
Definitely, at least somebody would have had to. You know what I'm saying? They would have had to been the first one somewhere, right? It means, so I guess that's what I'm ultimately saying. Whatever that original thing was, returning back to that wouldn't necessarily be our best. It may be one manifestation or one iteration of us, but may not necessarily be best suited for our new environment. Mm-hmm. So the things that we even incorporate from the oldest of ourselves would still be subject to that same pruning. I would think, right? Mm-hmm. Regardless of where we can identify it coming from, which to me basically says that identifying where it comes from isn't like almost doesn't even mean it doesn't mean anywhere near as much as how practical it is. If once I've identified it, it's only useful as far as it's useful. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I mean, not that it's to be discarded, but let's not, let's kind of, I guess you would take it in stride because there'd be nothing left to expound upon. You get me? Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I ask you
would still have to add all the useful stuff to it. But go ahead, Ms.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to know who the author of that book is that you guys are referring to.
Joseph Holloway. He wrote a book, Africanisms in the U.S. or Africanisms in America. I can't remember the exact title. Joseph Holloway.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. And in logic, I think you're pointing to something that's accurate. I mean, the idea that culture is dynamic is not theory. That's a fact. And right. Cultures change. And human beings, whether it's forced migration involuntarily or not, we always adjust our culture to adapt to the needs and the requirement of our current environment. And one of the things that I've become more aware of is that cultures, when they're interacting or subversive or subordinate to another culture, end up having a two-way exchange between that culture as well. And so the Anglo-African is a real thing. I'm not saying it's a real identity, but it's emblematic of a cultural existence at one point in time where we've seen those who at one point in time may have been continental in terms of having a generation or two before them that was born in Africa, but yet their existence, it was inside of a British or a colonial life and experience. And so what type of exchange happens when you become Christian and you learn this new language, but you have a grandparent who said that they were born on this continent, and you see other people who's coming from the continent, but yet you don't have that same cultural ground, that same cultural existence as they do. And how do you reposition yourself under this kind of new, different dynamic, different forms of music, different forms of literature, different forms of adapting to the commerce and the market of that space that you're in, like how different forms of even grounding yourself in your values on how you do family. And so, when you're talking about people having to move and shift in different generations to different environments, different polities, different economies, cultures, they adjust and move. And so there was a point in time where quite a few people wouldn't doubt that they were African descendants. And, you know, generations later, we have people who's like, I don't have nothing to do with Africa. That's not me. And that's an identity shift, is a cultural shift, and they both inform each other. They're correlated. And I think there's a lot of conversations we could have about that, you know? And I don't think there's a wrongness to it, but it goes to what I mentioned to you this morning. That's the concerning piece to me about that, is that in that process of adapting and adjusting and moving, how much do we dissolve ourselves in order to become something else, in order to adapt and survive in something else? That's always going to be that dialectical struggle that I'm concerned with.
The part that's difficult, though, and I do think there's something wrong with it, because that was their whole job. So at some point, we would have to just say, congratulations. You did it. You did it. You took the culture, you took the legacy, you took it, and y'all win now. We're yours. We're this and other. And I understand African American legacy is distinct from an African legacy, but my thing is the reason why it disturbs me is it's like I don't like when we're doing the job of the people that oppressed us, because I know that that's the goal. I know that was the whole point of being able to enslave a people. Is you take their legacy, you take their language, you take their culture, you take everything, and then if now in 2025 we got people saying, well, fuck it, we don't need it. I mean, I can see a white supremacist just saying, well, damn, we're done. What else can we do to them?
Right.
Like us not having a country, it maybe at you know, it don't bother me at this point. Us not having a country, you know, because I'm in the second quarter, so I'm focused on my kids now. But the fact that they don't have a language that they can go to, they don't have a quote unquote home they can go to other than the home I created for them. You know, that does bother me sometimes. I told you before, Josh, it used to bother me. You know, I'd be around the Hispanics and they could just break out into Spanish and just start speaking Spanish, or Koreans or Haitians and stuff like that, just start speaking their language. Or people in the Dominican Republic saying, I'm going home, but they're going home for real. Like where the first person in their family was damn near born. So I don't know, it just bothers me. But like most conversations in here, I'll get used to this new world order that we in, that we're not African.
Right.
But if we're not African, or then that's another, then I don't think we're African American at this point. But based on what the people in here are saying, we must be just American.
I think so. I think we exist somewhere within the ether of that.
Well, they
reality.
must be American. I ain't letting my
Why do I?
Yeah, I'm not letting go of the African American.
I'm not letting
go of the identity.
Why do I sense disappointment in the statement? Well, I guess we just Americans.
No, because what like the illustrious brother Corey said, y'all have not raised my self-esteem not one piece. I thought I was going to listen, and I thought I would hear something that would give me just a little bit of self-esteem, but I ain't heard an argument in here yet. To say, a motherfucker said, we don't need Africa, and I just ain't heard a good enough argument for why we do. But I know when I fill out my papers, it say African American. It don't say American American. It just says African American. So to say we don't need them, it's just that's a tough pill to swallow. That's a tough pill. And Corey, listen, y'all very well may be making great points, bro. This ain't something I even want to debate.
It just don't sound good, right?
No, but Corey, I gotta admit, you said something else. You gotta let me die on my hill. You said it's gonna make you uncomfortable, and you said it's gonna hit you in the heart. It did. I don't like to hear an African American come on YouTube and say the words, what the hell do we need Africa for? Because I picture a white supremacist somewhere lighting a cigar.
And Brad, but I think in some respects, they're kind of different arguments, because if Corey is saying, when I heard him say that earlier, I think he's specifically talking about the geopolitical landmass. And I think that's a deviation from the conversation that Logic and I started out when we're saying, what's our existence in terms of culture and identity and what we're holding on to away from the landmass. And so when I think about, by the time you had Catholic priests and missionaries and even other Christian groups moving into the Midwest and the West to occupy the Comanches and the Dakotas and the Lakotas, and to force them into these schools where the biggest monitor and belief and the concept was to kill the Indian and save the man. That was a perfected model and process that was already enacted and well groomed with the Africans that they had amongst us. That to produce the perfect labor force, we have to suppress in the best way we can any type of any cultural retention and practices. And they wasn't successful, but they were effective enough to set in motion some disjointed, disassociated ideas of our relationship to that cultural identity and practices, to where a lot of it went unconscious, but maintained itself in some form. And so when you're talking about 4, 5, 6 generations in, it's not a coincidence. And I don't think it's our fault that we have, and I'm speaking to the whole group, that we have a group of people saying like, I don't give a fuck about Africa and I have no connection with them, and I don't see myself as being, yeah. And it hurts. It's a complicated thing, but yet it's one of those pieces that when we deal with the grounding history,
your tongue too easy.
Yeah, when we deal with the grounded history of it, it makes sense why we will have people who's adamant of not seeing that connection. It makes sense whether we like it or not. It's the reality. And so when you saying, bro, that there's some, we talked about that in our study group the other day, where we were looking at white superiority and the metaphysics of race and the science of social Darwinism. It became clear that there was a intellectual movement, let alone a practical movement in policy and culture to destroy and dissect these group of people, regardless of how they reformulate themselves, and to dissect them away from any type of remnants of who they think they are. Because if they would have maintained any of that, it would have been a detriment to how they understood themselves, organized themselves, and erected themselves against our structure that we benefited from financially. I'll land there.
Now, do you think that we will ever totally...
Whoever that is trying to talk, you got a bad connection.
No, she's clear.
No, somebody's trying to talk.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say a couple of things. Do you think that we will ever totally lose any part of our Africanness? Because if you think about, I always think, no. So let me just finish. So when I think about my grandmother and certain things that she does, right, especially certain things that she's blended with her religion, some of those type of things will never, I feel like, will never die out of our African American culture. Certain things are just here to stay, I feel like. So in a sense, certain things we will never lose. But now getting back to when you say you don't need Africa, I feel like we need our history.
So I'm not saying that shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
So I feel like we need our history, right? We need the history to know where we came from and all that stuff like that. But my problem is when people romanticize it and think that they have a home there. We don't have a home there. Our home is here. So just like how Brass was talking about how other people can go back home, my husband is Jamaican. he can go back home, right? But we don't have, it's unfortunate that we don't have a home to go back to, but it's just a fact of the matter of what's been done to us. So we want to appreciate the continent, understand our history there, understand the food that we ate there, the culture, all those type of things that we may have done before we were kidnapped and brought over here. But we have to understand the reality is that we are disconnected from there. And this is our home.
But I mean, disconnected more than just being a home. I had to sit in this Discord yesterday and listen to somebody. Like, see, once you start giving up like that, in my opinion, then you lend credence to a person coming in here and saying it wasn't a kidnapping, it was just a trade. They just traded us for trinkets. Like, that's where it doesn't end with just where we live and our legacy and our culture. It starts going to like, well, it really wasn't that bad. You know, people were saying that in here, not even 2 days ago, saying without the slave trade, we might not have been shit if we never left Africa. So forget what they took. Look at what we're giving. We're just giving it away. Now it's not even like there.
I feel you on that. I feel you on that. I have an uncle.
Hold on. Once you take a step, like you already say, you know, you give a motherfucker an inch, you take a mile. Don't think that this conversation is just the end of the conversations we had this week. So I just don't want to be in a position where we're just saying, you know, that it just didn't exist, because I know that was their whole point and that was their whole goal. So when we say that we don't have, or we not this, or we not this, that, and the third, okay, whatever, that's how you feel. But at some point, I gotta agree with Reggie to an extent. I think y'all think this country love y'all just a little bit too much. Like,
well,
I'm not saying Africa does. I'm not saying Africa does.
So can I get a word in though?
Oh yeah, go ahead. I didn't know you were trying to talk.
And I'm after you, Corey. I'm gonna try to answer her question directly. Go ahead, my brother Corey.
Yeah, because what Mujasi spoke to and what the sister spoke to, and very little of what Brad spoke to, right? Listen, that wasn't the question, you know, and I agree with a lot of that, right? With most of that. But that wasn't the question that was posed to me when I was listening at least.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, you know, what was posed to me was what I heard being posed, because it wasn't posed to me, it was posed to Logic when I was hearing it. They were saying, what economic traditions can you take from Africa?
Right.
And it wasn't about the culture. It wasn't about culture to me, because I definitely agree. You know what I mean? We definitely need to understand our ancestry and where we came from. And we do. I agree with the sister. We do retain a lot of that culture, and it is beneficial to us. It helps us cultivate. We take the bits and pieces, like I say, you take the good shit and you set aside the bullshit. We take the bits and pieces that's valuable to us, right, over here in these Americas, right, and we cultivate our own identity, which we have, and we continue to do, right. So that cultural aspect, right, we've taken that, we've got that. What we needed from Africa culturally, we already took that years ago, and we've cultivated that into something that you can see peripherally, the Africanness of the African American culture. You see what I'm saying? That's the part. That's the African American. Is our culture. You see what I'm saying? So, but as far as the question that I heard posed, right? As far as the economics, what economic practices or traditions can we take from Africa? That's a total different question.
Yeah, that's what I was supporting. That's what I was supporting, Corey, because what what I believe Corey was answering earlier was not the same question that we started from Sister Mrs. Sincere, and so that's why I say it's like to be fair, when I was talking to Brass, to be fair to Corey, that's a different conversation, and so it's a different angle that Corey was coming from when he would make that statement, because we're again talking about what Reggie and him was having an exchange on was the political landmass and looking at economic development by borrowing from folks over on that geopolitical landmass. And I think what we're having a conversation on right now, and to answer your question directly, my sis, is what is those cultural ways of being that maintain exist, that still is there, and is it instructive to us? And here's my concern, and I think it's happening in real time, is that to answer your question directly, I hope it does not dissolve. I hope we don't lose it. I have a fear that we'll lose it. And what's happening is that a lot of those expressions that still exist, we don't recognize it no more as lingering retentions from those patterns. We don't see it no more. So a lot of it is now languaged and reframed as just a Black thing, this thing that was kind of imposed upon us and that we've accepted at the same time, this political idea of Blackness that we've also blanketed our culture under too. And we're, that's, I love what Stu Pease was dropping earlier. And I think a lot of his concept got misconstrued with the idea that Blackness more so is a political reality and idea, and how we've had to use it and weaponize that against white supremacy and the structures and polities of whiteness. That's what make folks over here unique in our power, is because we've been Black in that way, but we've also extended that to our way of being, our culture, our ability to use certain things in our spiritual practice, our folklores and our laughter and our culture and our music. And we call that Black now because we don't have no other way of framing it. And it makes sense. That's we're using the language the best way that we understand to understand why we do something different. But you only need to go to a white Lutheran church and then go to a Black Baptist church and see that there's a cultural difference between those two churches and how they worship. And that Black Baptist church has a lot of retention of those things that are what Joseph Holloway would say is African, but we call it Black. And so as in real time, we don't see it anymore. And that's concerning to me, because even if we don't name it that way, I think Cornel West talked about in his book, Race Matters, that we fall victim to a nihilism that's happening amongst our cultural and identity that has given us a power base to be able to hold this country accountable to its atrocities to our people. His concern is that as soon as we lose our culture to the materialism and to the emptiness of what it means to be America, we're in danger. And that piece is where I sometimes have some red flags and I'm concerned about, because I think from going forward, we're always going to wrestle with that dialectical struggle. That's what we talked about this morning. We're always going to have to hold that. What Du Bois kind of poetically put in Souls of Black Folks, that warring consciousness of being a Negro in America and being an American Negro, and how those are two warring souls, conflicting within us, that if it wasn't for our doggone strength, it would tear us asunder. I think that's where we exist at. But sometimes I get concerned that we're losing that battle and we're going to lose that African that makes us American. And we're going to, and so that's my thoughts around that. I hope that answers your question a little directly. Go ahead, my sis. I'm sorry.
And can I say real quick though, sis, that I think that African culturalness that you're afraid that we might lose, I think what it is you find that mostly in the church, right? And the church attendance is very low. I kind of myself, even through my atheism, right? I kind of worry about that for my kids too. Like just the tradition of going to the Sunday school, and not just it's not the learning of the Bible, but it's the community, the songs, you know what I'm saying? The organ player, the piano player, you know what I'm saying? The sermon, even, you know what I'm saying? All of that is tied up. It's all that Africanness is stirred up in that, you know what I mean? And with the church attendance being down, you kind of lose that cultural aspect of it. So that we are in danger of losing that because of that. But go ahead, sis. You wanted.
I just was gonna add to what you guys were saying is that especially the religion part of it. And if you have a grandma, like most of us probably have, like my grandmother, she add all kind of stuff in with her spirituality and stuff. So even though she go to church, she's a Christian by day, but when she get home, it's a different thing. So she say little things like, "Don't sweep her foot," or if you drop a fork, somebody's coming hungry. Or different things like that, all those sort of things. Even though I'm agnostic, I get down with all that. So I think some of those type of things we will not lose, even if it comes down to like Ifa stuff. And I know we had a funny conversation a while back about animal sacrifice and all that, but even something as simple as that, because on my father's side and my paternal grandmother, their family did that sort of stuff. So I know about that stuff. So even though I don't believe in it, I still kind of know about it. And I talk to my children about it just so they'll have they don't lose that history, if that makes sense. So I feel like some of those type of things will kind of always be with us to some degree. That's just my thoughts.
And my sis, does your grandma identify some of those ways of beings as African retention?
She doesn't exactly use the term African, but she always says about what her mama did and what her mama's mama did. So even like one time we was having a dinner, a family gathering, and it was the summertime, and a bird flew in the house, and she almost had a heart attack because she was talking about how her mama told her that if a bird fly in the house, what it mean and all this stuff like that. So those type of things, she don't really say it's African, but I know what I know how she's referring to it as. You know what I mean?
That's right. And I think that's the piece that I'm always listening to and I'm always learning about, because and that's not only her generation, the generation before her didn't have that ancestral memory anymore, our collective memory. It wasn't there. Not talking about genetics, because I know my brother Asta been kind of confused our language around that. But we're talking about being able to see these things from those cultural pieces. And most of that is a direct result to what me and Logic was talking about, our adaptation, assimilation, and the cultural violence that we experience by trying to maintain and hold on to that. The drum was outlawed here in the colonies, and it was outlawed for a reason, because the Stonewall Rebellion said something very particular about what the drum meant. And of course, those early British got scared when they realized that that drum was a very important instrument for a lot of different reasons. And that drum was a synchronized language that crossed those various different Bantu people into one accord, into one language. And that's one of those examples of how those cultural pieces had to be suppressed in order to create and invent, like Earl Conrad says, that the perfect Negro, the invention of the Negro. But there was an entire method of having to break down the African at that time and make him docile and fit and skilled to fit the servitude of what was needed in plantation life, house life, agricultural life, and to make the economy work. And part of that came with either suppressing, destroying, or prohibiting any type of those cultural artifacts and edifices that made us who we are. And so the things that maintain what me and Logic was dialoguing about is what allowed us to survive. What gave us not only utility on those fields, but it gave us utility in our mental health. And some of that stuff shows up in these superstitious ways that,
Mujasi.
Yeah.
Think about what you said. See, this is why I talk about Granny all the time. Because that's all Granny told you how to make it through the world already. You just got to remember what she said, right? Even with all the African tradition, all that mixed in. Well, what's she saying here? Listen, think about what you just said, right? And Granny told me, what'll make you laugh now or make you cry later. They set us up to handle the plantation and work our asses off, right? That same thing that made them good then, we can fuck them over with now. You know what I'm saying? See, that's what that Granny done told us. You just got to remember what she said. That's all. And they were trying to tell me earlier, right, that ain't Granny don't give you how to get through the world today and all of this. No, listen, Granny done seen it all and done it all. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing under the sun that's new.
Right.
And some of these people, grandmother told them to go get them $20, 5382 on pick 5 and a split malt liquor. That's the extent of the relationship with some of these people and their grandmother. That's the only point I was trying to make. Some people, Meemaw, was selling drugs.
Right.
Let's have a real conversation now. Everybody Meemaw ain't big mama of the family.
That's one of the practical realities in that.
Yeah, that's true. But I think for some of us who do have our grandmother, we can attest to the fact that she's the glue of the family. Even if your grandfather is around, still even your grandfather, kind of goes along with what Granny is talking about.
Yeah.
Right. And that sit his ass down because he know what's good for it.
Yeah, if he's smart. He said if he's intelligent. My grandfather taught me that your wife run the household. Don't be fighting. Don't be an idiot and think you run. That's all my grandfather used to say. Yeah, I talk loud, but I know who's in charge around here, and don't you ever get it twisted. See, so I understand that part. I'm just saying it's a lot of. I just don't like to do the romantic. It's funny, y'all won't let me romanticize Africa, but then you'll critique me while y'all romanticize the elderly. No. Some people's grandmothers was harmful to their grandkids. Some people, that's why a lot of them grandmothers, their kids don't even mess with them after they get to a certain point. Grandmother be in dire straits. They don't remember all them good speeches, Corey. Some people on this panel ain't seen their grandmother in about 3, 4, 5 years. So what you paying her back with? Neglect?
Right. And I think I'm going to make sure we come back to this topic in the future and have a conversation about the destabilization of the Black family, because there's a grounded reality to both ends, both of what we're talking about. Like what Sister Sincere and Brother Corey, what y'all are elevating is accurate. Like there was a point, and even to this day in some people's life, where the wisdom and the experiences and the ethical and moral foundation that existed in the Black family was transmitted from grandma to the children, to the grandchildren, and uncles and everybody's. That there was a centering, and you only need to look at the book. It's called The Extended Black Family by Elmer and Joanne Martin. And the reason why I know some of these pieces, because this is kind of my field of work. I'm a family scientist. My organization and everything focuses on Black families and the development and the health and reconstruction of the Black family in Minnesota. But there was that was a central core well into the 70s where there was some sense of functional grandparents interacting in the lives of grandchildren and extended family. And there was still remnants that there was a centralized hub, a home that people knew that they can travel to regionally, annually, to get that connection and reconnection, to keep a bridging of family connections. But we also have to deal with the gritty reality that because of economic deprivation and policies, because of employment changes, industry changes, outsourcing, because of drugs, because of intentional criminalization laws, many different factors, it impacted and targeted the Black family in such a way where it created so much fragmentation, dysfunction, that what we're seeing today in the families that I work with is that there's a lot of emotional hangovers with grandparents today that are still trying to process what happened to them in their childhood that's affecting their ability to be grandparents today. And so I will be hard pressed in both realities to say that we can tell our children today to just listen to your grandparents, because the grandparents right now are trying their best, if they even understand the language, to process the trauma of what happened to them in the late 60s and the early 70s. And they're dealing with, they're still trying to recover from how their family was impacted by all of those social events that almost destroyed the very power-based fabric that we have in that family structure. And we have not been able to rebuild that in the same way that we could reminisce on today. We haven't rebuilt that. And so there's a conversation that I hope that we can have one day soon where we're investigating, what does the Black family structure look like? What is the role of the grandparents in that piece? Is that wisdom still there? Do we still have a foundational ethic in our family transmission that can support the development of our children today, so that way they can be whole, grounded, healthy, functional citizens growing into this world with some sense of collective identity of who they are? Because there's a tragedy that's happening in our family structure today where the grandparents are damn near obsolete in Black families. And I'll land there.
Hey, real quick. So there's a book called Black Families by McAdoo.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we can use that one.
Absolutely.
And I think Vyasa just said the same thing, Black family, because that's what I read when I was having this conversation previous.
Yes,
Vyasa dropped a link in the Discord. He wants me to read a little bit of it. It's an article that says anthropologist traces tribe from Africa to Oklahoma by Nick Foltz. And it says Joseph Opala now knows he didn't need to go to West Africa to study the customs and language of the Gullah people. He could have done it in his native Oklahoma.
That's right.
The son of State Supreme Court Justice Marion Opala, the 38-year-old anthropologist has lived in West Africa for 14 years and has been conducting research in Sierra Leone since entering that country as a Peace Corps volunteer in 1974. In the 1700s, West Africa was known as the Rice Coast, and slaves from the region were in demand in South Carolina and Georgia because they could cultivate rice, he said. The Black slaves and their descendants became known as the Gullahs. Between 1750 and 1830, many Gullah slaves fled captivity and went south into the jungle-like swamps of the Florida Peninsula. There they established villages and planted rice. So I'm gonna just keep reading. Renegade Indians also fled to the peninsula. Later, when American settlers began pushing into the area, a full-scale war broke out. It ran from 1835 to 1842. The Gullahs joined forces with the Florida Indians, called U.S. Seminoles, in battling the U.S. Army. So he said that he was surprised. I'm gonna fast forward. It says that the Blacks who remained in Oklahoma are official members of the Seminole Indian tribe, said Opala, and comprise 2 of the 14 Seminole bands there called Seminole Freedom. They still eat rice at almost every meal and have dishes made with rice and greens. Their diet distinguishes them from whites and other Blacks in the area. And they still speak the Gullah language about 150 years after their ancestors fled to Florida. This is a hybrid language of the slave trade, 85% English, 15% African. The older blacks, those in their 70s and 80s, still use some of the same expressions similar in West Africa. He described his research recently in a Ford Foundation talk at the University of Tulsa. So apparently, we do have examples of West Africa being useful and still being used here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure logic don't say that that's bullshit, but we still have it. Nobody wants to.
I actually told Ashton B. That he was incorrect, right? I was like, yeah, you can see some of the vestiges of Africa in our behavior today. I said that.
Oh, okay.
I don't have no.
I wasn't here.
That's cool. It's cool, bro. It's cool. But yeah, I totally acknowledge that, and I understand that you'll see it, right? So I really have been contemplating the question that he asked since he asked it about, what do we lose? I think that's a very, very good question. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a I don't know how to answer that. Corey, you got an immediate answer for that? What do we lose?
What was the question?
Once that African, I guess, cultural connection is dissolved, with that, what do we lose? That's his question. Let me not make it my question. What do we lose once we lose all that African cultural thinking?
What do we lose? We're just American. We lose the African from in front of the African American. Once we fully, I don't think we have ever fully.
So once we identify fully with America, what do we lose?
Africa.
No. So that's the thing. There is, you have to, that's a part of our identity that we never gonna lose. But it's important.
I don't think we'll lose it either.
I mean, what you're really asking is what's the importance of it, basically, right?
No, I'm trying to keep it his question and not make it my question. So keeping that in mind, I'm trying not to make it my question.
So y'all saying once we
answer, I don't think it's something that we can lose. Right? So
I'm with Cole. I don't think it's something that we can lose, especially not completely. I don't believe that.
Why do you say that?
Because we maintaining it without even knowing it's there.
Yeah.
Like what?
The black church, for one, is definitely a good example of where you're going to see a lot of mannerisms, a lot of behavior patterns, and things like that in a cluster, right? You got
carry on.
You got a whole bunch of them in one area.
Carried on from their grandparents that I instill in my kids, that all this stuff just carries.
Yeah, the way they shout, the way they clap, the way they communicate in there, right? Yeah. So all of that.
The cultural aspect, right, is part of our identity. It's part of who we are. You see what I'm saying? So, like, as long as it's black people, you're gonna have African American culture.
Yeah. So the fact that we do that subconsciously now, right? It tells me that we're doing that without even trying to do it. Right, we don't even know that it's there. We would need a specialist to even identify in our own stuff. That's how seamless it is.
What about the drums in hip hop and music?
I mean, is it gone or has it just changed?
But if you're saying it's there and you're saying we're using it, then why do you say we don't need it?
I'm not saying we don't need it. I'm asking other people what does it do. I ain't say we don't need it.
No, but when Chef said we don't need it, there wasn't no
Chef's argument.
No, but there wasn't no pushback.
No. Chef said we didn't need Africans, as in the question that was posed earlier. You know what I'm saying?
So y'all were saying we don't need the African people.
Right.
No. I'm not saying that.
This is crazy. No, we don't need.
Mine is more about this African culture.
I don't know. Either way, I don't know.
We don't need to saturate what we do in America with Africa. We already maintain some of that stuff.
But logic, I don't need a deeper explanation for something simple. When we say the words, we don't need the African people. Just leave it
I
there.
I
Let
said
people.
I said I disagree. I said it's culture. I'm separating what I'm saying from what Corey's saying.
Okay, so Corey's saying we don't need the people. You saying we don't need the culture.
Right. I don't even know where the people
No,
came up
I'm
at. I thought we were
saying,
talking about the culture the whole
listen,
time.
Brad, you got to understand what I'm saying.
I'm trying to understand, but y'all
everything.
listen,
Listen, everything we needed from Africa, we already got it already.
Damn, man.
We've been had it for a
I
long
think you
time.
trying to just drop one-liners that's going. You fucking my whole day up, Corey. But go ahead.
No, I actually said this earlier. I don't think we could lose it. So it ain't just this conversation. I don't think we'll ever get to
we'll
a
never
point.
lose it, but you're saying we don't need it.
I'm talking about saturating our current situation with more African stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Right? I'm not saying that we should
Can
discard
you
the
tell
stuff
me
that we
what
can
we don't
identify.
need then? All right, then let me, and I'm not cutting you to speak. I'm
No,
cutting you so I can understand your argument.
you're asking me to clarify it and then attempting to clarify it for me. I'm telling you, I'm not saying we don't need it. We don't need Africa at all. I'm not saying that. Right? I'm more speaking to bringing more African culture into the African American identity. Right? As if our identity is not whole until we incorporate more Africanness into it. That's what I'm talking about.
So what is it? Okay, so what is it that we don't need?
We don't need to saturate our behavior
No.
with
Don't say it.
Africanness.
No, but what I'm asking is be specific. What do they do on the continent
We
that we
don't
don't need?
need to saturate our behavior with Africanness. That's too broad.
I don't even know what I don't even know the term. I'm fighting for clarity, Logic. I'm not fighting you.
Okay, well, let me just agree with Corey and make it simpler. The Africanness that we have maintained was what we needed. Right. The other stuff, like we already been through this process internally, as far as keeping what
He
we
said
could.
what I said.
So
I'll just agree with Corey to make it simple here. And to answer that question, I'll just agree with Corey.
Right. When you just said the words, okay, then I'm gonna make it simpler for you. When you say the other stuff, what is that? What is the other stuff?
I don't know. Whatever it was, they didn't keep it.
Yeah, I'm sure we brought a lot with us, right? But everything didn't survive, right? Because it can't. We're not in that environment no more. We're in a whole different environment.
Yeah, we wasn't able to maintain the drums in the same way. So the drums here is something different, right? Like there isn't a necessarily one for all of these things. All the stuff we could keep, we did already, and we're doing it subconsciously. We don't even know that we're doing it.
Okay.
So from there, right, to understand that as a building block of my actual being, to say I am not whole without incorporating more Africa into my behavior, I think you're going too far.
Too much Africa.
I think you're going too far. Because at that point, are we talking about a need now?
I gotta agree.
Jesus Christ, man. Okay. All right. We just disagree. That's all.
Can I explain mine? Can you explain yours?
I just think that I'm gonna be very clear to you. The goal also, in order to enslave Africans, was to steal their culture, steal their legacy, give them a God, I'm assuming, give them a Bible, give them something other than what they were, I guess, to make it easier to manage or make it easier for it to be done, this, that, and the other. And based off what y'all saying, all I can say is that in 2025, it worked. That literally we are saying
you're missing something.
Mouths, we don't need it. No, you asked me my opinion.
You're missing
nothing on my point.
No, I'm right. I got you. Well, inside of your point, incorporate that I'm acknowledging that we do currently have these vestiges. I'm acknowledging that when I say it. So then I will go on to explain to you that the make it necessary for me to be a whole being right now, 2025 America, that I need to incorporate more Africa. I'm saying I don't think that that's a need.
Okay. And I'm saying that we're African Americans in the United States, not just Americans. And that I think it would be
but what you said is that their goal was to take it from us. And I'm acknowledging that they didn't take it all from us.
did. They took our language.
No, they didn't. That's why I'm saying we still got some of the vestiges.
No,
that's why I'm saying we still got some.
Logic,
that's why I started out by saying I don't think they can take it from us.
Logic, where your people from in Africa based on your DNA test?
I ain't took me.
Okay. So would you say you from West Africa, assuming, or you have any idea?
Yeah, I'm from West or Central Africa, if I had to guess.
You know any of those languages?
Mm-mm. Nope.
So they didn't take your language from you?
Okay, we lost our language.
That's not okay, but you just said that we don't need it. They took your literal language from you.
You're trying to paint it. I keep saying.
I'm just making statements. I'm not painting.
I keep saying the same thing. I'm saying that we naturally
keep saying the same thing.
We naturally keep some of the Africa in us already.
Right. And you said the other shit.
Right. So the other stuff would be us incorporating more Africa. So when I'm saying that I don't believe that they can take it, I'm saying that because we still do it now. Right. So I'm not convinced that they have the ability to take it at all. So you're giving me this framework about we need it or don't need it. I'm saying they can't even take it. Are you hearing what I'm saying?
You just don't have to sit down here. Can somebody else help in the conversations? Because I think we talking past each other. I recognize what you said, but I just told you said that we don't need the other stuff, as if we took the most important things, I'm assuming, from Africa. And I just told you they took our language, which I think would be kind of important, and you're saying it like it don't matter.
Maybe to my ancestors, the language was not something that they could keep in their environment for whatever reason. So whether they wanted to or not, they didn't. But besides the language, as I can tell, there's other things that we were able to maintain and keep.
And I agree with you. I'm not. Listen, you keep talking about the points we agree on, but I'm telling you that one of the most, if not the most important thing that they took from us is our language, and you treating it like, well, we were allowed to keep the other stuff. We didn't lose the other stuff. The language ain't really all that important. That's how I'm sure. That's what I'm getting from you.
No,
well,
because the language wouldn't have benefited them no way. Because
maybe the case for language is on you to do, not me.
Listen,
so speaking your native tongue ain't important to you?
Logic.
I mean, explain what the importance of it.
Speaking all kind of different languages, right? So,
but we don't even try to speak African. We go to school. We learn Spanish. We learn French. We learn dead languages like Latin. But they don't even attempt to teach you what could possibly be your actual home language.
So here, can I intervene in real quick? Listen, I don't presume that y'all can solve this 150-year-old dilemma with the Black mind and psychology in this conversation. This is difficult. This is a challenge.
You understand my point, though, Mujahid?
I do. I get your point.
I don't think Logic understands.
Can you help him explain the point? Because I'm simply asking if I spoke Swahili.
Hold on. I don't know if I can bridge it.
Just say it in a different way. I don't want you to say it in a different way.
So let me say it like this, and I'll try to see if I can help articulate what Brass is saying and then draw it with logic. We're an amalgamation of what my brother Gullah would say, these Niger-Congo people genetically who reformulated themselves with the English tongue and see the world from an American perspective. That right there alone is going to create some dissonance and some conflictions on how we try to understand what it even means to now throw on this concept called being African. And so what Frantz Fanon teaches us in his book, Wretched of the Earth, is that what makes people have a clear orientation to how they see the world is through language. Your language is what orientates you to your politics, your culture, how you view economics, and your relationship with other beings. And it prepares you for the disposition that you may have congruently or incongruently to power. And so when you think about this amalgamated Niger-Congo person who speaks English and live in a colonized space and view the world from an American point of view, we already are at a disadvantage because what Brass is saying is that we don't speak those Niger-Congo Bantu languages anymore. So our worldview is already going to be kind of twisted on the compass and the axis of being able to see our political orientation. And so what I hear logic is trying to say is that, well, we're trying to assimilate and adapt in this political economy called America. And we have to speak this Anglo-descended tongue in order to exist. And so what we were able to carry over and keep, we've already kept it according to his perspective. And we're adapting and adjusting to this. But what it does not, and where I may differ from what logic is saying, is that it does not resolve the conflict, the age-old conflict that we're struggling with. And again, we're talking about a group of people who are primarily Niger-Congo descended people, genetically, that speaks English and see the world through an American lens. And so that level of schizophrenia in our culture and identity is always going to be complex when coming to this conversation, because you're going to have those who says, I'm only see the world from an American lens. I have nothing to do with that cultural piece. I may recognize that my ancestors was this, but I'm fully fledged America. Then you may have some who recognize, like, look, there's some retentions and I see some cultural remnants, like what more groundly, what Corey is saying. What Corey is illustrating is that which is very much descendants of those Niger-Congo people, is the reverence for our elders. That's what he's emulating and symbolically elevating when we say, listen to our grandmothers. Because that right there is a customary practice that when you go to pre-colonial Africa, I don't know about now, but pre-colonial Africa, from some of the anthropological writings that we do have, there was always a reverence that was taught between the young people, the middle-aged people, and the elders in the community. You always had to have a reverence for the elders because how they placed themselves in positioning of the wisdom, carrying the politics, understanding the economy, having relationships with trade, the elder was critically important. So when Corey says, your grandma's important, when Sister Sincere say, your grandma's important, that's retentive moral practices and ethics that never got destroyed. The plantation could not destroy that. That helped us to survive. Because when your father was sold off 40 miles away and shipped and had to get re-domesticated from Virginia to Alabama, in most cases, the only person that you had was Ma and Mima. That's all we had. And so the wisdom that the person next to you to say, listen to your mom. That's what Dad was able to say before he kissed you and they dragged him off in them chains. Listen to your Mima. Listen to them. Because that's a customary retention that maintained itself with those Niger-Congo people that we end up merging into and formulating a new identity. But this thing that we're trying to wrestle with never got resolved. And I don't think it ever will. And so it goes back to our conversation of, like, the question that we proposed this morning is that in the process of trying to decipher economics and business deals and stuff like that, and trying to assimilate and acculturate an industry and market here, is there a complication when we're trying to at least maintain a sense of a cultural orientation that reminds us our disposition here in America? Like if it's an Africanism or if it's an African blackness or whatever we term it, do we dissolve that to get the contract deal, work in the corporation, work in the industry, and be able to own another BET? Do we resolve that, or do we still try to hold on to it? Because it's always when we have that orientation, we start to do for that. And we see it with other groups that come here, acculturate here. They, in the first 2 or 3 generations, they still attempt to hold on to cultural collective actions that inform their economics, their politics, their geographic residential decisions, and how they think about themselves as a collective. They try to hold on to that. But as they acculturate and lose that language oftentimes and that distancing, that's where you start seeing the fragmentation between the 3rd generation and 4th generation and their original people that they come from. America does that by natural process. And the African in America is the perfect example of that dissonance and discord. I hope I was able to bridge the differences between you two brothers, because y'all was missing each other, but y'all was kind of also saying the same thing. I'll end there.
Yeah. And I appreciate that, Brother Mujasi. You'll always bring it around for everybody.
Yes, sir.
And I wanna say though, I don't think we give Black people enough credit. I think Black people are intelligent enough without the being able to speak a Niger Congo language or whatever. I think we're able to reorient ourselves. We can orient ourselves here in a way that's beneficial for us. That maybe the orientation, this African orientation, right, may not. There was some things we could take and we did take, right? So those are the things that's beneficial to us. But maybe we need to reorient ourselves in a way that's going to be suitable for this endeavor that the African is taking part in, because this is a different endeavor that we hadn't taken part in. So I think our orientation may need to evolve, you know what I'm saying, to suit us in this climate or in these circumstances, or however you want to put it. You know what I'm saying? So
yes, sir.
Again, I go and I appreciate, like when you say, you know, remember what Granny say and all of that, right? I appreciate that, because them are the things when Daddy leave and go out of town or whatever. Listen to your mama, boy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Those are those things that we retain. We got, like, what my point is, I think we got everything that we need already. We came over here with it. You know what I'm saying? We came over here with it.
It would have had to have been on the boat.
We was fully suited when we came. We had everything we need as far as culture. And we retain those things that we need. But
did you just say that everything we needed was on the boat?
I mean, wouldn't it have to been on the boat? The culture?
You're saying Logic? I'm saying we can't.
Hold on, Corey. Logic, did you just say everything that we needed was on the boat, brother?
Well, if I did, I'm asking, was the culture on the boat? I'm saying the culture would have been on the boat, right?
Not necessarily.
Wow.
Not really. See, you got to keep in mind that a lot of the people that were stolen, a lot of the people that end up as prisoners within all of those intra-group conflicts, it ranged in age, but there was a point in time in the 18th century where a vast majority of it, and I'm going off of Edmund Morgan's book, American Slavery and I think what it's called, American something, Slavery and Capitalism, that there was a large portion of the English records that showed that the assumption of many of those that were captured was between the ages of like 10 and 15, sometimes even younger. And so we can't presume that culture was completely intact when we're talking about, I mean, in our standard and age and time, adolescents, like young people that before they were even teenagers. And so there was a wide range of different groups of people and different ages of people that probably didn't have the culture intact. And even when there was some that was much older, depending on where they was, whether they was in Barbados, in Jamaica, or here in Virginia and South Carolina, the age range, Braz brought this up a few weeks ago, the age range, not the age range, the life expectancy, many of our ancestors did not get beyond 5 to 7, sometimes 10 years before they were dead and replaced by another body. And so when you're talking about a calamity of people that was forced into this prison industrial labor camp and had to reform themselves under such conditions, the tension, the cultural retention that we were able to maintain is nothing short of impressive and remarkable, but there was so much that was still left and so much that either discarded and that we were only able to remember and maintain for the sanctity of our survival. So would I be the one to utter and say, will I be the one to utter and say that we already have enough? No, no. Do I think that I need to go to the continent to get it? I don't think so. But I think there's an educational piece that I have to become aware of, like of what constitute mental health, so I don't Europeanize myself or Americanize myself to a psychic point where I'm having a disconnection culturally and personally from what my ancestors and my family teach me and what I'm trying to be in order to adapt and fit into America. And I think that's the dialectical struggle that we keep circling back to, because I don't think it's enough.
Do you feel like your typical businessman fits that?
Say that again, Logic.
I said, would you say your typical businessman fits that? Like what you were saying, what not to become?
Are you asking that as a question or are you making a statement?
Yeah, I'm asking as a question.
Say it again one more time. I'm sorry.
Does your average businessman fit that? Remember, that's how we started. Can a businessman be a businessman without all those you know what I'm saying? And keep all those things, right? Would you say your average businessman would fit that contradiction there?
See, that's where we left off at. And I can't really say. You know, we brought up the example of Bob Johnson and BET and the commitment and orientation and understanding that subalternative perspective of why he sold the channel to Viacom. And we're looking at, you know, we're trying to make sense of, I don't know. I don't know, brother. I don't know. That's the examination.
Because that's capitalism. That's what you do when you buy a business or you create a corporation. You typically sell it eventually for the most money that you can get for it. And then you reinvest in some other business. That's just basic capitalism. Like it's nothing.
I
gotta figure. I'm trying to figure out what are, cause the only description I heard of culture up here was somebody saying something about a grandmother saying, or somebody, daddy or something, telling them, hey, you know, go with your grandma, which I don't understand how that's culture. But can y'all give more examples of the culture that y'all are talking about?
I don't know. I don't know. Somebody can answer that.
Not you, Logic.
That's
not you.
That's a very good.
You the
very
last
good
person I want to
question.
hear from when it comes to culture.
It's a very good question, Steve.
Because I'm trying to understand it. Because I'm like, what part of the assimilation are y'all not willing to say that y'all have already accepted? Because y'all, all I hear ever from Logic is anti-Africanism. It don't matter what the topic is. He gonna figure out how to go at Africa. I don't need no Africa. I don't need them Africans. Okay, so cool. So now I'm just trying to figure out what this conversation is about, because it's so much like left field things being discussed, and it's like, what does that have to do with culture? Musically, religiously, spiritual, like what part of culture are we discussing right now?
Because
My brother
I thought Brass made it pretty clear
The
that
assimilation
most of
part,
us have
that's the part
already
we're
lost the
discussing.
majority of the culture that our ancestors came here with.
Yeah, I'm being clear with you. We're talking about the assimilation part. That's what we're talking about.
Right. If you've assimilated, then you're not sharing African culture anyway. You're practicing American culture. You're practicing the culture of the dominant force on this land, which you've been doing forever. You celebrate the holidays. You speak the same language. You practice the same religions, whether that be Christianity, Islam, whatever. Like everything about being an American is assimilation.
I don't believe it. I
don't
believe that. I don't believe that.
Hold up, Chef. Don't interrupt. He's on a roll. He's on a roll, Chef. Don't interrupt him. So the question was, the question was, can an average businessman not fit into that? Right? Can he operate like totally outside of that paradigm of being too American as a businessman?
That don't need. Yeah, that don't.
Do business people exist in other countries? Like,
no, I'm talking about in America. I'm talking about in America. Like, can an American businessman,
even in America, why would being a businessman be a part of assimilation? You can be a businessman in different countries in Africa. You can be a businessman in different countries.
You know what?
In Europe.
Actually, I feel like I'm gonna do everybody a favor, right? See, Mujasi, I feel like this is where, this is where I feel like you would be a better person to communicate with him, because y'all have a lot more to agree upon. So he sees me as an adversary, right? That's why it's going to be attack, even if the conversation is good, right? So would you mind? Hold up. Would you mind asking him the question from this morning? I want to hear how this plays out.
So, Brother C-Dot, how long have you been listening? I know I just seen you popping in, but how long you been listening for, my brother?
Since I got off work, maybe an hour or so.
Okay. So one of the things that, let me say, this morning, the conversation is an extension of what happened, me and Logic was talking about this morning when we first opened up the thread. And we were talking about, we first started with a question and just kind of discourse around the Black businessman, and if the Black businessman have solutions that could be put on the table for our liberation, freedom, progress, and things like that. And I think we contriculated eventually to talking about the orientation and the commitment of the Black businessman to our collective struggle, and being able to define what that collective struggle. And then we start looking at identity and the process and the conflictions of assimilating what happens when a businessman owns a corporation and a business, and he's competing against an industry that may, like you said, capitalism weigh him out or try to buy him out. But the conflictions that may happen if he or she tries to hold on to that corporation for the orientation and commitment of the people. And so from there, we had, some roundabout conversation and talking about what does it mean to hold on to a sense of identity that gives us an orientation. And so we had a few different questions that brought us to this idea of the dialectical struggle, and relating it to the boys' kind of concept of the double consciousness and the warring awareness and identities within us. And then from there, we're trying to process what that means with our commitment to our people and the idea of cultural identity, substantiating, supporting that, versus assimilating and dissolving ourselves in capitalism, America, and the corporations and the American construct. And so we've been kind of dancing back and forth, trying to work out the language, what we're trying to say with that, and create some understanding with that. So there's a little bit of context, a pretext to what you're hearing right now that I know you've only been previewed within the last hour to see of how the conversation evolved. And so it is brought in some pieces about culture, but that's also an extension of a deviated question that happened within the last 3 or 4 hours that kind of got crossed up into that. And we're trying to also separate and have some disaggregation with that conversation. So I think what you're coming in with, it's there's a roundabout to it that you're only hearing just a small aspect of it, my brother. So I think that's it.
Okay, but that doesn't really answer the question of the, like I get you, you know what I'm saying? Like I get where the conversation started off at and all that good stuff, but I'm still curious to know like exactly what culturally, because like I said, I thought Brass did a pretty good job by telling y'all like no, like we've already assimilated the vast majority of everything we do today is an assimilation to Americanism. Like I said, the languages we speak, the religions we practice, like all aspects are things that we were forced to assimilate to once we were brought to this country. The way we dress, everything, like literally, we assimilate. We wear suits. People don't like that wasn't a casual wear.
But the way a black man wears a suit is a little bit different, right? So
yeah.
He wanted to know like what was some of the cultural things that we
He puts on a three-piece.
You wanted to know. Your question was
skirt, a jacket, a sports coat, and a tie. Like that's typical.
Yeah,
European.
But we put all the spin on it. You got creolization in there too. Like you got, subculture.
Yeah, but
like,
on the outside, it looks like it's just assimilation. You dig what I'm saying? But it's all that is actually a merger, right? Even with the language, right? We think that we're just speaking English, but we're not.
African American vernacular. It's a creolization.
Exactly.
The grammar is African.
Exactly.
The grammar is National Congo. You know, even
exactly.
Even when you say religion, even when you say religion, like for us, the Congo people that came from the Congo, a lot of them was already Christian before they got here, because the Congo converted to Christianity themselves. You know, so a lot of the Congolese people were already Christian before they even was transported.
But how did they get converted to Christians?
Because they chose to. They chose to trade with the Portuguese.
Exactly. Choose to.
Also, you gotta understand a lot of Africans.
Do you know the history? Do you know the history of the Congo?
You understand a lot of Africans already converted to Islam or Christianity prior to the transatlantic slave trade.
And even the ones who wasn't, and even the ones who wasn't, Christianity wasn't forced on us, right? That's a lot of rhetoric that it was forced upon them. Like it wasn't. You could still practice what you wanted to practice. A lot of African Americans chose to practice Christianity in the early 20th century to become more American. Like that's a part that people don't want to talk about. So even in our form of Christianity, it still doesn't
Africanism
it still doesn't mimic mainstream white America's Christianity. It is very much, its own thing, right? Like, so, it could sound like it, but if you don't believe it for the African American, just look through the Caribbean, because or the South America, because most times we can't see Africanisms in our own culture, right? Because we so ingrained in it, we think, we're just copying white folk. You dig what I'm saying? So if you look through the Caribbean and South America, you'll be able to see how we blended this thing, and there's a lot of Africanism still remain in us, and I think we just forcing people to be super African, and you know what I mean, and you don't have to be. We already African. Is nothing.
How is anybody
you can't take it out of us?
Super African.
Huh?
No, I mean, how many times have I came up here and tried to force you to be super African?
No, not you. No, I'm not talking directly.
He just talking. Yeah, talking.
I'm not. This is not a conversation just about you.
Even in our version, even in the black church, in our version of Christianity, you see like call and response, and even the shouting. You know what I'm saying? Catching the Holy Ghost. It's African stuff, bro. Like, you start drumming and all that. It's African shit.
Henry Louis Gates did a good special on that.
We being a little
I'm gonna put it in the chat for you, see that.
Are we being
we super hard on ourselves?
Are we being a little too hard? Yeah, and because the reason why I say that is, of course, we're going to have some assimilation, because that's just the nature of the society that we live in. We live in America, so even when Italians come here, anybody else comes here, they do have a certain amount of assimilation. So that's just to be expected, I think. I think sometimes we, it's a bad thing if the African is assimilating. It's a natural thing that people do when they live around each other, and every other culture does it that come here, right?
It's a difference.
Yeah.
The difference is when those cultures come
I don't think we'll ever stop people
immigrate
from
here and
having
they're
to
able to
assimilate.
still have a connection.
There'll always
to
be
their
minority
history.
groups. And
We do not, because
always
we
have
were not. We did not
reasons to
immigrate here. We were forced here. So it's a difference. It's a lot of our cultures that we do not know because it was taken away.
But
they don't have that
but
same
it doesn't matter
situation.
how it doesn't matter how we got here. The fact is that we are here, and once we are here, are doing what other people do in nature and naturally. They assimilate.
Yeah.
So that's the same thing. If
and everybody else acknowledges
rent for people who
everybody else acknowledges it though. Do y'all know that?
It doesn't matter.
But everybody else acknowledges
it
does matter. It matters a lot. Like what are we talking about here?
If we would have came here on our own, we still would have assimilation.
Assimilation.
It doesn't matter how we got here.
Yeah, you had it on the continent. Even for instance, all throughout the Spanish regime, the 1500s, like even in the in the country of Suriname, we had the biggest maroon population in South America. Suriname, they assimilated with Native Americans and had their own community. Like they ain't from here, so they assimilated their Native American cultures on their own. That's just human contact, bro. Look at
you see the Native American. You see the Native American wears the suit. Hold on. Everybody's seen the pictures of the Native American wearing a suit jacket, right? And then they'll have their own type of tie on with one of their medallion pieces, right, with the 2 strings as their tie. So it's an assimilation. You got the European suit jacket, right? You have a European button-up shirt, but their tie is a Native American symbol. You know what I mean? I'm gonna put a picture in it. Everybody does it. You feel me? Everybody does it.
What I'm saying is, right? So are you trying to work towards full assimilation, or are you trying to actually learn and regather your culture that you came from? Which one is the goal?
Our culture is what we develop here. Our culture is what we develop here. We are a unique people. Once we got off those boats, we are our own people. There's no going back.
Yeah, absolutely. We've created our own culture. Going back, is like I said earlier, remembering what your grandmama said. That's where you can go back to.
Yeah, and part of the culture.
What's our distinct culture?
Part of the culture.
Go back to the black church.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
And part of the culture that's Niger Congo is still within us. It's still assimilated in. It didn't go nowhere. It's still in there.
No, it didn't, bro. Why you keep saying that? Like you keep saying like it didn't just transfer into us, bro. Like that's not what happened. We didn't have we weren't fortunate enough to be able to have all of our grandmother, greats and all of that other stuff pass down information. Why? Because they were part of a slave trade. They were actually part of a system.
It didn't have to be traded by your grandparents. You still had children, men, you still had older Africans around.
How would you possibly?
Like that. It did. Some of the African traditions is. I got a book called Africanism in America.
Well, I'm not talking about your book. If you actually let somebody finish talking,
black scholars. I'm just saying some of the Africanisms is still in there, bro. Like
I ain't talking about some or nothing, bro. I'm talking about period.
Just like
point blank. What the young lady just said is that we already have stuff here. So basically, the ultimate goal is to try to assimilate. Because you got people
the ultimate goal, though.
One mic.
And that's not what I said. I said the ultimate goal for us is to be ourselves, and ourselves is not where we came from. That's not it. We are our own separate tribe. So where we are is what it is. So what we do as Black people here in America, we have our own way of doing things. I'm not sure how that's not being understood.
Hey, listen. When I tell you it's a white supremacist right now,
I'm talking about
lighting the motherfucking cigar saying "Job well done."
Job well done.
What
are we talking about? Like,
no, hey, Brad, that's not fair.
Black people ain't got the right to identify as their own. I can't even participate in this argument.
I don't understand it. Sounds like we're not staying in reality. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah,
when
we
got here, you can't expect us to be acting the same way as our ancestors did there when we were enslaved. There's no way.
I expect you to act like the white folks that took you, which is what you're saying right now. I think what saying that it's cool for us to assimilate, but it's also cool for us to push away all of that African culture over there. We don't need none of that. We just need to assimilate further into Americanism. And that is the most white supremacy shit I ever heard.
You missed some of the conversation earlier when we were talking about there is no way that African Americans here that we still don't have some remnants of what our ancestors had. So we are not identical to Caucasian people, just like an Italian is not identical to a Spaniard or whatever. All parts of Americans here are different. We are Americans.
She cooking.
You understand what I'm saying?
She cooking
something. Or like a Sicilian American. A Sicilian American, not the same as a Sicilian in Sicily. This is different. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody's making that point. You're the only one saying that.
So why don't you tell us what you think? Why don't you tell us what you think?
Just let them. Y'all want to be white people so bad. Just let them.
If you can envision it, tell us what you think we should be like right now. What do you think we should be?
I'm gonna start calling y'all
connected to the people you come from.
No, I mean you trying to say like niggas is talking like
y'all
we've never
niggas
been
can't wait to
colonized
be
ever.
crackers. So y'all niggas' name is cheddar cheese from now on. Just go be a cracker.
No, friends, you are exaggerating.
Y'all kicking white supremacist propaganda right now. Y'all don't even know.
We're not kicking no white supremacy.
Yes, you are. You should go study white supremacy. Go study white supremacy.
We're not saying that we're white, or we're not saying that we're something. I don't know what
you wish you was.
No. You
might not be white, but you damn sure wish you was.
Can I say this? Listen. Let me say this.
Hey,
hold on. Let me get this out. All right. Now, everything that we do, you see a difference in it, right? And you have the Black church, right? And then look at the organizations that we started. Look at some of the first churches we started, right? The AME, right? And those different things. How can we're not going to be able to keep everything from Africa, right? But I think we kept the most important things, the things that was able to push us forward, right? In this society. It's certain things that was African that wasn't going to do us wasn't going to help us here. It's a whole different situation. Yep. And those things fell off naturally. The things that we kept was the things that could serve us in this society, right? It blended well. Just look, even if you look at the Nation of Islam, right? The Nation of Islam don't follow regular Islam. It's its own thing. It's African Americans creating their own thing. The Black church, the Moor Science Temple, all of these things are ways that Africans created new things out of out of retaining old shit and adding new shit to it that we picked up here, our culinary practices, all of that stuff. How can you? We don't cook like white folk. Our culinary practices, you know what I mean? Like the black people, even the way that we cook our rice, we brought that shit from Africa with us. You feel me?
Whole different cuisine.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah.
So
call that shit.
Let me say something real quick.
Yep.
So let me ask you a question. Did we? Yeah, no, I'm tripping the fuck out on y'all. So we're celebrating AAVE slang while they took our own language away. Y'all saying everything that we brought we didn't need. They took our name, our identity, our land, and our language. So we don't need the land.
There's no such thing as no AAV slang. It's AAV.
I'm still talking. So we don't need our name. We don't need our identity. We don't need our language. We don't need our spiritual systems, and we don't need our land. So I just named 5 things that y'all saying. Hold on.
We got all that.
All I hear is motherfucking our rice and our culture and all this other bullshit. But we steady complaining. Hold on. I didn't interrupt
they
y'all.
To hide the women took
y'all, bro. I didn't interrupt y'all.
In their hair.
I didn't interrupt y'all. I didn't interrupt y'all getting close to the cracker. All I'm gonna say is this.
Oh my God.
All I'm gonna say is this.
Yeah, you don't read no books.
I'm still talking, bro. You always trying to insult somebody's fucking intelligence, bro. You act like you the only nigga that read.
But you lack.
You ain't the only nigga that read. You ain't gotta come in here. You hush, nigga. You ain't. Oh, you come in this bitch every time talking about y'all niggas don't read. Don't come in here if you don't read. My point is this: y'all just named the things that we took. What I'm saying to y'all is, I just named 5 things that we couldn't have possibly taken that right now we might need: land, language, name, identity. So y'all tell me now that we don't need that land that they took and that we don't need the language. Go ahead and say that. And then if that's how y'all truly feel and y'all happy with fucking how we wear 3-piece suits.
You didn't have the land when you was over there.
Yeah, what land did they take from you, bro?
Oh man, all right, okay. Y'all got it, bro. Y'all got it, bro. Y'all got it,
all
bro.
those things that you're talking about fall under reparations. We are owed all those things that was stolen from us. All the trauma and everything.
Just wait till they give it to you, bro.
Just wait
till
you read about history, nigga. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm surprised that you rest.
Yeah, I don't give a good goddamn what you surprised at.
I know.
Oh yeah, okay. Because I would never.
Yeah, you read books, but you don't read books on this particular
you know.
subject matter. That's what I'm talking about.
Man, hey. The sister at Brass yesterday, right? You was reprimanding me. You reprimanded me like 5 times for interrupting the sister. Right.
You're right. You're correct. You are correct.
She was on your side.
You're correct. You are correct. I'm being a hypocrite
right now.
I'm being a hypocrite right now. I fully admit it. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why I need to stop talking, because once I get upset, all the rules go out the window, and the rules still apply to me. So y'all
okay, because me and her ain't gonna be on the same side tomorrow. You know,
you're probably right.
Yeah, I already. As long as I get upset, all the rules go out the window, and that ain't
the right car today. But tomorrow she gonna be riding with Brass. You know what I mean?
No, but I do want to get to the root of this. How come people don't understand that we are our own sort of creation here? I don't understand why people don't get that part.
I accept that, but it wasn't by choice.
Well, yeah, it wasn't by choice. I said that earlier.
Yeah, right. And let me ask you a question. Why wasn't it by choice? What happened that made it not by choice?
You talking about slavery?
The transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, yes. So we understand that. But what I'm saying is that through everything that we've been through, we are a changed people. That's just what it is. And so, we can't go back. We can't be whitey. It's just, like I said, you have to think about it like other people anywhere on the planet that start living amongst other people and stuff. There is going to be some assimilation. Yes, you came here by force and all of that stuff. Yes, that's true. But even if you came here on your own, like Jamaicans do, other Africans, whoever else come here, there still is assimilation.
If you listen to Haskell, even with the they assimilated to us. Like we assimilated them. They assimilated the white culture. We assimilated them to black culture.
You can't even look at it like that though, bro, because they assimilated to whoever they got sent to too. They also got sent to. They got assimilated to their colonization too. At the same time, we just a piece, a branch of the diaspora. You know what I'm saying? Just we just want some special motherfucker. Every shit. You know, what slavery just in the United States?
Can I add to the conversation? I've been listening and I've been hearing people saying about I can't speak for Black Americans. I'm speaking for Jamaicans. Jamaica in Jamaican, I'm still considered a Jamaican. But if I had a child here, that child is no longer considered a Jamaican to Jamaicans in Jamaica. Because that child does not have the shared experience of the Jamaicans in Jamaica. No, there's a big quarrel between first and second generation Jamaicans in America and native Jamaicans, because the ones in America are now feeling that they're being deprived of a culture that they look forward to. No, black people, when I say black people, I'm not talking about Africans in general. I'm talking about those with the transatlantic slave experience have been deprived of many things. No, we don't want to feel less than. So as a result of not feeling less than, we oftentimes shock those things and consider themselves less, that we got something better. So we no longer have our language, but we have English. And we may have bastardized it in certain ways to give it our own trend. And we're saying that it is now better than what we had before. We don't have our same cultural dress style. We don't have many of the things that were lost. But many persons know, in order not to feel deprived over generations, start to see that it was better for us, that the culture that we survived in didn't need those things. But other people still carry the language with them. Even if they're not fluent in it, they still romanticize their language. I'm talking about the Italian, the French, the German. They still carry certain concepts that they had from the motherland and the mother tongue. They don't shuck it aside like we readily do. No,
they have all throughout the diaspora. I wouldn't call it bastardization though. It's a creolization. I mean, like
same thing.
Because there ain't no perfect English. It's different English dialects. There ain't no perfect English.
Oh God.
English is English, bro.
We creolize it then, since you want that word.
Just try to carry on. I know. Because you go to England, just try to carry on. Different dialects.
No one know where you're coming from, Brass. No one know where you're coming from. No one know where you're coming from. Right? No one know where you're coming from. But this is what I'm saying. We lost so much as a people that we were forced to grab different parts to fill those holes that we have to develop a culture that we could maintain. But it don't make it any better. The culture is a culture that is pulled from many different people, and primarily it comes from white people. Now, if Sheffrey don't want to agree that most of the black culture that we have come from white people, we might play the instrument that we play now is primarily their instrument. We might put our music to it, but the instrument affected how the music come out. The poetry that we speak now is a result of their influence from their language, right? If you say white people are the greatest people in the world, then white people is the greatest contribution to black culture.
You sound crazy as hell. I don't know where the hell you come from.
Why don't we use the language? Don't we use them instrument? Don't we dress in the clothes?
Yeah,
so who have the greatest influence in black culture?
You just talking.
Who have the greatest influence on black culture? Who have the greatest influence on black culture?
Black American
White
culture?
people. White people.
Damn, Chef
White
was
people.
that Stu Peas was cooking all day. I blame this shit on Chef.
White people. So you feel good. You feel good as a melanated man to walk around with white culture. Primarily white culture.
Talk that shit.
You crazy. Everybody's damn planet melanated. Ain't no such word as melanated.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because guess what? You know what I realize?
I don't know what the fuck you mean.
You know what I realize with you? You have never had an original thought.
I don't know what you mean.
You have never had an original thought. Let me finish speaking. You have never had an original thought.
I don't talk like Hidden Color. I don't talk like Hidden Color.
You have never had an original thought in this Discord. You have always piggybacked and jumped on somebody else's thing. I have never heard of an original thought. Of course you. That's why Brass had to stop him. You have never had. I'm waiting on the day when you have an original thought. You have never had an original thought. You have always jumped on other people's thoughts. Yeah. What?
Move on. This shit's pointless. This shit devolve. We have to devolve stage. Let's get back to
you basically say the exact same thing I said, Stupid. This whole thing is like I don't understand how we not connecting the two together and understanding that it's important for us to want to like not only learn more about African culture,
niggas be glazing there.
Practice. Like it's not what is glazing about wanting to know about the culture that you came from instead of sitting up here.
I ain't talking about
celebrating
except
the one that you in right now. That's the weird shit.
Who you talking
that's
about?
The part that like you call wanting to learn African culture glazing.
What the fuck I'm talking about, nigga?
No, I'm asking you a question, nigga. Who the fuck you talking about? Hold on,
man. Fuck you. Fuck you. No, y'all. Fuck you, fat ass nigga.
The fuck you ain't here for? Fuck, nigga.
Oh shit. God
damn. Weird, man.
Now I know what that shit is. That's that fake ass shit. That shit fake as fuck. Every time a nigga talk, what I read, they goddamn it, what you saying can't be true. Cause what I read, shut the fuck up. Dang, you can't have a conversation without fucking quoting some goddamn. Well, in this book on page such and such, goddamn, have a thought. We having a conversation. Oh, nobody in this bitch should be telling nobody else they wrong. Oh, you wrong. What I'm saying is right though. Sound like them other niggas. Ah, damn. My fault, bro. I'm going on.
No, man, don't go on mute. Don't go on mute.
Culturally, bro. Like I don't understand the issue with wanting to know the culture you come from more so than just assimilating to the culture that you're in. Like I don't understand that way of thought. I think that it's important for us to not only learn the cultures, but accept. You know what I'm saying? That there are other parts of our cultures. Like I said, my culture ain't the same. It's Stupid's culture. Like we speak two different dialects of English, like we was just talking about. But at the same time, his struggle is part of my struggle. His people, the people that he come from, had similar struggles to the people that I came from. But at the same time, we both had to assimilate
and use the tools of the white man. And use the tools of the white man. All of us as black people
to take away ours. So I don't understand why it's bad for us to want to learn our culture that was taken away from us. It makes no sense to me. That doesn't take away the reality of me living in America and having to be in capitalism and practice capitalism while I'm in capitalism. It doesn't take away that reality. All it does is give me insight to the culture I come from, my ancestors came from. Just like Irish people can do it, Germans can do it, all these other different cultures can do it. We the only ones that were stripped of ours. Now we have the opportunity to learn it, to relearn what
don't
was
think
taken.
we've been learning it. You don't think we've had people in our past, leaders and stuff, and different folks that have been teaching us about where we came from? You don't think we've been doing that already?
Yes. That's what I don't understand about why would you want to stop that and say, well, no, we don't need to know nothing. We done with the African stuff. We don't need to know nothing else.
Who said that?
Don't know
Who
nothing as
said
it is. Like if I ask you anything about Africa right now or African culture, you wouldn't be able to tell it to me because you never learned it.
They're missing some of the points that were made because the conversation has been hours long. So I think because we went over all this already, different people have different opinions. I think one person said we don't need African people. Other people said we don't need to be bogged down with more African culture because we have our own thing going on here. Other people may feel that we do need it. But nobody is saying that African Americans have not took time to study where we came from and the cultures and stuff. That's like the whole thing with African American studies. We have like a whole thing here in this country where we've been doing it.
Baby girl, you oversimplifying it.
No, again, African. I'm sorry. African American studies.
You're oversimplifying it. You're oversimplifying it.
When we literally have had leaders and people in our community that have taught us about where we come from. Now, whether or not some African Americans want to take hold to that, that's a different thing. But you can't just say that we haven't been studying where we came from. That's
Can
you teach about African culture?
Dr. Ben taught y'all where y'all came from, right?
Well, come on now.
No, you said we got people that taught it.
I'm not talking about people in the conscious community. That's not
who you talking about.
So what people taught you about your culture? You in particular.
Like your experience. What was your experience? I'm curious.
I learned different things about African people and our coming over here and all that stuff like that. You have different people talking about that. W.D. Du Bois, you have different people that speak to these things. So it's
what have you learned? That was the question. What have you learned?
We learned it in school.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm confused about what you guys are talking about.
What are y'all talking about?
What African culture did we learn in school?
That we came from
what African culture we learned in school?
I learned that we came from Africa in school. And I learned
but that's not African culture.
From West African nations, right? And they named some of the tribes. But other than that, what the fuck do y'all want?
But that African culture, like we just talked about what culture is.
You're
right?
not in Africa.
You understand what culture is, right?
You mean language?
That would be spiritual. I'm saying it would be spirituality. It would be it's a numerous amount of things that have to do with culture. So what culture? What African culture was taught in school?
It's multiple cultures. Even if you say that you're gonna be amalgamating different cultures together, it ain't just one culture.
Right.
What African cultures were taught in school?
Are you asking the question, what African culture did the cracker teach us about in his elementary school? The answer would probably be slim to none. However, we do live in a society.
Swahili. They taught us about Swahili.
Oh, man,
they taught us certain Swahili words. We practiced Kwanzaa. Like all that. We did all that in school. But outside of that, what the fuck do you want?
Yeah, outside.
My teacher taught us stuff, though.
Kwanzaa ain't come from Africa. That came from an African American brother. That ain't come from Africa. That's not an African. That's not. That's
the African American brother using African concepts and culture to create Kwanzaa. Did he go back into Africa and bring those concepts forward for us to have pieces of African culture?
Yeah. Did you study Kwanzaa?
Yeah, because the word Kwanzaa don't come from America. The word Kwanzaa comes from Swahili.
Did you study? Did y'all practice Kwanzaa?
Yes, we practice Kwanzaa.
Y'all do?
Yeah, my family did too.
Even our white teachers. We had white teachers that helped us practice Kwanzaa. Yeah,
I had a lot of my aunts and older people in my family were like voodoo practitioners and shit. So I had African culture in my family, bro. Even
nobody ever tried to hide it from
and all that shit.
There's some conscious community shit to think that somebody tried to deliberately keep African culture away from you. That never happened to you.
Exactly, right.
You've been radicalized by Dr. Ben. Trust me.
Bruh, the only part of African culture that either of y'all brought up just now was Kwanzaa, which shows me, it's still. I'm just saying that's literally the only thing that you brought up so far. And everything else that was that about African culture was taught to you that was made out to be the boogeyman for most black people.
No, they never taught me in school that Africa was the boogeyman.
Voodoo.
I'm 46 years old, and
they ain't teach you voodoo.
I'm probably older than you, and they never taught me no crazy shit like that.
Yeah, they don't teach you that at school.
They never told you that voodoo was in
church. I have a question for you. What African culture do you know and that are applying it where it's being beneficial to your life today? Tell me that.
What African culture do I know and that I've been applying it to my life today?
Or have you studied that's benefited you in a meaningful way?
Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, you sound crazy.
Changed my entire life.
That was the craziest response. After all that in-depth shit you asked us, you said Pan-African.
Yes, Pan-Africanism changed my entire lens on not only my life, but the lives of the people.
Kwanzaa changed my life.
I can literally pinpoint certain African cultures in our culture. Like, can you do that? Like, do you even know African cultures? Like,
do you?
Like, that ain't they go broad. Yes, I do. I was raised in it. I was fucking initiated and fucking centered in and fucking voodoo and shit. All that shit, bro. And my family intertwined and infused with the Christianity shit too. Synchronized.
Hello? I think that's the important part.
Can you hear me? Shit, I got Gullah Geechee people in my family, nigga. Like, that's shit. You don't get no African in fucking that.
Yeah, but your whole, I mean, from what you were saying, like, you don't want none of that.
No,
like,
you don't know. That ain't what I said. You don't. You are stop. No, you're mixing my. No, you're mixing my arguments with other shit, and you don't understand nuance. You have like a narrow free mind because you used to be on Sinetta and all them niggas shows. This ain't that.
I'm not on Sinetta show. That's what I'm saying. Like you coming off real defensive. You know what I'm saying? Like you like every time I say something, it seems like you get real defensive.
Because I don't think you know a lot about African culture. I think you know you generalize and you romanticize African culture.
Well, Gullah, I wanted him to elaborate.
Something I don't know.
I wanted you to elaborate on how Pan-Africanism is. Like, could you elaborate on that a little bit? How it's been
how it changed my life and changed my concepts of people around me.
Oh, it's been
beneficial. How it's been beneficial. Yeah.
In a meaningful way.
In a beneficial way. I've explained this before about how it changed my concept or my perception of my people in general. I came up wanting to harm other people that look like me. And Pan-Africanism changed that concept of the way I looked at my people. So without that, then I would probably still view my people the way I did previously, which is in a very, very negative light. It also enforced me to be a better father to my children, to be a better husband to my wife, try to be a better son to my mom and my dad.
I ain't need Africa for that. Like, that's crazy.
No. I said it's Pan-Africanism. The ideology is about. Go ahead. Ask your question. Go ahead.
You had mentors and grown-ups and elders in your family and community who could have gave you all of that. Why the hell would I was looking for something? Why the hell would I use Africanism?
Like, I think it's because of the fact that you come from a
black people, black people is just. I'm just saying from my perspective, I respect the black people, elders in my family and in my community that gave me my morals and taught me how to be a decent human being versus me having to go to a whole ideology like I don't have competent black African Americans around me teaching me this shit.
But
Like,
you're not
that's
talking about.
crazy.
You're not
Like,
talking about. You keep saying
I'm,
shit, but you're talking
I'm
about
just
you,
talking
Chef.
about
Why are you
everything
talking
that
about
we
you?
need.
Do you know
all
me,
right, so
Chef?
I'm talking
Chef,
about
do you know
all
me?
of us.
Chef,
I'm
do you
talking
know
about.
me?
Listen, I'm
Nigga,
talking
do
about.
you
No, I
know
don't
me?
know
Stop
you.
telling me
No,
about you, and
no,
you talking
all right,
about your references and who you had to look up
yeah,
to and all that
and
other
I
shit,
think
and you don't know me.
African
So
Americans.
we different.
Listen,
So therefore,
no,
stop
we not.
comparing
No,
your little
no,
weak ass life to my
bullshit.
life.
We
It's
not
different.
different. You're bullshitting. You dig what I'm saying?
Bro,
Guarantee
do you
I
know
guarantee
me,
you
Jeff?
had people
Do you know
around.
me? Do you know
I
me?
guarantee you had people, African Americans
Do
around you who could have
know
taught
me?
you all of that shit.
Guarantee nothing.
You chose
Can't
not to
guarantee
listen to
nothing
them.
at all.
You
All
chose not to
you can
listen to
determine
them,
is if
and
you
you
know me or
chose to
not.
get radicalized by some motherfucking Pan-Africans and some Hebrew
What is
Israelites
radical?
or some
What is
shit.
radical Pan-Africanism? What is that? Explain that.
The
Break that down.
motherfuckers who had
Define
to
that.
teach you how to be a good son or a good father, or
That's
I
radical
don't know. That shit
Pan-Africanism.
sound crazy.
If that's radical Pan-Africanism, then it seems like a majority of black people in this country need to be practicing.
Gotta be.
If that's what it did,
What about
exactly.
the other people that was
So why the
around
fuck you keep
That's
talking
like
about it
saying that
in a negative
regular
light?
African Americans,
I'm saying it's
African Americans
positive for
already
black
got all
people.
of that. I'm saying we already got
Everybody
all
ain't
that.
come up with a silver spoon in their
And
mouth like you,
also,
Chef. Everybody wasn't
also,
over there sitting with their mama and their daddy and sitting at the table every day and saying grace and shit. Everybody ain't come up like you, my G. So stop comparing everybody else, especially the majority of people, because the majority of the people I know ain't like the majority of the people that you know. The majority of the people that you know might have been great uplifting people. The people that I grew up knowing was totally different, my G.
I don't
So
live in
stop
Beverly
comparing
Hills,
you
brother.
to everybody else.
I don't live in
I didn't
Beverly
ask you where you
Hills.
live. I didn't ask you where you live.
I don't live in
I just
Beverly
said stop
Hills.
comparing me to you.
Oh my God.
That's all I said.
This is crazy.
What's the problem?
It is crazy because you keep trying to compare
That's why he
you
ain't
to
learning to be a good
me.
son. He don't know how to listen right now.
I ain't gotta listen to you, nigga. What you talking about? You ain't been listening the whole damn time.
Earlier we had a lesson about king cakes and how you can't unbake.
Over tacky ass nigga.
They remember that.
I've been weird in the comment. Who coming?
Yeah, niggas be
okay.
goofy,
I was before you comment.
Weirdo.
I just want to say, see that that's not exactly what I was asking you. But go ahead.
All right. I want to ask everybody: did they read "Things Fall Apart"?
Nigga, talking about weirdo. These niggas wearing
Yeah, I read it.
costumes.
Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe. Great book.
He's a weirdo, nigga.
Yeah, dope book.
In America, and just that novel itself, done. I don't want to talk because that's a big novel. Everybody should have read that in high school.
Everybody should have read that. I agree. Chinua Achebe.
High school or college, and it's all about the destruction of African culture and their attempts to preserve it and identity. Well, if you know the team, you know the team. So the other thing I did want to ask also is it was funny. I heard somebody talking about the creolization of language, and then they mentioned all the European languages, which are Creole languages from Latin, called the Romantic language. Even the German used the Latin script to write down their dialects. So it's the same thing going on now. Remember, the West Africans didn't have no script, and they didn't write things down unless they were Arabized. So
Yes, it's Arabic. Yeah.
And most of the people that did have the script is written in some type of syncretic or some Creole Arab script because they didn't have a script. When you don't have a script, it's easier for your culture to last. It's easier for you to have no element of your poetry. Even when you say the word griot, that's a French word. That's not an African word for what those people were. So it's like people make assumptions and comparisons when I don't think they really understand the implications of what they talk about, and I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
So if griot is a French word, what's the significance of saying that?
They don't have a script.
No. Griot is spoken. It's about the retention of a spoke.
When you don't have a script, like the Gauls didn't have a script, right? You're
I get it, but saying that griot is a French word, what is the implication of saying that?
The implication
I'm trying
is
to connect what you're saying.
And they adopted the script of the conqueror to creolize and to express them on selves.
So you're saying that Africans, their own tradition. Listen,
it happens in these contexts.
All right, so African.
God give credence to the romantic language, like those are like the
No, I get that part, but the French sing Africans oral tradition and the people who was the old reciters in those African cultures, right? So what I'm saying is those African people must have had a word for those people. It might not have been griot, but they had a word, and that was already a custom of theirs.
Jalia. It was Jalia.
Right. So saying griot is a French word, like Europeans created griots, or I don't understand why you said that. Like
the Europeans created griots. I'm telling you that even when he said that word, that's still Arabicization. I'm talking about how when you don't have a script and people come and conquer you that have a script, you have to adopt that script in some format in order to even express yourself. Because you didn't have no script. You had language, but you didn't have no way to literally.
The griots didn't need the French. They was doing that way before they even came in contact.
They needed the French. What is you saying? I said they needed the French.
Yeah, and Jela is not that ain't Arabic, bro. That's Mindi. It comes straight out of a Mindi language. They might have wrote it in Arabic, but it come from their tongue.
Why are these stories in Arabic, French, and all conquering languages? What is the script of the original language that the story is written in? Come get it to me, because you can't.
It's oral. It's oral.
And that's what I'm trying to express to you. Oral people are illiterate. And it's easy to wipe out the oral tradition because the oral tradition is always updated. Oral tradition is not a solid tradition. It's always updated to reflect the new king.
You don't have to write traditions down the whole tradition up.
Oral traditions change and switch around the country. Even the Sundiata narrative in its original form changed once they get more Muslimized. They start using more Muslim words. The names change and not a narrative. And the way the story is told. I can prove this. So why?
I don't understand what you're proving. Like,
right?
Yeah, I don't understand what you arguing. Ain't nobody arguing.
Right.
Yeah, man, if you think that. Why do you think literate cultures conquer illiterate cultures? Where has the oral tradition defeated the literary power? What the fuck are we doing here? This is more romanticizing. It's easy to wipe out the oral tradition. Kill the niggas that know the oral tradition. Then what you know about your history?
You know what? I got into an argument yesterday like this, right? When somebody come in with another point, and then just because you was already arguing, you take on that argument, and it's like you don't supposed to take on arguments that's not germane to your like it. I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point that you're making, but you're saying it in an argumentative tone, like we was actually disputing that. We never even. You feel me?
What was the point of mentioning the griot?
Yeah.
You're saying why you get the griot, and I'm like, no, I'm just talking about the creolization of language from when you're not literate, and you have to take on a script, and you didn't have a script before. So why is it wrong for Black people and Jamaican people to take on this script?
But it's not always true that a literate a literate culture always conquers the illiterate. That's a false historical statement. What about the Mongol Empire? The Mongols wasn't literate. They conquered a whole lot of shit.
Yeah, talk about
what script were you supposed to do?
They wasn't literate people when they conquered a lot of shit. You just said only literate cultures conquer illiterate culture. That ain't true.
I think he was saying when they conquer illiterate cultures, they culture usually take over.
The Greeks were illiterate.
You know what I'm saying? When the Mongols took over, anybody take over their shit.
Once he realized he was ignorant, all he did was promote education and educate people and allow schools. What are you talking about? You never studied the Mongol Empire. He wouldn't even been able to succeed if he didn't allow religious and orthodox and all.
Exactly. That ain't my point, bro. I'm just saying that the Mongols wasn't originally literate people, but they was the ruler.
Why you think even Marco Polo, Alemandel travel over there? Come on, man. I'm the wrong nigga to talk about with this black idiocy where you got
You
this
just want to argue with somebody, bro. You must have had an argument with somebody earlier. You try to put your frustration on this panel. Ain't nobody arguing none of that shit you saying, bro. You just want to argue with something.
You say, B, you want to have a debate about the Mongol Empire and how much they depended on the intellectualism?
Bro, man, sit down, bro.
That's so far away from what we was talking about.
Blow the blunt up. You wasting your time with me, bro. Like, ain't nobody trying to debate none of that weird ass shit.
But no fucking illiterate people run and manage no goddamn empire. It's crazy. You believe that?
Get us back. Get us back on the
range. So none of the West African empires existed. The Oyo Empire didn't exist. They didn't
chasing it. Y'all asking for it.
Were illiterate. The Latins were illiterate. All these people were illiterate. You're right.
Yeah, at that time period. That ain't always the case. With human warfare and shit and conquering, it ain't always the case.
Crazy, man.
All right, but you're right. We getting even further and further away from the conversation.
Yeah, we always motherfucking Mongols and illiterate, and who's illiterate? I think he had a point that he was making about the assimilation. He started off
about the language.
Chinua Achebe's award-winning book, Things Fall Apart. And in that book, he was talking about how they slowly started to lose their culture. So I think that was his point initially, and then we started arguing about something else like griot and French and some shit. So I don't know. He might help us get back on point with his point about things fall apart, because that's germane to what we was talking about.
Of language, B, how you had people that didn't have a script and they kept bringing out an Arabic script, which again is creolization, if you know about syncretism and culture, because they're using a foreign script, so they didn't have a fucking script. What's wrong with saying that? These people had an oral tradition. They didn't write. So of course, when they start writing, they're going to use the script that's available to them, and you're going to have Creole languages. It's the same thing that happened with the goddamn Romantic languages that's running Europe. And the same thing that's happening now within our black language. So why look at it negative when that's what happens? It's a natural pattern.
Who's looking at it negative? Who are you arguing with? Who's saying this?
Well, I guess maybe that might connect to the conversation we were having where people was just speaking about assimilation being completely negative. Right?
I ain't say that. I just said I ain't. That
was before you got
like, that's how the conversation got sidetracked, because that's what was talked about from the jump start. I don't know what Brad would just be coming on here mad and shit, but he was talking about how fully assimilating compared to actually wanting to know more about African culture or appreciating African culture. In which direction people should be going in as far as African Americans. That's what I thought the conversation
right. That is what it was about. It was about the dilemma of assimilating, right? When you assimilate, see, like we kind of have a premise that is so unnatural and disruptive that you're unable to maintain, I guess any usable amount of your previous I guess cultures and things like that, right? That was a little bit more how we even got to the part where we were talking about the book.
So yeah,
I mean,
I think like I said earlier, I think everything we needed from Africa, we already got it from Africa.
And I disagree completely.
That's how I feel, Corey. I think we retained the things that, were valuable for us here, and we relinquished the things that wasn't valuable to us. And we don't even recognize the things that we kept. You dig what I'm saying? Because it's blanketed with over top of American culture, blanketed over top of it. You dig what I'm saying? So
it sound a little bit like y'all leaning into it so hard that you're almost not acknowledging that we were disrupted at all. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it kind of sounds like that.
We weren't disrupted, but we gotta have our, because listen, it wasn't one group of Africans that got captured off the continent. There's different groups of Africans that got captured off the continent. So in order for us to identify together, we have to come up with our own shit, bro. And I think that's what we doing. Like, bro, y'all think we've been free for thousands of years, bro? I mean, really, all in all, it's barely been 60, 80 years.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, I mean, what else? How long ago? Listen, I think like I said, I think we retain the things that's important to retain. Everything we needed from Africa, we got it already. Now we got to continue on what our immediate ancestors was doing. They gave us a culture. Grandmama and them left us a culture behind. You niggas just don't go to church no more.
What the fuck is it? Africa, I'm trying to figure that they haven't told us yet. Are we walking around bumbling fucking idiots or something?
And then some of the cultures in Africa we came from was warring tribes, and they didn't even fuck with each other. Some aspects of these other cultures, like
and some of that shit we needed to discard.
Yeah, I don't think
just like for instance, the Igbo looked at twins as a bad omen, so they'll sacrifice one of the twins. Yoruba people embrace twinage and people having twins. They embrace, but the Igbos didn't. So which one would you choose?
So look at this, right? I think our forcing us over here made us greater fucking Africans, right? Because if you think about it, right, we have a more cohesive. Hold on, listen,
man, we the greatest sub-Saharan descendants ever, man.
Right, we have a more
greatest Africans.
Hold on, if I get it out, y'all will understand what I'm saying.
My bad,
right?
my bad.
And then check this out. Africa, right? West Africa is hundreds of different cultures and dialects. They couldn't see eye to eye. You go 5 miles up the river, the culture changed, language changed, custom changed, right? These people see themselves as uniquely different from each other. What happened over here, we were forced together. We have solidarity, right? One language and solidarity over here that they don't have over there.
What solidarity?
Nigga, we all agree that we fucking African American over this bitch. We all agree.
No, we
yes,
don't.
we do. Yes, we do. We're way more cohesive. We're way more of a cohesive group.
You got a ridiculous
bro,
amount of Abos out here right now.
That shit is fringe, bro. That's fringe. That's fringe shit.
We're a way more cohesive group than the splintered group of Africans that we came from. This shit that we went through, forged a whole group of people to be one people. You don't have that shit in Africa. That's why Africa fucked up the way it is.
Saying that like it's like we are unified.
Nigga, that's a good
in America.
thing.
No, we not.
That's a good thing.
Bro.
That's a
like,
good thing.
We are literally
give African Americans y'all fucking credit. Give African
you live in a bubble, my G. You got to get outside of Baltimore where you at, my G. Because you live in a bubble. We got some shit
that they don't have over there.
You tripping?
We a voting block, bro.
Nigga, you talking like we unified over here. Nigga, ain't nobody on the West Coast. If I go to LA right now, they is not on the same shit you talking about.
Bro, we are unified.
You not on the same thing that I'm talking about down here in Atlanta. I'm not on the same thing that old boy talking about wherever he at. Like nobody is on the same page over here. So why are you trying to get that narrative that all black people are just on the same page here?
We are.
Oh, we connected.
They is on the same page now.
You don't
get politically on the
You living in a fantasy world.
Yeah, you live in a bro. Human nature won't even allow motherfuckers to be that damn unified the way you dreaming of. Like you fucking.
Yeah. I'm dreaming of. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm dreaming of because I ain't saying nothing about weirdo.
We're tribal creatures, bro. We all gonna be. It's always gonna be tribalism, no matter what.
So why you keep spreading the narrative like we all one unit here in America? We tribal over here too. I don't get what you're saying. Like it's stupid.
That ain't what I
cohesive unit over here.
Yeah.
We have a shared history and identity as African Americans, right? We have a shared history and identity as African Americans. That's a cohesive group.
We got the same thing with Africans.
Bro, all right.
We are descendants of Africans.
It's like
don't understand.
83% of Black Americans just voted for Kamala in the last election. I think we agree on something altogether.
Right.
Yeah, that is a stat. Yeah,
no,
right
that was 88% of the people who voted. Most Black people didn't even vote.
And
millions of Black people did not vote. We talking about 88% of the people who actually decided to voted for Kamala. Not 88% of Black people in general. Not 88% of the 40 million Black people that are here in America.
I guarantee you the majority of us would not vote for no motherfucking Donald Trump. Most of us would have voted still for fucking Kamala.
Absolutely.
What are you saying?
Like I literally I've been literally arguing with Black people on YouTube for the past 2-3 years about how much they support Donald Trump and how much Donald
YouTube is not a reflection of the real world,
Donald
bro.
Trump gonna do this.
Majority of our family
he had a
members
whole
okay, but what did the poll say? Fuck what
and the people in our community,
the poll said 83%.
people at the church. You know what I mean? They all voted.
You just talk about if they'll vote. Like, go look up the numbers of how many Black people vote.
Yo said the people on YouTube. It's crazy.
Go look up the percentages of how many Black people voted. And then compare that to the 40 million Black people. 40 million Black
people on YouTube think they have votes. We don't listen to these.
I was comparing cultures.
Niggas on YouTube think the world fucking flat.
It was only 100 million people that voted all together, wasn't it? 150 million people or something like that voted all together.
The hell?
And that was the biggest vote. That was one of the biggest votes in history, I think.
It wasn't.
Hits, where you at?
It's very easy to Google. It wasn't.
Yeah, I think the one before that, Biden.
Hits, I need you to make sense of this shit.
Trump. But even then, it was only 150 million people that voted, though.
How many people are in America?
400 and something.
Okay. So how many of that 150 million people, if you're gonna run with that number, I'll give it to you. How many of that 150 million do you think were Black?
No, what I'm saying is most people didn't vote. Most Americans didn't vote.
I thought you was just okay. So you saying the same thing I'm saying then.
60% of black folks voted in the last election. It was actually the second highest one out of all the other demographics, obviously by default. But 60% is a large margin, bro.
That's the overwhelming majority.
That would be around 26, 27 million people.
Yeah, because as key as as people who ain't even adults yet.
It wasn't about the number; it was about what we all collectively agreed on, bro. Like even if we had our differences, we still was like, we go in this direction.
I think
black people, we ain't giving black folks enough credit in America. We ain't proud to be African Americans here. You know what I mean? Like if we don't, if
they want to be African more than they want to be African American. It's like shitting on your ancestors.
And I don't even think
they act like we shitting on our ancestors, but they're shitting on our ancestors.
Absolutely.
That's the problem.
They didn't die for us to go love somebody else.
Go love the motherfuckers who sold
us. They died for us to. They died for us.
You want to go love the motherfucker? Go hug the motherfucker that sold your ass.
They died for us to help our oppressors more than we help each other.
The African was our oppressor first.
I'm just wondering. I just be wondering because I know y'all like.
You think they was free before they got sold to the Portuguese?
All I know,
the Africans free before they got sold to the Portuguese.
Ask that question one more time. I didn't hear the beginning.
You think they was free before they got sold to the Portuguese? Your ancestors?
No, no. That wouldn't make any sense.
It depends.
It was on the losing side of a war.
It depends on the situation.
They were captured.
It depends on the situation.
Yeah, in some way, shape, or form, they were captured eventually, and a lot of my people, because I'm an amalgamation of a lot of different West Central,
South to go back. We was like, hell no, we stayed right.
I think he got my point exactly. What you just say there? See that the last thing you just
we're an amalgamation of a lot of different Africans. Because we're mixed with a lot of different Africans. I'm actually mixed with also some European. I think I'm like 6% European and 1% Native American. So
I ain't really concerned with the European part, but you say you're 93%.
Yeah, most of the Africans
of Africans.
Yeah.
And most of them Africans are already genetically related anyway under the Niger Congo umbrella anyway. They are genetically closely related more so than other Africans.
Absolutely. But my point is, I almost forgot my damn point, man. It's fucked up.
You were saying something about you. I thought you were saying something about you asking me about.
No, you was amalgamation. You're an amalgamation, right? And that's what I'm saying is that's a unique thing here in these Americas, right? So that's why, what we're saying is we have a African American culture. We have a different culture. We're different people now. We can recognize, we can look back and recognize and appreciate our ancestry, right? But for what's going to work for us now is not back there. We already took from there what we need.
And I don't agree. I've heard you say that already, but I don't agree with that. I don't think that you took anything that you needed from there because the majority of the stuff that was from there was taken from you. So the small things that you have now to relate back to Africa do not count for a true cultural connection. So that's why I say I think it's important for people to actually grasp a cultural connection to the people that they come from. Whether that be whether that be white people go back to Paris and Europe and all that other stuff in order to learn more about their culture. We should be doing the same instead of saying our culture is only in America.
That's why I asked you, did you think they was free before they got sold to the Portuguese?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand the point of that question.
So I'm saying, like, you saying that something was taken from us, right? I'm trying to figure out
Our languages were
Portuguese.
taken. Our spirituality was taken. Like it's a lot of different things that were taken from Black people. I don't understand why you think like because you speaking like we immigrated here, like we came here on our own free will.
I never
just like,
said
hey,
that.
we want to be
I never
Americans.
said that because I started out saying that we got sold to the Portuguese, so I wouldn't say that we migrated over here.
What issue do
I'm saying is,
why
I
do you feel
understand y'all
like
keep
there's
saying the
nothing else
language,
that you can learn
and I
from
appreciate that.
the culture you came from?
No, I appreciate that y'all keep saying the language, right? So that part I do appreciate that. Okay, we can say that was taken from
all
us.
different type of things. Like I don't understand what the issue is, because you're saying you have an issue. Because I'm not disputing being an African American. What I'm saying is that we should always yearn to have a cultural connection to the people that we come from, learning and respecting each other's cultures. So they should be respecting the culture that we have. We should be respecting the culture that they have. We should be learning each other's cultures and figuring out the good parts that we can take in order to better our complete culture.
And that was the question, though. What is it that we can take from Africa today and use it?
It depends on what you need.
African American.
You can't ask that question as a whole, because there are different things that we all need. So that's what I was trying to tell Chef earlier. Like his experience.
Okay, so just give me an example of something that one would need.
That's what I'm trying to do right now. That's what I'm trying to do. His experience is not my life experience. So therefore, we are not going to approach life in the same way, in the same direction. We are not going to have the same type of people around us. We're not going to have the same characters around us. We're not going to have the same teachers, any of that type of stuff. So therefore, we are not going to be on the same page with everything that we do. And it doesn't make sense for us to say, well, okay, well, culturally, we don't need to learn nothing from nobody else's culture. We need to just we just need to rock with the culture that we in, even though the majority of the people on this panel will argue that there are problems in this particular American culture that hurts Black people.
Absolutely, I would argue that.
Okay, so wouldn't it be good to maybe learn from other cultures that might be able to combat some of the problems that are in our culture, that would help us in the same way that it might be helping their culture? Wouldn't you rather learn that from another Black African than from a white man or Arab or China or Asian person?
In that respect, if I'm looking, it just depends on what I'm looking for, right? If I'm looking for something that's beneficial, right, I'm gonna take the benefits from wherever they come from.
So if you want to learn some business, you can learn how the Nigerians work, because those are great businessmen. A lot of them be scamming and all that good stuff. They know something in order to be able to do what they're doing. So that's one thing you can learn from the Nigerians. The West,
they go to the bank in Switzerland. They go to the bank in Switzerland.
You might learn how to make some, you know what I mean, something that got something to do with something. I don't like whatever your particular fix.
Even they did.
I say look to Africa instead of Europe.
African, though they use European influences. They damn self. Like a lot of Africans even bank in damn Switzerland and shit. Like it ain't just like you act like they weren't colonized either.
Sure. So what does that mean? Does that mean it's still nothing good in Africa?
I'm just saying you ain't finna be doing banking like you ain't finna be handling business like the Oyo Kingdom was. Yeah, that's what the original kingdom was.
No. I'm not trying to do nothing like nobody did back in the day. I'm trying to do shit like something new in the future. That's where you getting me twisted, because I'm not talking about historical shit. I'm trying to return to this time or none of that. Like that ain't none I be talking about got nothing to do with none of that. When I'm talking about when I say that Pan-Africanism can be practiced right here in America, except niggas so damn
Nigerian
audacious to be
is
against
right now is taking.
Pan-Africanism, even though it would help us in every single solitary way possible in this country, financially, politically, every single way possible, Pan-Africanism helps Black people in this country. Why? Because the ideology is about unifying. And if you don't feel like unifying Black people in this country is a smart thing to do, then I don't know what we're talking about. I think you niggas is really just y'all pump faking.
Well, unification in this country is different than what we was talking about earlier, right? So I wouldn't object to having some type of unification. Like I said, I think we are in America. I think we do display some sort of unification in
how
times.
How in these conversations that y'all have up here, like the hour before I got up on here, the conversations that I was listening to was so it's so divisive. That's what I'll call it. It was so divisive.
Well, it was pro African American. I guess you could say it was divisive. I would agree with you there.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, what is the point to keep this divisive rhetoric going, regardless if you African American, whatever kind of, like, I don't have to diss people in Africa in order for me to be African American, or for me to appreciate the people that came from my ancestors here in this country. I appreciate Martin Luther King. I appreciate W.E.B. Du Bois. I appreciate I mean, go down the list, bro. Fannie Lou Hamer, anybody you want to name. Like that, Fannie Lou Hamer is one of my favorite all-time people ever. Point blank and period. I always big up that woman because she was one of the strongest Black women that we have a record of, outside of Harriet Tubman and maybe a couple of others. But my thing is that those people, like our ancestors also, you know what I'm saying, like they thought process was on unifying us in some way, shape, or form. If they were equipped with a lot of the information and the things that we have today, they would have been able to take off. Fannie Lou would have been 10 times, she would have been way ahead of most of you niggas. Like real talk, or most of us. I'm sorry, I ain't gonna say y'all, I don't want to make it offensive or whatever, but like if they were given the benefits that we have today in order to unify, to connect with each other in a quick way. They didn't have the internet, bruh. Black people can connect way easier than what they had to do back in the day. Yet they got more done than what we do today. Why? We don't consider none of that. We don't think about none of that. We don't think about the fact that we headed down. Like most of the rhetoric I heard today was white supremacist rhetoric. That's why I implore y'all to go study white supremacists, because then you'll have an idea. Like, oh shit,
give me an example of some of the rhetoric.
Oh shit, I said that. Oh wow, I've said that before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Give me an example of something you heard today that was maybe along the lines of
the anti-African rhetoric. Like if you go and listen to the anti-immigration or anti-immigrant rhetoric, you'll notice that a lot of what y'all say and how y'all say it is out their book.
No, I'm not anti-immigrant. I never said anything about Africans immigrating to America or anything like that. I'm not anti-immigrant.
Right. No. I'm not, and I'm not particularly just talking about you. I'm just saying the conversation that was being had earlier was really an anti-African stance, and everything that was talked about was on an anti-African base. It wasn't also like, oh, it's just about like it was really just about, yeah, we need to accept being African American, we need to assimilate and da 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 da. And I'm like, why are we talking about assimilation? Like, we should be the first thing we should be talking about right now is assimilation. In my opinion, assimilation is the worst thing that's possibly happened for Black people.
I don't think that's
already assimilated. The majority of us right now are already pretty much assimilated. Like I said, the language, the religions, the way we think, all of that is all Americanized already. So why do we need to go further in that direction?
Can you tell me
and push away African culture?
African.
Well, after the system, I ask you a question, see that.
Yeah.
But part of being Americanized ain't totally European. Like we was here too. Like we, was at the forefront of the fabrication of the damn country in the first place. So being Americanized have an element of our shit in anyway.
Well, I think that people, sometimes you got to be careful of just saying stuff and, there's no basis for it. So can you tell me what was said today that was anti-African?
Well, sis, one of the comments came from you, which is what I already spoke on as far as the assimilation, because I heard you saying that we should be further assimilating and pushing out all of that African.
Why is that
in general?
That anti-American if I'm saying that it's a natural
No, I didn't say I didn't say anti-American, love. I said it's anti-African.
Why is it anti-African if I'm saying that it is natural for people when they have been living around people for 400 years or however many years to have some amount of assimilation? What is anti-African about that?
The fact that you were saying that we needed to push away from African culture, that is what's anti-African.
So
and you were saying we need to lean further into assimilation.
I explained to you earlier that you missed a whole part of the conversation where we were talking about how I don't think we can never not hold on to certain things that are African in our African American culture. So I think that you may be on the end of the conversation and not fully everything else, because I heard that here today. I have heard some anti-African things before, but I haven't heard any of that today where people would be saying anything anti-African. Assimilating is not anti-African. Now, I think that's your opinion. So we got to think about that too. Your
definition
or opinion. Can you show me? Can you please
American
tell me?
assimilation? You think is pro-African or is it anti-African?
No, you to go back.
C-Dot, can you let her finish what she's saying, bro?
You said that's the definition. So I want you to tell me, where is it at on this globe where it says that assimilation is a bad thing? I want you to tell me that. You said that that's the definition.
Am I allowed to speak now?
Can you pull it up?
I just asked you. Is assimilation pro-African or pro-American?
Is just assimilation. Doesn't matter where you are. It's assimilation is just that. Let me pull up the definition for you, because it's not pro or anything. You could be assimilating anywhere. You could be. I'm not understanding how you're finding that the word is problematic when it's a natural process that happens. So let me get the definition here of assimilation.
Because we're so used to contemplating and studying all the effects of assimilation.
I literally,
I don't think that people. I think that it's something that is unavoidable, just based on how humans communicate. If I go, if I go to, like, I guess if I go to another state to some degree, I gotta assimilate as the minority, right? Like,
well, yeah, I said that earlier, that it's a natural thing, especially if you think about in this country, it's a country of different people. People leave their places, or in our cases, was kidnapped and then enslaved. When you get here and you're living around other people, yes, you are going to have some assimilation.
Okay. And I've explained that I heard that part that you actually picked. But what I'm telling you, can I finish this? Can I finish? Just let me finish. I hushed while you was talking, and you asked me for a definition. So I went and actually got an AI overview of what does assimilation mean in U.S. history. And in U.S. history, assimilation is the process by which minority groups, especially immigrants and Native Americans, adopt the cultural practices and norms of the dominant American society, often involving a loss of their original cultural identity, language, and traditions. While often seen as a voluntary effort by immigrants to achieve social and economic success, it also encompasses forced policies, particularly against Native Americans, through boarding schools and land policies aimed at making them conform to a unified national identity. So when I speak of assimilation, when I speak of American assimilation, especially from the words that y'all were speaking earlier, when you were saying to assimilate into American society further and push away from all of that African stuff, which is what y'all were saying. So I don't know why, like, the words that I'm saying now is so weird, because this is what y'all were saying. And I was saying that assimilation for Black people in this country is not the right direction. We should be culturally moving to actually knowing the things that we came from that were stripped from us. It wasn't an automatic. It wasn't like I just read about immigrant groups that come over here and voluntarily switch to the norms of the dominant society. Ours were stripped. It was taken away from us. We were beaten into submission and into assimilation.
Right.
So that's the difference in what I'm talking about, as far as saying the rhetoric that you're saying is literally saying that we need to adopt everything about America and being Americanized, which is white supremacist propaganda, because that's the dominant culture.
No, it's the
dominant
same with
culture
the African stuff.
and white
Like the parts
supremacy
we can
is
use.
saying the same thing.
And
we can.
so I asked you earlier, because this still isn't making any sense. I asked you earlier, what do you see us doing? How would you envision us living now in this country? What if you could just paint the picture? What would we look like here in this country?
Okay. A part of Pan-Africanism is learning other African cultures, other Black African cultures, and figuring out if maybe something in that culture can benefit yours. Okay. So understanding that there are many different cultures within Black African, in that Black African connection. There's not one place. You don't even have to just go to the continent. I can get, like I explained earlier, I could go to Stupid and get, you know what I'm saying, valuable information, cultural information that could possibly help me in what I do. Maybe that could be something as simple as something dietary. There are several things that could benefit us from having a cultural connection to other Black people around the world.
So I asked you earlier, what makes you think that people have not been doing that here?
I never said that people have not. I'm going against what you said about getting away from African culture and only focusing on assimilating into American culture. That's what my entire commentary has been about.
I told you before, and I think we've been saying this, we have our own way of living here in America. I'm not sure if you're getting that.
Nobody's disputing that, sis. I literally am not disputing that we are a different culture here. I don't know how easier to explain this to you. Like, I broke it down for you. We are all different cultures. There are different cultures on this thing right now.
Yeah. So what do you understand that our culture here is from what we've had from the past? Do you understand that? We was talking earlier about our grandmothers and stuff and things that our grandmothers has told us and things like that from the past. Did you hear anybody talking about that? That's why I keep saying I think you're missing some of the conversation.
Right, and that's why I came in and said, right, that's why I actually came in and said, making it the way it's kind of being said, even on y'all side, it's like y'all not acknowledging that there was a disruption at all, right? As if there was like this seamless, we was able to go from shackles and no language to like
You
right,
understand
to having no negative effects of what happened to it.
No, I think that's a misunderstanding that you guys are having. We've been talking about being stolen, being slaves, being on a boat. We've been talking about that. I think sometimes people are hearing what they want to hear, or they're talking past one another. We've been talking about how we got over here is we were kidnapped and then enslaved. So of course we have lost everything. So I don't understand what is going on here.
Right. So that's why I'm saying that it's important for us to actually gravitate towards learning more about our cultural connections to Africa and other Africans.
We do that.
That's why it's important for us not to assimilate, not to go closer to assimilation to America. It should be closer to actually getting the cultural things that were stripped away from us, that were stripped away from our ancestors here in America.
I don't agree with that. I think that we should be learning our past and applying it today where we are. That is it. We are here in this country.
Is Africa not a part of our past, sis?
Well, the last time I checked my report that's what we talked about earlier, is the importance of learning your past.
So,
we talked about that.
Right. So if it was stripped from us, because I just gave you the difference between an immigrant that comes here and either voluntarily strips away their own culture and adopts and assimilates to the dominant society's culture, and I gave you the difference between that and actually saying, okay, because that's on one side, that's on the left. Now we're gonna talk about the right. What's on the right is the connection, regathering the connection that was stripped away from us initially, which could benefit us because then we could know more about ourselves, because our past does not start at slavery. We come from a certain people. So like I said, something as simple as dietary would be a great thing for us to know as Black people who were stripped of all of our culture, dietary, the way we eat, the way we do everything was stripped away from us. So wouldn't it make sense if we knew that there was something on the continent where certain cultures weren't stripped away, certain ideals weren't stripped away?
Wouldn't it be good to go back and learn a lot of our cuisine comes straight out of Africa, yo? Like, you never seen How in the Hog?
We talked about this earlier, so I'm still confused. We talked about this and the importance of knowing our history and all of that stuff. We talked about this earlier. That's why I'm trying to understand where's the anti-African claims that you're talking about, because everything that you're saying, we already talked about this.
I get in after the sister man. I've been waiting. Hello?
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. The two things we want to say. It's funny because y'all keep using like Paris and the German and the French and them, and I don't know why y'all keep doing that when those are hybrid cultures. Like those are literally Vandals and people that the Latin people enslaved, Rome enslaved. They fought back when Rome fell, but they kept Rome. They used Rome as they Creole language for springboard culture.
Who said any of that?
This is what happened. And then you guys keep like calling these people's name like these are some classical white breed cultures when the French are new in relative history.
Ain't nobody saying that. None of that.
People on earth. They're new and they're a product of creolization from a Latin and Romanized word. And the same with the Spanish, the Portuguese, the whole of them man over there. That's why they love Rome so much. So you're in a situation like that now, where you got a bunch of languages being created off of whatever this English empire and all of this colonization and this and that. That's what people do. Because those Gallic people didn't have no script. These people didn't have no script. Even when the scientists and the anthropologists and the people that do ethnographies go study them, they write in the language of the modern people. Half the time they're reading the language of exonyms that was given to them. And then they're reading the sources of the people that was part of those people that learned the outside language for write about their own people. So I don't know why black people is not afforded this same thing, but y'all want to credit these romantic people so much. And then the next thing I want to see that this specifically. If because sometimes I really get confused, right? Because I come from a culture where we use calabash, right? We do a whole lot of African thing. Like we grow up doing African thing. We eat off the land. We know fruit and vegetables. And the same thing there in the United States, you know. All them people that lived in the dismal swamp, all them maroon people, all them people ate out of calabash, all them people work roots, all them people, that stuff is still out of America, right? So there's certain things that couldn't be stripped from we. They're still there about. That if you want to research, you can go find out about it. But I want to really see that. Like, what can I take from people who already lost? Like, all of those people prior to the Arab invasion, whatever they was doing didn't work because they lost. I don't give a fuck if you had a gold Aint. It didn't defeat the Greek. It didn't kick Ptolemy out. So why would I want to Aint? I know that that's just some symbolic shit. I know when I go back and deal with Africa is symbolic. It's got to be symbolic because they already lost. And I want to know what can I go take from when I know that the end of this, whatever this culture was doing, it ended up some Arab or some white folk or some next African and this shit not here no more. And it lost. So the things that were significant is all that was preserved. And I love that. I love the fact I got African rhythm. I love the fact that I got certain perspective. I love the fact that I know how to grow food and calabash and I know how to work roots and then something there. I love that. Can't go back and live like no tribal people and them something there. Them don't have nothing to teach me because the whole of that shit lasts.
Well, I think you well let me help hold on, wait. Let me help you out. Let me help you out, Buddha, because you going in a direction that I wasn't in. I didn't mention nothing about the past. Like you going all the way back in history. Like I mentioned present. Like I'm talking about how we can benefit each other presently. I'm not talking about looking at shit from the 1500s or BC time. Like I ain't talking about unks or none of that. What I don't know where that came from, but the examples I used was actually present day things that we could learn from other Africans culturally. Whether that could even be dealing with education, how they raise, how the family is raised, and how they able to keep their kids, you know what I'm saying, in school long enough to want to go to college and be doctors and all that other good stuff. Like it's a lot of different things culturally that we can learn from each other, and it's not just about Africans, as I said. There are things that we could also learn from Jamaicans, Islanders in general, the Cubans, the Brazilians. Like there's several different things that we can learn from each other as a people culturally that will benefit us. So I don't know where you got, you know what I'm saying, what you saying from, because I wasn't talking about like we need to look at Africa as a way to fight people.
European contact. Okay, yes, we can exchange ideas how to fight the European, all right? But prior to that,
you're talking about fighting though. I'm not just talking about fighting. I'm talking about in general. That's why I mentioned cultural, because it's more than just one aspect.
Same way the novelty to know about the Scythian, and part it's a novelty to know about ancient African history, because them niggas lost.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But you talking about strictly on a fighting level, like that. A lot of people don't learn that a lot of people don't learn Egyptian history. At least I didn't. I didn't go into learning Egyptian history because I wanted to figure out how to beat the white man. Like that's not the purpose.
It's a novelty. It's a great novelty study. Just great.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And that's cool. That can be your opinion. But for some other people, like I said, it could have brought them into. For me, it brought me into another space of appreciating Black culture. So that's all it did for me. It didn't take me into, well, now I know King Tut did this, I'm finna go in. Like, no, like I don't live in that fantasy world that I don't know who y'all be talking to when it comes to Pan-Africanism, because I've never been a Egyptomaniac or none of that type of shit. I've never came with that type of philosophy. The people I bring to the table when I talk about Pan-Africanism are usually people who are revolutionary or what was the word they used the other day? Not freedom, but I can't think of the word right now. But anyway, they're more present than prehistoric, you know what I'm saying, or historic, you know what I'm saying. A lot of the people that I talk about when I talk about Kwame Nkrumah or Kwame Ture or my brother in South Africa right now. Like it's a lot of different people. PLO Lumumba, Patrice Lumumba. Like a lot of these people aren't like these ain't super duper historic people, and the reasons I bring them up is because of that connection that they have with unifying the people. Like Kwame Nkrumah was actually able to unify people. You know what I'm saying? Like regardless of the tactics or whatever niggas want to talk about, they was able to unify people and basically get a push to pushing away European influence. So like I don't get why we feel like these are things that we shouldn't care about or we shouldn't know about, because they could help in the shit that we trying to do here. You know what I'm saying? Figuring out how to unify people, how to get people together on a collective stance. I brought up the word propaganda the other day. I think you was here when I was talking about it. You know what I'm saying? And how it could benefit black people. We got to start doing things that actually benefit us. I don't just say we only need to look at us, especially when it comes to fighting. Shit, I say look at the Jews when it comes to fighting. I say look at Israel when it comes to fighting. I say look at China when it comes to fighting. I say you can look at America when it comes to fighting. If you want to get examples of how to do shit, you know what I'm saying, either in a brutal way or, you know what I mean, in a excuse me, either in a brutal way or in a propaganda, you know, ideology type of way. Like it's different ways that you can actually approach a problem and come to a good solution. So we should be looking at all different cultures as far as as far as fighting go. But I'm talking about unification, and I'm talking about getting how people can get together and push our shit forward. That's it. That's what Pan-Africanism is about. It's not about none of the other old weird shit. I don't know who y'all be talking to. I have no clue. But like I said, go to Julius Malema. Julius Malema, another Pan-Africanist. Like I study those people. You know what I'm saying? What they talk, those are the people I listen to and say, okay, well, these are my elders. You know what I'm saying? In Pan-Africanism. I look at Ibrahim Traore as one of my peers because we're around the same age. I mean, well, I'm a little older than him actually. So, you know what I'm saying? Like we brothers in the same struggle with the same ideology. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And I view those people as something that could benefit black people if you want to look at how to win or how to push forward with black people. It's that simple.
No, I think say we all study them people that's so. Them people coming out of modern times with the struggle in, right?
Right.
No doubt about that, right? A modern time them coming.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's my point. Those are the ones that I truly like. Don't get me wrong. I study W.E. Du Bois and a bunch of our other elders who passed and all that type of stuff. But I'm really looking at what's going on right now. Like who can I listen to that's making sense for what I can do?
What was stripped from you though?
Say that one more time.
I said that's not part of the stuff that was stripped from Una though. That wasn't stripped from you.
As far as African culture?
That's accessible to you. That's part of the whole liberation movement coming out of the 50s and the 30s and 40s in them era there.
That was the word I was looking for too.
Distant colonialism and inspired by all the colonial this and that. And all that's accessible to Uno. That wasn't stripped from you. That's not African culture that was from you. African culture that was stripped from you is the culture
exactly
and pre-European contact.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You, what in all that I gonna help you. Because you can't find that unless you go to the ethnographers and you go to certain researchers. Because that's not even like those people no more. Because those people are colonized people. And they fight in a modern time. You have to go out the bush people them. With
Why you?
When you go out the bush, people them doing all type of fuckery. Them not over there living off the land with, and they got one little bush that you need to find out. Them people doing all type of fuckery, and you know what that. You know what say that if you went amongst them tribal people, you'd be like, yo, sir. I didn't think them in a used to. Like the man them have to, the hygiene, something wrong, something right with that. Yeah, I can't believe the man them going at them pool there so to do them certain there. And that the watering hole, bumbo cloud. You not gonna go there and have this benign shit for some tribal people, man. Come on, man. This is why I get to talking about when we start romanticizing the shit.
You the one saying this weird shit. I ain't saying nothing that you just said right now. You're romanticizing all of that shit you just said. I didn't romanticize nothing at all whatsoever. Not one thing that I said was something that's unpractical.
To know about most of that you're gonna get from white ethnographs and cultural studies and shit like that. The people that's even from them cultures not even gonna be telling you that. You're gonna read the shit in French,
telling me
English,
what? Telling me what?
Shit. Come on, man.
They're not gonna be telling me what. What are you talking about right now, Buddha?
And you go study that shit without even being biased by this side of the world. Like you're not gonna go look at that objectively and just interact with that and bring some out of that that's beneficial. No.
Bring some out of what that's beneficial? Out of African cultures?
It didn't work. It didn't defend us. It didn't.
Oh, so bro, I don't know. Look. I don't know what you're talking about right now because you arguing something totally different for what I'm talking about, and I don't want the confusion to keep going in the circle if you're not.
I think what he's getting at is, I think what he's trying to say is like, if it didn't work back then, and we trying to incorporate it now, but it didn't work back then. I think that's what he's trying to say.
I ain't talking about back in no time. No, I just made that. I don't think y'all be listening, bro. Like. I really think that y'all hearing.
I heard you when you say you talking about modern Africans. You talking about getting
yeah. So how the fuck we go from talking about modern?
I mean, that's what he said. I'm telling you what he said.
That ain't what was stripped from you.
Culture was stripped. I got to admit,
the
bro.
language was stripped.
You've been changing.
You've been changing the topic. There was a lot of shit that was stripped. What the fuck are you talking about? You wasn't speaking on motherfucking patois and goddamn Africa, nigga. What are you talking about?
Just a little bit, bro. Just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But you definitely been like maybe missing what the spirit of the conversation is.
No, I ain't miss shit with the spirit of the conversation.
I'm talking
about bullshit.
I'm talking about Buddha.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. So you so ready to think it's me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying you be changing, Buddha, you be changing the conversation. I don't think you be like realizing that you do it. But we'll try to like actually, have a conversation with you, and then we'll end up, way further. And I don't know how to fix that, but sometimes I'd say it definitely happens a lot.
Awesome. I have a question for you, my brother.
Up,
actually, it's
how you doing today, sir?
I'm good. Been busy all day working on the back end, a lot of this stuff. Super pause for Brass in case he's listening. I have two questions.
Up, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. First question. Does America have a culture? That's first question. Or for anybody. Number two, if you say it does, are African Americans practicing that culture correctly? Does America have a culture? Number two, are African Americans practicing that culture correctly? I've been hearing a lot about what happened a long time ago, what we need to do now. We worried about other countries, this to that, the next. We should be, we shouldn't be. We should be focusing on this, that, the next. But since we're in America, does America have a culture? And if it does, are we practicing it correctly? And you already know in reference to us being on the bottom of a lot of, So are we doing it correctly? Go ahead.
Anybody?
I'm gonna jump in. I just got 2 minutes on my run, and then so I'll go right after you, Roger. I'm not the teacher. I'm just a black man that read 1 or 2 books. That's it.
Yes, I did. You gotta go right ahead, Mr. Bujazi.
I just need 2 more minutes, so go ahead, Logic. I'll return right after you.
Okay. Oh, dang! I thought I got out of answering the question first.
Or whoever.
Are we practicing it correctly? And does America have a culture? So America has a culture clearly, and I do think that they have intentions of of taking advantage of us being in poverty. Absolutely. So I guess, are you saying, are things going according to plan?
Well, I think a lot of our conversation is about how do we better our situation, right? So we talked enough, I think, about Africa. Even people mentioned Africans. We talked about grandparents, the old way of doing stuff. Should we be focusing on that? Leave whatever behind that didn't work. Why harp on it? Why romanticize it? All these words I heard throughout the day. So I'm just trying to bring it like fast forward again to like right now. If there's a culture here, are we doing what are we doing wrong, or are we doing American culture right? Because we're in America. We're not obviously in Africa. We're African Americans. I'm just taking that stance. I know some people think we're Africans.
Absolutely not. African American, a part of African American culture is resisting American culture, right? I mean, so just as some of it is, being a part of it, right? He mentioned the Christian church, like, and that not necessarily coming directly from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's necessarily that easy. But at first I thought you was asking it in a different way, but that makes the question a lot easier to answer for me, to be honest with you. No, we're not practicing American culture correctly at all.
I disagree. I believe we are practicing American culture to the T. As I stated in the group chat, and YouTube, the United States is a large country comprised of 50 other countries. You know what I'm saying? So yes, there's going to be nuance in culture. The culture in Atlanta is not the same as the culture in New York for whites and blacks. I think that diversity is what makes us American. Yes, we're if we're a country of immigrants. I'm not an immigrant, but I do think that we do everything that Americans do. We go to church, we go to work, we have barbecues. We do everything that Americans do, as well as, and I'm not denying my African side as well. Of course, the way we speak.
The way we wear our hair, our music, like a lot of that's in rebellion to American spirit also.
Right. But
it's twofold. It's not just one thing, is what I'm saying. So practicing it correctly, right? Using a white person who's sea bass, right, out there in the woods, like using him as a archetype for the perfect American, right? We of course we don't do that. We don't do that. That's not our representation of America. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely we have our music. I'm trying to say it all at the same goddamn time, but like way we talk, our music, even the way we do church, right? Like it's still our own way of doing it. It's not just one thing.
Okay, maybe this to help narrow it down a little bit.
We go to church and do our church.
How about the beneficial aspects of American culture? Are we doing that right? Like what the things in American culture that benefit Americans, whether individual or as a group, are we doing those things right?
Before the next question, may I comment on the last one?
No, it's the same question.
You mean
just narrow it down a little bit.
You mean like lobbying for politics and stuff like that?
I mean, no, it's the same question. It's just a little bit more pointy. Like the beneficial aspects, whatever you consider beneficial in American culture, whether it be your right to vote, whether it be, education, healthcare, whatever it be, whatever you think benefits Americans. Good.
The reason I wanted I just want a quick response. I want to be long-winded. Let me tell you the truth. All I wanted to tell you is that I would say yes, because when you read literature, there you have distinctive things, like say you read about a Black American in France. The way it's written, there's a certain thing this man is going to be doing that distinguish him from the Caribbean American, Caribbean American, because they call them people from the Americas, Caribbean American over France. You understand? And they're going to have a dialect switch. They're going to have certain things that they're accustomed to. They're going to bring up things that are commonplace to America to associate with these characters being part of the American culture. So I would say yes, because I find it all the time in literature, because that's the only way to distinguish this character as being from the Americas and in a context. So that's all I wanted to add.
And it's also
I think it's a
in
great
context
question if
to
you
our
actually don't
position.
even tell me what you mean by it. It's a great question. Once you tell me what you mean by it, it's not as good of a question no more.
Who? Oh, me?
You. Talking you. It's a great question if you don't tell me what you mean. Go ahead. What? Go ahead.
No. It's in reference to our position in America, right? If America has the culture, and again, these just questions just to have people continue the conversation in the good spirit that I think a lot of us are in here for, right? Is to what are we doing wrong? How can we fix it? How can we benefit ourselves and our people, right? So what are we doing wrong? If we're partaking in American culture, let's leave the African out, let's leave all that out. If we're partaking in American culture, how is our group on the bottom? Like we're participating in the culture. Why are we on the bottom? What are we doing wrong if we're participating in American culture?
In my
It's not
opinion,
African, it's American. Go ahead. My bad. Whoever that was.
in my opinion, there is no American culture without us. So we do practice American culture. It's just we don't take advantage of the social hierarchy that exists to find ways to utilize it to benefit us. And so that's, to me, our biggest issue.
Break down social hierarchy, because I need some clarity on that.
I gotta go ahead and clarify, Mel, and I'm gonna add something to it.
Which part? Clarify that American culture is our culture, or
no, the social hierarchy that we're not taking advantage.
Most, if not, I say the majority, and I don't have the numbers on this, but I can get that. Most, if not the majority of immigrants here that come here, the first thing that they try to do is, one is they want to make sure that their kids have good education, but the more focal point is they want to establish business here. They want to operate as an entity, a business entity. So while you do have Black people that here that are taking advantage of it, the majority of us are not. And there are benefits with a American-based business that a lot of us don't take advantage of. And a lot of us don't support other businesses in the way that they need to be supported, not just financially, but also business-wise. Forming conglomerates, working and partnering up together to corner a market. And so that's something we don't do, and we have yet to do.
Where Logic? Until Logic gets back.
Can I jump in?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate it. I'm glad. Thank you for the question, His. That was phenomenal, and I'm glad to see that the question kind of shifted us back to a space of dialogue and learning and exchange and respecting people's own diverse dispositions. Because sometimes we could come in and just be aggressive with our ideas, and we don't listen long enough to hear each other's perspective and just kind of have a good dialogue. So two questions that you answered, and I think Mel, I think he drove something that was really important. He said he don't believe that America has one unique culture, and I think that's spot on. That's it. And I like the metaphor sometimes when we're talking about Black folks and our culture, is that it's a tug of war. And if you think about opposing forces pulling against each other in a centripetal way, there's that centering where we're trying to define and identify what that culture is and what it looked like. But yet the two different forces operating against each other is pulling that center. And it's diverse because Black folks have a diverse range of how we've expressed what our culture looked like. And so we definitely have a culture. We definitely have a culture. And that culture has been informed by the remnants and the artifacts of our ancestral culture and those various different Africans that we formulated under us. And then it's also got fixated and restructured violently and voluntarily in this English, British, Anglo-American experiment. And so we've danced with a lot of that pieces and had to accept that we exist in this kind of polarity of these multiculturals that we're trying to, define and figure out what's ours. And we've been influenced by other cultures. There's this debate right now that a few people is having where people are trying to pull tap dance from the African dance patterns and stuff, and trying to debate whether or not tap dance is African or if we just took that from the Dutch, and there's a conversation to be had in that. And so I think, of course, we have a culture, all the way from the way we reverence our families and reunions to our music to our language and like Orlando said earlier, our speech patterns. All of that are different various forms of expressive culture that makes us unique. Now, do we practice it correctly? I don't know if I'm not qualified to answer that because I don't know if it's
American Mujasi, not African. I'm talking about American culture.
Right. Do we practice American culture correctly? Yeah, that's what I'm answering.
So hold on. To your first point, you're saying we are practicing American culture, right? Just a little different, maybe like someone else said earlier.
Yeah,
I'm saying that we have a culture. I'm answering your first question. Yeah, I'm answering your first question. I'm saying we do have a culture. I would disagree with anybody who try to say that we don't have a culture over here. That's why I get mad and I'm complicated by some of our continental brothers and sisters who try to slam us and say we don't have no culture. Like you don't know nothing if you think that Black folks over here, these African descendants over here, don't have culture. Now, in terms of are we correctly practicing American culture? I guess I'm not qualified to answer that because, like Mel said, it's hard to substantiate what an American culture is because it's a conglomerate of a few different things that's been heavily dominated by a certain aspect of a European culture. And it's forced in violent ways groups of people to assimilate to cultural beliefs and patterns and mores that are really alien to us. And so do we practice it correctly? I don't know, because like Logic said earlier, a lot of our culture is rooted in resistance and resilience. And I'll land there.
Yeah, I do want to answer that. So you brought up a great point, and that was kind of what I was alluding to in the beginning. The thing is the entire world knows of our culture. They imitate it, they mimic it as much as possible. The only thing is we haven't set the guidelines as to what that represents, as to what that looks like. So we get offended every time we see someone from another country imitate our culture. So that's just something we have yet to set, the guidelines and what it is to practice will be a part of our culture. When you go to other cultures, like Asian cultures, for example, they have certain guidelines and certain requirements. You got to be a part of their dynasty. You got to be a part of their bloodline. Like you got to be a part of the family. There's requirements in order to practice their culture. Otherwise, it's deemed offensive to them.
Hey, can I pose a question?
Sure.
What is success? We're saying that what we're practicing, right? What does success look like for us that we're looking for? Since we are doing so bad, and when it's not doing well, what does success look like for
As
us?
a whole, or just individually?
Huh?
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was saying in about American culture, right? If the beneficial aspects of American culture, I think Mel brought up, say, education and business. Just if you use them too. If we're practicing American cultures, African Americans, we're a part of the culture.
Yeah.
What are we doing incorrectly that we're on the bottom of so many metrics, right? If we're in America practicing American culture, what are we doing? Go ahead, bro.
So to my question, my question obviously is going to lead to my answer to your question is, when do we get our civil rights in America?
In the 60s.
The 60s.
Why are we grading I think we're being a little bit too harsh on the people that's only had their civil rights for 60 years. That's all. That's my only. I know it sounds like an excuse to everybody. It's pick yourself up by your bootstraps. But I think at some point we just got to remember it's 2025. We've had our civil rights for 60 years, barely. And most people will say we still technically don't have them after the crack era and mass incarceration. So I'm not trying to offer excuses. I just want to remember that when we're having these conversations about our success in this country, just remember we've had our civil rights for 60 years.
Okay.
That's all. That's
only. And I will add to what Mel said real quick. Mel said that we have a problem when immigrants come to this country and focus on education and or business. That's just a part of this country, I would say. If you turn on the news right now, you can see there's a majority group in it.
So yeah, I wouldn't say that aspect of it is culture, but it's something I do want to respond to before I touch that. When it comes to I think I just had it at the front of my mind here. What did you say, Brass, before?
I'm gonna jump in after you, Mel.
I wanted to add something to what I was going to say to Brass' comment.
I wanted Brass to repeat what he said because I had a response to that.
Brad talking about like our civil rights and he's saying he don't want to make any excuses for us, but he's elevating the idea that we just got our civil rights and we're being too hard on ourselves if we think that we'll kind of reestablish and practice this culture in America so quickly, even though we're just now arriving at a point where we have a little bit more autonomy of our own basic participation in democracy. I'm interpreting what he's saying, that's what he was going with that.
You reminded me, yes. So
y'all lost the signal.
That's a valid point because we also see others using their blueprint. We created their blueprint, and we see others, whether it's the LGBTQIA community or other communities, they follow their blueprint. But we don't take ownership of their blueprint. We don't take pride in their blueprint. We don't utilize their blueprint for our advantage. But others will, and they do.
Absolutely. And I think to the hits your question, which it got me thinking over here and spinning. And I'm gonna be quick, brother Anathema, because I'm gonna hear what you have to say too, bro. I think, and are we practicing American culture accurately? And why is it that when we reflect on our people, we're finding ourselves at the bottom matrix of everything in America? I think, I want to go with this and say that there's aspects of who we are that we call culture that's not really culture, but it's intergenerational pathologies that we think is culture. Give you an example, whooping ass. As controversial as that topic is amongst us, we think it's culture to whoop ass. And even if you want to say, well, they did it in Africa and they did it in other places, how we have arrived in the practice and transmission and using whooping ass as a discipline is a pathological piece that we've ascribed to our culture. Colorism, it's a pathology. Comes from an internal script of how we've had to re-image and measure ourselves based on the standards of European ideas of beauty. That's a pathology, but we think it's culture. Womanization, how we exploit sisters for our own sexual exploitation, and I'm talking about to the brothers, how we exploit sisters to our own exploitation, how we've used sisters, prostitutes, sisters, and really objectify our sisters in emulation of dominant culture and how they do their women. I think those pathologies that exist amongst us that impact what you're asking hits, we kind of ascribe and think that's Black culture. And I argue that it's not our culture, but it's pathological habits and patterns that we're still perpetuating because we're trying to reconstitute ourselves culturally after being violently ostracized from the society. I'll land there.
That's a valid point. That's a very, very valid point. But that's why I said earlier, we haven't designated what, is ours and what isn't, and then what are the guidelines for it.
Absolutely.
Yes, so others can imitate, and we get upset if they imitate, but we haven't set the tone. So you're right. I think that's a very valid point.
Likewise, my brother. Absolutely.
And Corey said something earlier that was important, but I think if I'm going to go one step back further than what he said. Right, he was talking about the things that the elders told us what to do. You got to work harder, right? Let's just use that metric. You got to work twice as hard to get half as much, right?
Yes, sir.
And
yes, sir.
Corey's not that old, so his grandmother is not that dated. Right. So and he said coaches say that, teachers say that, right? To let's say African American kids or young people. Why would someone have to work twice as hard? See, that's the part we kind of didn't talk about. Why would now say that? Just say to a rational human being, not saying we're not. Hey, you got to work twice as hard to get half as much. The first thing they're going to say after they say fuck you, right? You can do that now with people you paying to work. Tell them to go do something for half their pay.
Yeah.
Or do work overtime for the same hourly rate. You might get punched in the face, right? Yeah. Why would someone have to work twice as hard to get half as much?
Yeah.
And why is that okay? Why the hell is that okay?
Our ancestors that fought for us to be able to even go to school fairly and equally would be rolling in their graves now for that. So
what I'm saying is, if I said that to you, why would you have to work twice as hard to get half as much? Now, is it because you ain't shit, and when you ain't shit, you got to work twice as hard? Or no matter what you do, you're going to be labeled and looked at like you ain't shit? And I'm doing what Corey said. We gonna talk nigga talk, right? either you ain't shit, and I know you ain't shit, and I know you're gonna have to work twice as hard to get half as much, or I know you are something, but you always or in your lifetime going to be looked at like you ain't shit, considered not shit, categorized as not shit. So now you have to work twice as hard. Like, absolutely. Why does someone have to work twice as hard? To me, that's in this day and age, telling a young person that you got to go out here. And if they don't go, hold on, let me Google that. Hold on, let me ask ChatGPT what the hell going on.
Can I throw a piece in there?
No, you got it. Go ahead.
So I'm glad Brass brought up McAdoo earlier, and I'm gonna throw in Andrew Billingsley. You know, as controversial as these sociologists and family scientists were in the 70s and the 80s, they talked about that, and I've been able to incorporate some of that in my lectures with my families up here, that there's a negative connotation that we're teaching our children kind of subconsciously when we say you got to work twice as hard to be half as good to make it in this world. And the euphemism arrives out of really a lot of families who were well constituted and put together in the Black labor movement in the 20s, 30s, and 40s to help prepare young people in urban environments and sometimes factory environments that in order to get a job and get employed to beat out the white competition, you have to work twice as hard just to be acknowledged and recognized in that employment opportunity. And so it was a way for us to try to break down and understand the socioeconomic climate that we were in order to try to compete against a lot of white immigrants and a lot of white labor forces just to make it. And it become like a wisdom saying for us. But at the time that we kind of created and really pushed that value and idea to our generations, it was a strengthening piece. But we didn't know that it was going to inadvertently have a negative connotation to it that can really be, that can have some esteem challenges to our young people, especially when the context is not there anymore when we're teaching them. So when we're telling our young people today that euphemism is out of the context of the families that used that euphemism in the 40s and the 50s to help them prepare for a world that was discriminatory, racist, disenfranchising, and didn't allow us to compete equally in a workforce market.
You're right. That's the same. Real quickly, I want to say this real quickly, and you got it. That's the same saying that a lot of I'm 39. My parents are like my mom's in her 60s. Things like that, 60s and 70s. Some of our parents, a lot of them still teach to this day to their children and grandchildren. You got to start from the bottom, and that's where that comes from.
Yep, absolutely.
Yo, can I comment wrong here? I've been
go ahead.
We couldn't hear you, man. We couldn't hear you. You were trying to say something. Go ahead, man.
Two things, because I wanted to build on the back of what Bryce was saying. But instead of euphemism, you should say idiom. It became an idiomatic expression, not a euphemistic.
I definitely accept that.
And with Bryce, and at the same time, we just recently got the civil rights, right? We forget the rapidity of development, like how fast things change. And that he spoke to your point about the economy being a manufacturing economy that suited the idiom, and the idiom being out of context, but the context can still be changed because of the rapidity of change now. Like, you understand that we live in a world where 6-7 months, your phone is outdated. The technology, the development, anybody studying coding don't have no job. The computer will code itself now. So why did you waste years learning coding? Now you just like you know what I mean? You understand what I see it? Like, we living in a world where the change and the rapidity, the pace, it's so escalated. You know what I mean? It's at an exponential level. While we're still trying to find ourselves in the midst of the rapidity of change. Just look at the cell phone now. You can't kind of even imagine what it was like not to have this thing with you all the while. When you do, it seems like an ancient time.
That's now. I'm going to try to connect that to something. I'm going to speak to Logic because he's one of the main, I guess, proponents, right? How do we not get outpaced, right? If you take what Mujasi said in Anathema, right? Mujasi gave us where these phrases and this attitude comes from. You're in competition. Then Anathema says things are changing so quick, which any older person will tell you everything is always quick. because time flies, right? But things are changing so quick. Just when you get a leg up, whoever's ahead of you is still ahead of you. So not only us as a group, eventually larger groups are going to be outpaced by things that Anathema are talking about, technology. Then maybe some changes will happen. But that, to me, if you don't prevent or slow down what's in front of you, you're never going to catch it. It's moving at the same speed that you are. So the better you do, the bigger your house get. Guess what? The bigger somebody else's house got. So now your house relative to that is what? Small. But it's big to you, but compared to your bank account, the bigger your account gets, now hold on, the bigger your bank account gets, someone else got larger. Okay, why does that matter? Because say the price of something is cheap to them now, but not to you because of inflation or things like that. So how do we keep from being outpaced on a regular basis? When I say regular, it could be decades, it could be annually, whatever it is. My suggestion would be we have to understand how fast something is moving and what's moving. Why is it moving? Why is this thing still 10 paces ahead of me? Whether it be health, wealth, education, or business. I don't think it's because most people are doing something wrong. It's just we don't understand what we're up against.
Right.
Literally. Like Anathema said, how is your phone outdated after a year and a half, 2 years?
My brother Anathema.
Something is moving this thing forward. Go ahead, bro.
No, I just wanted to ask Anathema, are you an educator? I think you may have mentioned this a week ago. Are you an educator? Like you work with students?
Teach literature, composition, and rhetoric.
Say that one more time, brother.
I teach literature, composition, and rhetoric.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. So because when you say idioms, I'm like, okay, thank you. So thank you for the correction earlier. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah. No, I wasn't trying to one up, man. I was just giving you the correct term because you was right, but the term was a little off.
Oh, absolutely. No, I received the correction. That's what I said. Thank you. I appreciate that, brother.
I got my respect. I never want nobody to think, say me, I'm a literature major, so when I hear little things, you understand, I want to always act like my teaching just kick in.
Absolutely,
so
bro. No. You're no forgiving me. That's what I said. Thank you for that correction. I welcome that. I appreciate that.
And I hear things. I just jump in like, no, man, you can't see that. That's kind of wrong. You understand? Like we gotta margin, fix up the perspective. Like when I jumped in, I kept saying, y'all keep talking about these cultures like they classical cultures when they're Creole cultures themselves. But from the classical period, you understand? And they went through a process to develop who they became. And we going to the same town. That was my point. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like when I hear certain little nuances of the language, I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on, let me jump in real quick and try and add something for that.